What are the odds the video I was looking for is on the side here?
Pretty high.
It's not.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Trump has announced he's pausing the so-called Project Freedom operation in the Strait of Hormuz, saying there's, quote, great progress toward a complete and final agreement, unquote, with Iran. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the offensive stage of the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran is over. Meanwhile, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian called U.S. demands impossible, saying Washington expects Iran to submit to unilateral conditions.
To say they won and did it?
Oil prices plunged earlier today amidst reports that the U.S. and Iran could reach a deal soon. This comes after a day of intense fighting in the Strait. According to the U.S.
Did I hear?
This comes after a day of intense fighting in the Strait. According to the U.S. military, Iran launched cruise missiles, drones, and small boats at U.S. protected ships, and a South Korean-operated vessel caught fire. President Trump said the U.S. sank 7 small Iranian boats and denied any U.S. warship was struck. Meanwhile, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi held talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in Beijing today. Wang said China is ready to play, quote, a greater role in restoring peace and tranquility to the Middle East, unquote. The husband of Iran's imprisoned human rights activist Narges Mohammadi is speaking out after her hospitalization for severe medical problems. Her family's demanding she be transferred from Zanjan prison to Tehran, where she could receive better medical care, but authorities continue to deny her transfer. Narges Mohammadi has been arrested 13 times and sentenced to a cumulative 31 years in prison. She received the Nobel Peace Prize in 2023 for her advocacy against torture and the death penalty in Iran. This is Narges Mohammadi's husband, Taghi Rahmani.
Narges believes in human rights and justice and inequality for women. She sees the struggle for human rights as an ideal and has extraordinary courage. And she has expressed this. She has always had this. Narges, in any situation, works for the improvement of human rights. That is her belief.
In Gaza, Israeli strikes killed at least 3 Palestinians, including a 15-year-old, on Tuesday. Gaza health authorities said 1 Palestinian was killed and 2 others were wounded in an airstrike near the Sheikh Radwan neighborhood in Gaza City, while another was killed by Israeli tank shelling in the central part of the besieged strip. A 3rd strike hit a police station in northern Gaza, killing the teenager. Despite the U.S.-brokered so-called ceasefire, Israel's been conducting near-daily attacks on Gaza. At least 830 Palestinians have been killed since the ceasefire took effect in October. This is an eyewitness to the Israeli strike on the police station Tuesday.
We suddenly heard a blast. I ran outside and found the police station had been hit. I looked and saw people lying on the ground, martyrs and wounded. I started moving wounded people and putting them in the car. We came here to Al-Shifa Hospital with a martyr. When will the war stop? When will the strikes on us stop? When will the injustice end? Will all of this continue to happen to us?
A court in Israel has again extended the detention of 2 members of the Gaza-bound humanitarian aid flotilla that was violently intercepted by Israeli forces in international waters last week. Spanish national Saif Abukeshek and the Brazilian citizen Tiago Avila were among an estimated 175 activists forced off their humanitarian aid ships at gunpoint during Israel's raid on the flotilla. The other activists were taken to a port on the Greek island of Crete. This is a lawyer representing Abukeshek and Avila, who had visible bruises on his face after Israeli soldiers beat him.
We also talked about the detention conditions, which amount to psychological torture, since both Tiago and Saif are being kept in isolation since they were moved to the custody of the Israeli prison services. and are blindfolded each time they are taken out of the cell, even when they go through a medical procedure, which also violates the most basic medical ethical standards.
Saif Abukeshek and Tiago Avila are being held by Israel without charge. Tiago Avila's mother died yesterday in Brazil. To see our coverage of this story, go to our website, democracynow.org. In Britain, 4 Palestine Action activists have been convicted of criminal damage over their involvement in a 2024 protest and raid on a factory operated by the Israeli military firm Elbit. 2 other defendants on the same trial were acquitted. The 4 activists were found guilty Tuesday of smashing up Elbit military equipment. Their legal team said in a statement, quote, "They went into this trial with their heads held high and with the knowledge that no matter the verdict, by destroying Israeli military drones, their action likely saved lives in Palestine," unquote. The British government's banned Palestine Action under its terrorism
Do what
act.
you want.
30 House Democrats sent a letter to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio urging the Trump administration to publicly acknowledge Israel's undeclared nuclear weapons program. Led by Democratic Congressmember Joaquin Castro, the lawmakers wrote, quote, "Congress has a constitutional responsibility to be fully informed about the nuclear balance in the Middle East, the risk of escalation by any party to this conflict, and the administration's planning and contingencies for such scenarios. We do not believe we've received that information," they wrote. The letter breaks a bipartisan policy of silence on Israel's nuclear program dating to a secret 1969 agreement between President Richard Nixon and Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir. The Pentagon says it launched another strike on a vessel in the Eastern Pacific, killing 3 people Tuesday. The Trump administration once again claimed the vessel was carrying drugs without providing
Nixon can keep
any
those
evidence.
secrets better than
Since
his own,
September, the Pentagon says it's killed at least 190 people in strikes on the boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific. The attacks have been widely condemned as illegal. Tightening U.S. sanctions on Cuba are likely the main cause for the sharp increase in the island's infant mortality rate from 2018 to 2025. That's according to a new report by the Center for Economic and Policy Research, which found the infant mortality rate in Cuba has increased by 148% and is likely to get worse due to harsher sanctions under President Trump's second term. Infants with cancer have been particularly impacted as hospitals and clinics face extended power blackouts and diminishing medical supplies. CEPR's Director of International Policy, Alexander Main, one of the report's co-authors, said, quote, "The Trump policy of maximum pressure on Cuba has killed a lot of babies. It's highly likely that more babies are dying now and at an even higher rate than last year as a result of the current U.S. blockade targeting Cuba," unquote.
Who?
The Guardian reports ICE has hired a private security company accused of torture, forced disappearances, and child abuse to help track down undocumented immigrant children who came to the United States alone. MVM is a security contractor based in Ashburn, Virginia, that abducted and transported immigrant children under the Trump administration's first
just remove the
and diminishing medical supplies. CEPR's Director of International Policy, Alexander Main, one of the report's co-authors, said, quote, "The Trump policy of maximum pressure on Cuba has killed a lot of babies. It's highly likely that more babies are dying now and at an even higher rate than last year as a result of the current U.S. blockade targeting Cuba," unquote. The Guardian reports ICE has hired a private security company accused of torture, forced disappearances, and child abuse to help track down undocumented immigrant children who came to the United States alone. MVM is a security contractor based in Ashburn, Virginia, that abducted and transported immigrant children under the Trump administration's first-term family separation policy. The company's been at the center of legal turmoil over reports of child abuse, including detaining children in a vacant office building in Phoenix, Arizona, for weeks in 2018. A CNN report has found the Department of Veterans Affairs opened investigations into multiple staffers who attended vigils at VA clinics and hospitals nationwide in honor of Alex Pretty, who was shot and killed by Border Patrol agents deployed to Minneapolis in January. Pretty was an ICU nurse at the Minneapolis VA Medical Center. Union leaders have called the probes a witch hunt. Senate Republicans unveiled a $70 billion immigration enforcement package Monday that includes $1 billion for the Secret Service tied to Trump's White House ballroom project.
Wow,
the Trump administration has insisted the East Wing renovation would be privately funded and cost taxpayers nothing. But Democrats called the bill a giveaway, noting the bill's language is broad enough to cover the entire ballroom construction. Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon, the top Democrat on the Budget Committee, said Republicans were, quote, ignoring middle-class needs and funneling money into Trump's ballroom while throwing billions at two lawless agencies, unquote. In Indiana, Trump-backed challengers unseated 5 Republican state senators who'd voted against his redistricting plan last year, with the incumbents losing by double digits. Roughly $12 million was spent on advertising across the 7 contested state Senate races, most of it from Trump-allied outside groups. In Ohio, Vivek Ramaswamy won the Republican gubernatorial primary and will face Democrat Amy Acton, the state's former public health director, in November. Former Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown won the state's Democratic Senate primary. And here in New York, dozens of activists staged a protest in front of the Philippines consulate, calling for an investigation into the killing of 19 people, including a journalist and 2 Filipino Americans in the province of Negros. The Filipino Army claims those killed are suspected members of New People's Army, an armed wing of the Communist Party of the Philippines. This is Andan Bonifacio of the group Bayan USA speaking to Democracy Now!
Hey, John, guess who Syrian girl just retweeted?
A pedophile.
Oh, close enough. You know that fake news site called The Noticer that's just the NSN propaganda front? Mm-hmm. She retweeted them. And she retweeted them talking about Joel Davis, who advocates for child marriage, getting arrested for inciting racial hatred because of that Nazi rally that they did in Sydney, where they lined up and looking like goobers in all their black. That rally. So he gets released. Now he's getting charged again, and he's probably going to get put back in jail. And the Nazis are going to cry even harder now. So that's very funny. It's also very funny that the Ba'athist supporting fuckwit Syrian girl is retweeting Nazis.
Well, don't forget, she's not a member of the Ba'ath Party, remember? Do you know what she is?
What? I actually don't.
She's a member of the National Socialist Party of Syria.
No shit.
Yeah.
This is one of the Russian Imperial Movement allies. Let me see if this is the one that I'm thinking of. Oh man, they're oh my god. Hey, so you know how you said probably shouldn't wear that symbol while making that joke? Well,
What symbol?
you know how it might not be this one specifically, but it's pretty close. You know how Lewis Spears, you're like, oh, you probably shouldn't wear that symbol while telling a joke about black people or whatever it was.
What symbol?
It's the one that he has around his neck. On the amulet. You literally sent me the video.
Yeah, I'm supposed to remember a specific amulet.
Sure, but this is the Russian Imperial Movement symbol. Which is very interesting, because I've seen this internal symbol before. This, like, cross with the P thing.
Yeah, it's like just a Christian thing. It's Byzantine
okay.
type cross.
So I've seen that before, which is very interesting. But is it this one? Where are the allies? List of allies.
It's an angry windmill logo.
Syrian National Socialist Party, this one?
Yeah, angry windmill.
That's the one she's a part of?
Yep.
Amazing. That's fucking awesome. That's even worse than a bath.
I mean, that's the one she has links to.
Amazing. Syrian Nationalist Party operating in Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, and Palestine advocates for the establishment of a greater Syrian national state. So she's a Zionist for Syria. Essentially.
Okay, so this...
That's great.
This symbol, right? Down
Armed wing, Eagles of the Whirlwind. That goes hard.
Look at this. See? It says one of the earliest forms of a Christogram formed by superimposing the two first capital letters Chi and Rho, XP, of the Greek Christos in such a way that the vertical stroke. So it literally just means Jesus Christ.
Interesting.
Look at this letter. It looks like a little butt. And then look. When flanked by the first and last letters of the Greek alphabet, Alpha and Omega, the symbol spells APXW, I rule.
Oh, so that's what that is. Because they definitely had that.
Yeah, it wasn't Alpha, though. It was like some different A. So.
Chuck mine back up.
Hold on.
That one.
Yeah, it's more like Aquaman's logo.
Sure. Alpha. Symbol. All possible variants. I wonder why they chose that one. Okay, there is a capital uppercase. Most of them are lower. Let's see if we can find images.
Look up Aquaman logo.
See, even that A isn't the same. It's almost a lambda. With like a theta thing in the middle.
It's Aquaman.
Weird. I don't think he ever had an A.
He talked to fish. He say, hello, tuna.
Oh, shut up. Go away. There's no A. Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, but that's interesting. So, even less of a surprise that she's retweeting neo-Nazis. That's great. Pussy Riot is doing shit again.
Plagued by a lot of different social problems. Landlessness, exploitation of sugarcane workers, and for that reason, a lot of the communities there have been fighting back and have been organizing, protesting for their rights, and it's inspired many, many people to go to Negros, to integrate with those communities, to live with them.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching Democracy Now!
SS says, please excuse my wife, shaking my head. I thought it was going to be a funny thing, but it was just her grooving. I thought he was going to actually say that.
What's happening now, Tailwagon and Snorty Jackson? Get you, blue-eyed, red-headed woman, and a droopy-eyed, I don't know what to say, big ear. Do you love me? Do you love your daddy? You yawn at me. Do you love your daddy? Do you love your daddy? Yes, you do. Uh-oh. What's he doing? He's licking. He don't like the medicine I put on. He is absolutely so mad at me right now. It's hilarious. I gave him eye medicine, ear medicine, feet medicine, and he's so mad. Look at you. You don't need any of that stuff, do you? You don't need nothing. When you get old, you will. Trust me on that. I'm an old man. Oh my gosh, I really am an old man.
Uh-oh, existential crisis sinking
Ready
in.
to bring this whole party down another notch. What in the world's wrong with me? All right. I guess I'll get off here and watch Hogan's Heroes. Bye. Well.
He would watch Hogan's Heroes, wouldn't he?
Direct experience with it.
Journalism or just...
Nope, in my bed at night, and I got attacked while I was asleep with my wife and 4 dogs in the bed and mauled. Physically mauled.
In a spiritual attack by a demon?
Yeah, by a demon. Or by something unseen that left...
Is that right?
Claw marks on my sides, on my...
So it left physical marks?
Oh, they're still there. Yeah, yeah.
What do you think happened in this story?
What they're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Go back.
My bed at night, and I got attacked while asleep with my wife and 4 dogs in bed and mauled.
Okay, detail
What the
1.
fuck?
Got attacked with 4 dogs in the bed, mauled. Okay, detail 1.
Uh-huh.
Kind of brings you to the right conclusion there. Let's keep listening and see what his conclusion is. Because I'm sure you already figured out the mystery here. On what attacked him in his sleep.
It was his dog. His own
Physically
dog.
mauled.
In a spiritual attack by a demon?
Yeah, by a demon. Or by something unseen that left...
Is that right?
Claw marks on my sides, on my...
So it left physical marks?
Hey, what has claws?
Doggos.
Oh, they're still there. Yeah, yeah. A year and a half ago.
All right, so it's been a few years since Tucker Carlson was mauled by a demon in his sleep, and I don't think he's been the same ever since. That demon did a number on him. I mean, he still seems disoriented by it. You know, people give him a hard time because he's always contradicting himself, and he always forgets what he says, and he just seems really confused. But the dude's brain was scrambled by a demon not too long ago, so we need to cut him some slack. Of course, he's going to be out of it. But hopefully at some point he can interview the demon if it's not too traumatizing, because also, how do we know it didn't possess Tucker? Did he successfully fight it off? I have a lot of questions. And I think we need to hear the demon's side of the story. You know, who sent it? What was it trying to accomplish? And what is a demon? I mean, what even is that actually? So Tucker needs to get to the bottom of this. We need answers. You know, because also that little shit could still be on the loose, wreaking havoc. And it sounds dangerous. Like Tucker says, these interdimensional demonic entities work with the government and are literally out there scrambling people's brains and killing them, which thankfully Tucker survived to talk about, but now I think his brain might be scrambled. So you might think he sounds crazy, but just wait till your brain gets scrambled from an interdimensional being attack. Tucker's lucky to be alive, and now he's trying to seek justice for all the scrambled brains out there and get some answers.
What is the U.S. government's relationship with these things? And there's evidence that there is a relationship, and that
with
it's
demons,
long-standing, and that raises like a lot of questions about intent. And so, like, what is that? You know, and people have been hurt by these things. You know, that's a fact. That's a fact. It's a knowable fact. It's a provable fact. And killed. an object that
look at this bruise
is by definition supernatural.
Where'd that
it's
come
above
from?
the laws of nature as we understand them, and that has
Bro said
resulted in the deaths of people.
it's a proven
But you don't
fact
spend enough time thinking about
that
like,
people
what that
get
adds
killed
up to.
by
Like,
demons.
not good, actually, not good.
How many people do you think have died from these
I
things?
don't know, but I mean,
And is it radiation sickness?
Dude,
is it
holy
what
shit.
What is?
I
Pause it.
interviewed someone who was a Stanford medical school professor.
She has contributed to the New Eastern Outlook, which is an online pseudo-academic SVR-run disinformation and propaganda journal. Do you know what SVR is?
No. SmackDown versus Raw.
It is
good
the
games.
Russian
Now they suck.
Foreign Intelligence Service. So it is literally a Russian CIA-backed disinformation platform, and she's contributed to it. Incredible. Göbekli Tepe. Send that trade route. Bing, bing.
His conclusion, as you know, because you've talked to him, is that there's some kind of energy coming off here that scrambles people's brains or kills them.
What?
And it's not exactly radiation. At least in
They're
his
talking
telling
about
to me.
Havana syndrome?
So anyway, but the point is, people have died.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it does raise a lot of questions about, like, what the hell, right? What the hell?
And I think Tucker's brain is just starting to unscramble, so we need to give him time to come to his senses. You know, he's still kind of out of it. He's always forgetting things. Like recently, he was questioning if Donald Trump is the Antichrist. And then just a few weeks later, during this New York Times interview, he was asked about it, and he has no recollection of it.
Because, you know, you've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
On your show, the day after Easter, you noted he did not put his hand on the Bible during his swearing-in ceremony as president. You said, and I'm quoting, maybe he didn't put his hand on the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And then on a recent show, you went further, saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
Yes.
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist? Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows? I don't know where that comes from, but I know that those words never left my lips because I'm not sure I fully understand what the Antichrist is.
He also always seems to be really confused about what he thinks of Trump, and I wouldn't be surprised if he thinks the demon that attacked him had something to do with Trump, because he wonders if Trump is the Antichrist. He's referred to Trump as a demonic force and a destroyer, and he thinks Trump is literally able to cast spells on people. So being able to summon a demon doesn't sound too crazy if you believe all that. So did Donald Trump conjure a demon to go into Tucker's bedroom that night and scramble his brain so he'd be confused and scared, and easier for Trump to influence through his spells and potions? These are the important questions nobody seems to be asking.
And there is a kind of quality that he has that's spellbinding, and I think it probably literally is a spell. And the effect is to weaken people around him and make them more compliant and more confused. And I've experienced this myself. You spend a day with Trump and sort of like you're in this.
He's a warlock? Are we for real? Tucker literally thinks he's a warlock?
Kind of
pretty funny.
It's like smoking hash or something. It's interesting. Very interesting.
Isn't the only person that thinks Trump is an evil wizard or whatever he's trying to say here. Like Marina Abramovich, who's always at the center of conspiracy theories about satanic rituals and demonic ceremonies. You know, people think she's a witch or something. She referred to Trump as a magician of the highest order. Also, Tucker seems to think Trump has some kind of bad energy about him that causes people around him to become sick or have their lives ruined, or maybe get attacked by a demon. And in 2021, Tucker privately referred to Trump as a demonic force.
Can you remove
and these
your mark?
messages where he said that were leaked a few years later, around the same time he was attacked by a demon. So, is it a coincidence, or was Trump trying to get Tucker in line by sending a MAGA ghoul into his bedroom to intimidate him? Because then obviously Tucker went on to help Trump get elected, and now he regrets it and apologizes for it, and he seems to think he was influenced by a supernatural power. And he just seems disturbed by the whole thing.
That's
like,
where
also,
you want
a week
it.
before the
I can't put my
2024
other city
election,
down.
Tucker did a show on Halloween night with Donald Trump, and that same day he released the video where he talked about being attacked by a demon. So he spent Halloween night with a demonic force and announced he was attacked by a demon in his sleep. So maybe this was some kind of satanic humiliation ritual. And around this time it seemed like Tucker was possessed by a MAGA demon or under Trump's magic spell. He was saying some bizarre
That's why I'm
shit
putting this
and
one down
completely
first.
humiliating himself for Trump. Like, he went on this unhinged rant about how Trump winning the election is going to be like a dad coming home and spanking his daughter. And it was really weird, and Tucker seemed a little too into it. So, no wonder he wants people to think he was intoxicated by Trump's demonic spells and couldn't control himself, because this was fucking embarrassing. I'd act like I was possessed by a demon too if I did something like this.
Yeah, that's right. Dad comes home. And he's pissed. Dad is pissed. He's not
weird.
Vengeful. He loves his children. Disobedient as they may be, he loves them. Because they're his children, they live in his house. But he's very disappointed in their behavior. And he's gonna have to let them know. He's gonna have to get to your room right now and think about what you did. And when Dad gets home, you know what he says? You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl, and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now. And no,
you would assault
it's not
kids.
going to hurt me more than it hurts you. No, it's not. I'm not going to lie.
Why
it's gonna
girl?
hurt you a lot more than it hurts me. And you earned this. You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
So he was out of control. He probably cringes looking back on that, and maybe would even say he was possessed by a Trump demon, because now obviously he's completely turned on Trump, and even back then he had already called him a demonic force. And when he was asked about the messages where he said that and was really trashing Trump, he starts talking about how he has some crazy theories that he doesn't want to share because people would think they're too insane. So they must really be out there, because he already says so much wild shit. But he says he does question if Trump has some kind of negative effect on people around him because their lives keep getting ruined.
Because in 2021, through the Dominion lawsuit against Fox News, some of your texts went public.
Right.
And I'm just quoting from a couple of them. You know, you said there really isn't an upside to Trump. You said, I hate him passionately. I mean, clearly you had some feelings of reservation about the president.
Without question.
Before this time.
There's no doubt.
There's no doubt.
So I'm just trying to understand the...
You know, I have a lot of thoughts and theories about things.
Why don't you like the God King?
May or may not be rooted in reality. So I hesitate even to spring any of my theories on you, because like they're probably insane. But one thing that has bothered me for many years is the fact that a lot of people in Trump's immediate orbit have been hurt. And
yeah, he's a fascist.
Really hurt. You know, gone to prison, become unemployable, publicly shamed.
Everybody
gotten cancer.
knew this
And
before
I
he
just
took
am
office.
a believer
Even
in like,
you.
big picture assessments of things. And
so he's not like, wow, this is a horrible person who like brings everyone down around him. It's something to do with him being a warlock instead.
Great. Thanks, Tucker. Real, based in reality shit.
Yeah. What, you saying warlocks aren't real?
Yes.
Oh.
Until proven otherwise, fiction. I love that. I must say, I love that books that aren't real.
Warlock. Real.
So books that aren't real, so like fiction, will be called fiction. The books that aren't fiction don't have their own name. They're just called not fiction.
Okay,
I've always
so
found that
here you go.
incredibly funny.
Warlocks are real.
No, they're not.
Yeah, it's a practitioner of witchcraft or occult.
Uh-huh.
Often identifying as a male witch.
Sure. So they're Wiccans.
It's just, yes, if you follow Wicca, if you're a Wikipedia, you're a warlock. Warlockopedia.
When can I get open borders with city-states?
You have to ask the warlock.
It doesn't help me.
He's gonna tell you to solve a riddle to cross his bridge.
It's like this British show that me and my mate have been watching. I think it's called Limmy Show.
The Mighty Boosh.
Let me see if this
Old
is
Greg?
the right one. Yes, it is. It's called Limmy's Show.
Old Greg?
It's actually Scottish. I should not say British. It's Scottish. But it's like one of those old school skit shows.
Old Greg?
It's just like, what? And he does this one segment where it's a phone call adventure thing, like they used to do on TV. And he's just sitting there being like, giving him instructions, and he's arguing. The guy on the phone's arguing with him. And he's like, you need to pick up the shoes of Hermes before you can make this jump. He's like, fuck you. I killed the guy. They must be mine now. But he didn't say to pick the shoes up. Because he's like doing a D&D thing. And every action has to be explicitly said or it doesn't apply. I think that's the rule in D&D, right?
Mm.
Like if you don't explicitly say, I pick this up, you don't pick it up.
Mm.
Pretty sure that's how it works. Anyway, he was doing this and he was like, oh, there's a gigantic chasm. You must take a leap. And the guy that's calling up just in a rage fit while he's going, you fall to your death. It's fucking great. But it's typical British comedy. So if you don't like British comedy, you probably wouldn't like it. But it's a bit of an old show. I don't actually know where you would find it to watch it.
Great.
Because my mate downloaded it.
So you're trying to think, like, is Trump good or bad? Like, he's saying things I
It's
really
worth watching,
agree with. But then people around him are getting hurt. Is the country actually getting better? I don't know. It's hard to know. Because to some extent,
Next question.
Your vision is obscured by the intensity of some of these debates. Mine is easily obscured by that intensity. But did I have reservations about Trump? Of course. And, to some extent, I sublimated them or rationalized them away or focused on areas where I agreed with him.
So even though Tucker thought Trump was a terrible person, a demonic force, and a destroyer, he still campaigned for him. So I guess that's how powerful Trump's spells and demonic enemies are. But now Tucker
for a long time
really guilty over it. He apologized and said he'll be tormented by it for a long time, just like he was tormented by that demon in his bedroom.
You and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now.
Yes.
So I do think it's like a moment to wrestle with our own consciences.
Demons.
And demons.
We'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be. And I want to say misleading people it was not intentional. That's all I'll say.
So the Trump ghouls got the best of Tucker, but at least now he's starting to snap out of Trump's demonic spell. He even had an exorcist priest on his podcast last month, maybe to help him get over it. And they talked a lot about politicians being demonically possessed and working with the devil.
And can you just restate what the qualities are that you see in people that are compatible with demons? Just like to remember to avoid these things. What are they?
Well, it's basically people that, and this is actually some of the secondary signs of possession. It's people who have a tendency towards mendacity, lying all the time, duplicitous. I've made this comment even publicly about certain politicians. You can tell that these people are in cahoots with the devil because of the fact that every single thing they do maximizes damage within their capacity to do so. You get around you do. You get around people that are like that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I know them.
Even though they might have a veneer of respectability, they're in a position of authority and they kind of conduct themselves a certain way. Everything they do. I first noticed
they
this.
don't show any, like a normal, I lie, I have lied, I hate lying, but I have done it. But when I do it, or I think most people, when they lie, you kind of twitch a little bit. You don't want to lie.
Yeah.
It's the people who register no concern at all about lying.
Right. No
that
remorse.
is a sign.
So I don't know if
That's
Tucker's
you,
shaking
Tucker.
that demon yet because
It literally
he lies
is, yeah.
constantly. Or maybe he forgets what he says because his brain is still scrambled. You know, he literally forgot his dad was in the CIA and he can't remember anything he says. And this guy, Milk Bar TV on Twitter, does a good job documenting it. Make sure you follow him.
No,
Because these clips
stop
make Tucker
using
look
this
so
guy.
confused. He's always lying, or he always
Guy's a
forgets things or
dickhead.
forgets how the internet works, and that people
He blocked
have
me
these
because I
clips and
called him
stuff he
out for
says
being
is
a
out there
dickhead.
forever.
Like, oh, you're from a CIA family. Well, yeah, obviously my father worked in conjunction with CIA. I mean, that's what that is. And I tried to join the CIA, but I'm not being false about it.
And he's attacking my dad as a CIA, his dad's in the CIA or whatever. And I'm like, well, that's no, untrue. Then my father dies, and I learn, actually, yeah, you know, was involved in that world. Completely shocked by it. So no one has to believe me, but that's just a fact.
Right.
Hamas is a group of jihadis. They're Islamic extremists, which they also claim constantly. I don't know if that's true, by the way. It seems more like a political organization.
Raised some eyebrows this week when you said that Hamas is more like a political organization than a terror group. That was on the new episode of your show when you were talking.
I didn't say that.
The future that I imagine is not a future in which we're yelling at each other about race. It's a future in which people are legitimately revolutionary, maybe even violent, on the basis of thwarted economic opportunity.
You said in our previous interview, the future that I imagine is not a future in which we're yelling at each other about race. It's a future in which people are legitimately revolutionary, maybe even violent, on the basis of thwarted economic opportunity.
I certainly didn't mean to endorse violence. I can't imagine I would never say that intentionally. I'm amazed that you have a tape of me saying that, and I just want to disavow it.
Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist?
Could this be the Antichrist?
I don't know where that comes from, but I know that those words never left my lips because...
So that demon must have really messed him up, and he still hasn't unscrambled his brain yet. Hopefully he's able to get it together one day, but now that he's turned on Trump, he better watch out for more spells and ghosts and ghouls and stuff that Trump could use on him. Because Trump's not messing around anymore, and apparently he's now turned into an immortal psychic demon, according to Tucker's former guest, Professor Zhang.
Will Donald Trump ever die? Because I understand, yes, he eats McDonald's every single day. I understand he is fat and old. Will he die? And I fear that he won't die. He's a psychic demon, okay? And you feed a psychic demon through intense emotions. And there's so many intense emotions surrounding Donald Trump. Is he gonna die? Because he's not gonna go away, okay? As long as he can stay in that office, he's not gonna die. And like, quite honestly, there's no way to get rid of him now.
So is Trump an immortal psychic demon that conjures ghosts and puts spells on people? Or is he just some old fat guy that has heart problems from eating too much McDonald's? Or is there even a difference? You know, I think there's a fine line between eating McDonald's and participating in a demonic ritual. Just ask RFK Jr. You know, he thinks Big Macs are poison, but Trump forced him to eat one, then bragged about it. So is that some kind of demonic humiliation ritual? You know, is this how Trump gains power over these people? Like through satanic rituals, demons, spells, and demonic Big Macs? Was Trump trying to scramble RFK's brain with that Big Mac? Well, actually, he doesn't really need to. You know, RFK already has brain worms, but I don't know what the hell I'm talking about anymore. I think my brain's probably scrambled after making this video. But if you want to support my efforts while I lose my mind trying to make sense of this madness, check out the Patreon. There's a ton of content over there. Recently,
I saw the other day like a bird got in somewhere, and RFK fucking caught it with his bare hands.
I saw that, yeah.
Clips. You know, he's just as cringy as ever. He's complaining about being soft.
And he's holding it up to the camera
I made a
like
whole video about how untouched Dave Chappelle's become. That dude's ego is through the roof. He's something else. Also, I cover a lot of Alex Jones crash outs on there. That's always hilarious. There are over 200 other exclusive videos on there, and I post every week. So if you enjoy the channel, want extra content, want to stay up to date with everything, it's definitely worth checking out. There'll be a link in the description.
Pimp Tool. Secretly gay.
Get you go.
Meatball.
Get you.
Whoa. Meatball zoomies.
Get you. Get you. Get you, go. Get you.
And get investors, billionaire money, and they buy engagement, they buy followers, and they sort of propel themselves to the top of the heap, and they fake it till they make it a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Everybody does that.
Everybody just not does that.
Well, we've just never done anything like
everybody
that.
Everybody does not do that.
The Daily Wire, apparently it's being reported.
Hey, this
has laid
anti-fascist
off
book
50%,
that I'm reading
half
talks
of the
about
company.
Milo a lot.
No.
Half of the company.
Talks about him a lot. Basically attributing him to the rise of the alt-right, essentially, which that's not an unfounded accusation. He had a large part to play in it. I consumed a lot of Milo Yiannopoulos' content back in the day as well. Very prominent. So, like, I'm not opposed to that categorization of that. So it's, I don't know, it's very interesting. I'm very interested to read the rest of this book. It's great. Recommend. I wonder if he's still, the author is still in Europe. I don't think he'd come back. Because he ran from the US. I think it was specifically around the time of when the government made Antifa a thing, domestic terror organization.
Remember when they celebrated being domestic terrorists at APAC or CPAC?
Company. Yes. Half of the people working there were laid off.
Remember when CPAC had a Nazi rune as a stage?
There's a lot of reasons.
That was the
for
same.
this, I'm sure.
CPAC.
It was the same one.
Daily Wire tried to do a cartoon.
Yes, you can. People should check out Jose, his video essay on the Daily Wire and their forays into children's entertainment. Because
Bent Key, it was a whole channel for children's programming.
to combat Miss Rachel and other scary, pro-Hamas factions that are trying to indoctrinate your children. But it was a big failure because Boring and the rest of the Daily Wire team anticipated that they could ride What is a Woman's Success into other areas that would expand into, like, say, family programming to unwoke your children. But it turns out the people that signed up for What is a Woman kind of just signed up for that whole transphobia thing that had the contour documentary while being a propaganda out.
What'd you say? What'd you just say?
I don't remember. Bet it was funny, though.
Okay.
And that children just want to watch, like, children's programming that maybe they've heard about from their friends or other parents too, like
kids love to watch something that none of their friends watch.
Right.
The big issue, and this guy talked about it, was, well, first off, we should just say, in a general way, remember they had that movie Ballers or something
Lady
like that?
Ballers.
Lady Ballers, or whatever it was. You have to understand that Ben Shapiro desperately wanted to be a comedy writer. Desperately. And I will tell you, like, the biggest track you can follow to be a comedy
Conservatives
writer
aren't funny.
in Hollywood is to do what, Brian? Is to go to what university?
Harvard.
That is right. The number of offices I would walk in when I was an actor doing sitcoms, and I would walk into a room and they would go, "Where are you from?" And I go, "Well, I've been living in Boston for the past, like, in Cambridge." And they're like, "Oh, I lived in Cambridge for a while."
Yeah.
And they would never say, "I went to Harvard."
Dude, I got that on the subway this fucking weekend. I was wearing a Red Sox hat. And the guy goes, "I lived in Cambridge
I
for a
lived
little
in
while."
Cambridge.
No, it's a bit in 30 Rock where he's no, not Tufts, right? So yeah.
And but he could never break in. I don't think he made $1 from Hollywood. And like,
He wasn't on the Lampoon?
I don't think he was. I don't think he ever made. Maybe he did. Maybe he was. I don't know.
There's no chance.
Probably not. And
this premise makes absolutely no sense.
And it was because of the wokeness. I mean, that's why he was at Breitbart. Everybody who started off at Breitbart, particularly back in the day, they resented Hollywood because they were considered unfunny, untalented people.
Unfuckable
and
losers.
They desperately wanted to be in show business. And so Shapiro, when they started to make some money, and they had a ton of money poured in. We will discuss that in a moment. They're like, oh, now's our chance to finally get to Hollywood. So they made a movie, and they all starred in it, almost like a dentist would do this. Like, hey, I'm willing to finance the movie, but my girlfriend, she's an actress. Did you know that? She's very talented.
They put Candace Owens in a cartoon as a voice.
And then they made, exactly, and then they, made their cartoon, and none of it did. And they made a kid programming, but they geared it towards the parents. Because kids don't walk around going like, I'm sick of the wokeness.
Yes.
And so they made it for the parents and promised them it'll be anti-woke. And then what happens is they have this, whatever the subscription cost to this kid service, and the kids are like, I don't like it. I don't want to watch it. And then
nothing's more American, like Blue Heeler, definitely not like an iconic American hunting dog. Certainly not. Fucking South American rodent? No, that's American. Like, why a chinchilla and not like a golden retriever or something, guys? Kids don't even know what a chinchilla is, guys. Maybe make it a dog or a cat.
All of a sudden, like when the kids can't be babysitted by your TV, you cancel. But there's also another issue. And don't take my word for it. Take Milo Yiannopoulos' word for it. Because about a year ago, was this about a year ago? Yep. He was on with Tim Pool. And Milo at that time decided, I'm not holding back on the secrets of how the right-wing media ecosystem works. Now, this was uncomfortable for Tim because you'll remember this was just after it was discovered that Tim was getting paid somewhere around the neighborhood of $100,000 a video for a company that turned out to be a front for the Russian government.
Yeah, and I'll just say we picked this conversation up right after
Liverpool
Milo realized he accidentally talked about something that implicated Tim Pool and talked about everyone implicated as idiots.
Yes.
Yes, Liverpool.
Franken babies for paying women to.
We've also got Manchester.
As a high moral standard or
sure, but in this regard,
in
I can tell
London.
you
no, I don't really take his word for
wrong.
anything. I don't take his word for anything for all kinds of reasons, particularly how he treated me.
I had
he's
to
a
put
liar.
the government
He's a
plaza
liar.
in
Sure,
London.
He's a slippery, slimy, gross.
I can say in this one regard that involves me, it's not the case.
I don't know that. You may know that because you know things other people don't know. But it's not an unreasonable supposition that they've removed it. Look, I think we can move on from this.
Oh, pause it for a second. I just want to say, like, the person he's talking about who's a liar is Dave Rubin. Okay, that's not the point of this. But
He's
two
more of
things
a
can be true.
doofus.
Go back a little bit.
Know that. You may know that because you know things other people don't know. But it's not an unreasonable supposition that they've removed it. Look, I think we can move on from this. It is no secret that a lot of bad money has gone to people on the right and on the center right. But it's typically the case that right-wing people will go and get investors rather than do advertisers. Fake it till they make it, and then they'll get sort of the big ticket advertisers. So the way Ben Shapiro, the way Candace get famous is they get Wilkes Brothers or they get some other kind of billionaire money, and they buy engagement, they buy followers, and they sort of propel themselves to the top of the heap, and they fake it till they make it, and then eventually it's kind of sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Everybody does that.
Everybody does not do that.
Well, we've never done anything like
everybody
that.
Everybody does not do that.
That's weird.
Self-report.
That's a weird thing to say, isn't it? Everybody does that. I mean, except for We don't do that.
We know.
This is sort of reminiscent of like nobody would buy ads on a specific YouTube channel, and then Ian says you did that on Sam Seder's channel.
Yeah, but that was a gag.
But why does he do that? Why does he impulsively get out ahead of it when he knows that they've done these exact
He's
same
possessed
things?
by
It's
a
like
demon,
tick.
Emma.
It is a tick. It is definitely
Like a defensive
He's
tick.
always
deny,
lying.
deny.
Didn't
Yeah.
you hear the
Oh,
fucking pastor or whatever the fuck his
It's
name
like a
was?
child.
Piers Morgan said that he knew nothing about how people would phone hack celebrities' phones in the 90s, but was apparently bragging about it at lunches. Like, oh yeah, you just use the default code and you can get into anyone's phone.
But let's be clear so that we can listen to the rest of this. What Milo is saying. When you buy engagement, what you're doing is you're buying views or downloads or whatever it is. And when you do that, it gets you to the top of the charts. And then the network effect takes over. Like on our podcast weirdly has continued to grow at a nominal pace over the years. But there's no network effect like there is on YouTube. Because if we're not in the top 10, nobody knows we're there.
Right.
We don't advertise. We probably should somewhere. I don't know where. But
on our channel,
business expertise aside, there's no way for anybody to find
Remember
it
when the Vanguard
unless
boys
like a
were
friend
like,
tells
we
them,
beat
or
him
you
in that
guys
debate.
tell somebody to go listen to this. Even if you give good reviews, it helps. But we're never going to be up in the top 10 where people, and we're not part of a bigger network where we can get introduced to people. But if we were to buy downloads and get to the top 10, then everybody's like, well, I'm going to try this out. And this is the big conservative podcast. And I'm a conservative. And this is the way I identify. And so I'm going to download this and I'm going to keep downloading it, even if I never even listen to it. And that's what he means, fake it till you make it. There's a problem with that, though, in that the durability of those listeners that you get in that way are suspect. But go back just a little more and let's just listen to that again.
It's typically the case that right-wing people will go and get investors rather than do advertisers, fake it till they make it, and then they'll get, sort of the big ticket advertisers. So the way Ben Shapiro, the way Candace get famous is they get Wilkes Brothers or they get some other kind of billionaire money, and they buy engagement, they buy followers, and they sort of propel themselves to the top of the heap, and they fake it till they make it, and then eventually it's kind of sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Everybody does that.
Everybody does not do that.
Well, we've never done anything like
everybody
that.
Does not do that. And I said two people who did that, who are demonstrably did that, right? I didn't say everybody did that. I never did that. When I was cancelled, I had the same number of followers as Ben Shapiro and everything. I was growing faster. He was growing more slowly, and 60% of his followers were fake. 100% of mine were organic. In fact, we ran things to get rid of the bots, right?
I love catty conservatives who are pissed at the movement because that's the only place we get some truth out of those people.
He is gay.
God bless Milo for
it brings a bit of that.
That's always what I suspected.
that cattiness with him.
Back in the day, Ben Shapiro was getting more views on Facebook.
Well, he claims he's ungayed himself, but
and nobody questioned it. And it seemed really suspicious.
Yeah.
Now they had
I think he just hates it.
$3 or $4 million on advertising on Facebook.
Mentally convinced himself.
How much of that is organic? People have told me that they've watched this show, and Ben Shapiro advertises on it, not in the way that Tim Pool did, where he directed it onto the show. I imagine it's like political shows. But if you don't stop the video, so for instance, a lot of people just listen to it in the background, our show. They're away from their computer. If you don't stop the ad that comes in, it will play for an hour. You will get the entire Ben Shapiro show.
What the fuck?
And they will count that as a view, even if it just lasts, like, I think over, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever it is, before you realize, like, hey, wait a second. What just happened? I was listening to Sam and Emma, and all of a sudden, like, I thought it was a clip, and it turns out to be like I'm watching the Ben Shapiro show. And at one point,
does that mean you would get ads within the ad?
The merry-go-round bends, and you're without a chair, or whatever it is, and And I think that's what's happening to Shapiro.
Yeah, I think that it's a really notable shift in the online media business model that we're seeing. And I don't, we don't have all of the information at our disposal, obviously, because these are kind of private entities. But I really think you see wealthy people realizing that they get way more bang for their buck if they're going to subsidize one creator. And it's all the influencer economy right now. Like the Trump administration's filled with a bunch of influencers that got big that way. And even the Erica Kirk versus Candace Owens thing. It's this mutually beneficial rivalry that they have that drives views for both of them. And so they're simulating drama almost like when in the reality TV heydays with the Real Housewives, but it's just on the right. And people like that stuff. And it sort of is about politics, but it's also sort of not. If you were a benefactor of the Daily Wire, why would you want to subsidize like a whole studio? I think TYT is probably experiencing something very similar with like the fact that they had wealthy investors and now it's like this whole operation as opposed to say Candace Owens ranting and raving in her studio and reaching so many more people, millions and millions of people. Tucker Carlson, same thing. So, there are fissures on the right. I think that a lot of the fissures on the right are being conflated with the influencer incentives, which are towards drama. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't fracture things as well, as particularly on the issue of Israel. That can be exploited. We just can't overstate it because they are operating within business incentives that are newer and I think harder for people to get a handle on. But that's what the whole influencer thing is. It's just driving each other to headlines and advertising yourself and placing yourself at the center of so-called news.
But I also think with the right, and I think this is the distinction between like the TYT investment and the investment you see on the right. On the right, it is the returns are not measured necessarily in dollars.
Yeah.
The returns are measured in messaging and politics. The investment that TYT got was just a business investment. I mean, I think they didn't find their politics offensive, although in some instances, some people argue that they moved to the right in part in certain like business things. I don't know if that's true. But my sense is that entity is a business entity that is not perceiving their investment in that as politics. How you operate with that investment is a different question. But the money invested into Shapiro, the money invested into Candace Owens, the money invested into Dave Rubin, the money invested into Tim Pool. From, and it was, they were paying for videos, wildly overpaying.
Yeah.
Was for ideological or political reasons, almost exclusively. Like, Tenet Media never thought they were going to make back the $100,000 per video they were paying. They were doing this because they want to promote this message that they had. So too, I think, with the Shapiro supporters, and it is fascinating to see what happens when they're faking it till they make it runs out of juice.
But that's where it's just I think your argument bolsters what I'm saying is that
I'll give you some
they're
juice.
just directly subsidizing them now, as opposed, which is essentially what they were doing before by bolstering his advertisements. But if you can directly subsidize creators and you don't have to have the bureaucracy of a board or any of that stuff, and that they're gonna pursue a politics that you support, why wouldn't you do that? Why would you need this formal structure of the Daily Wire and a company like that or a TYT like that, where the individual creators, it's so much cheaper and they have way, way broader reach than what was the case previously?
Yes. I think the technology has passed them by. There's like a legacy, they had a legacy sort of...
mindset.
Yeah, they had legacy costs, essentially. And you don't need to have, pretend like you're a TV show. You don't need to... they're competing against people with much lower margin. But nevertheless, even with that said, I think the problem that they had is that maybe those billionaires decided to move on to somebody else. But also, no billionaire is going to keep just funneling, unless it's like their pet project, money into this they may at one point go like, I'm checking my returns and, it could be that Shapiro got on the wrong side of like the Israel debate for a lot of those people. I mean,
but how would we have known about that tenant thing unless there was like an indictment? I mean, how many more arrangements are like that? There's less oversight.
I would imagine so many.
There's less. You don't have.
Everybody does it.
You don't have to do.
I mean, we don't do it.
Right. Except for obviously the Kamala Harris campaign ads that we were seeing.
The Kamala Harris campaigns.
But like that. But there's less oversight, right? Like, I mean, that's also what's helpful is that you can have a more direct relationship with the creator too. Yeah. I mean, it's just that it's one of the many, many ways that our information economy and economy is broken.
Yep.
And isn't necessarily fixed by something being nominally independent.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Zapata's drinking the top water. I finally caught him doing it.
Has he not been?
I haven't been sure. Because he's really into bottom water. And I'm like, I think it's just loud. But he's always, like, I let him into the bottom and he, like, rushes to the bottle of water and starts guzzling it.
Interesting. Oh, good. I picked the right thing. Free inquiry was good because I get bonus gold from harbors. Oh, yeah. Good.
What's going on over there? We being crazy?
Can buy a builder now. Right. Build. Writing is easy. This one. Writing is easy. Hang up, give me that government. Nice. I love it when I get 3. Had my scout out and I found 3 tribal villages and I was like, oh, I'm very close to the end of the era. Usually I'd just pick them up and be dumb. But I waited this time. 3 free era score. Writing is easy. Another one. Oh, there's so many. There's one above you, tribal village.
I know.
The absurdity of American... The conservative... Bernstein turned up in Havana. The conservative movement... Bernstein turned up in Havana.
Both in one person?
Both of them.
2 in 1, all right.
It takes 2 to match the wits. One, Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley, however,
there's like
running into a few problems in Havana. Here he is from a sanctioned Havana hotel. I think through sheer ignorance, Nick Shirley is confronting the absurdity of American sanctions by staying in a hotel he is definitely not allowed to be staying in. So critical support to Comrade Shirley here, who is facing difficult circumstances. Let's roll this video that Nick Shirley actually produced. This is not AI or made up or anything. Let's roll some Nick Shirley.
All right. Depending when this comes out, or if it does, we are currently being tailed by Cuban intelligence here in Havana, Cuba. I came here. I've been wanting to make a video for so long about life in communism and showing people what communism is like in a place like Cuba, for instance. I go out at the airport. They seize all of my cameras. They seize both my GoPros, my meta glasses. These are not my meta glasses. All my microphones. However, the only thing they don't take is my iPhone camera. That's what I'm filming this on right now. They don't take my iPhone camera, and somehow they didn't get this microphone that was in the very, very bottom of my backpack. We're filming this video, and when we're next to the hospital, we see undercover cop roll up on us, and my security guards that are with me, they detected him, and then all of a sudden there's another one. So we hopped back in another taxi, we left the scene, and we thought we were good. They didn't tell us, and we left. But since we left the airport, we had been getting tailed, or the word had gotten out that there was a journalist inside of Cuba. There's only 2 flights that come in here every single day. So it wasn't hard to spot out who the journalist was. And we have Cuban intelligence down in the lobby of the hotel right now, working to essentially try to round us up and potentially imprison us or make it so we cannot leave Cuba.
So the interesting thing about that video, one of them at least, when I went over there recently, there was this massive hullabaloo about the fact that quote-unquote 5-star hotel, when you have a giant group of Americans who are traveling to Cuba, there are only a couple of hotels that you're allowed to stay in. You can stay in their version of kind of Airbnbs, but spreading 700 people out around those would be rather logistically difficult. So among the hotels that you're allowed to stay in, there's only a couple, because they can't have connections to the Cuban government. He's staying in one that is fully 100% sanctioned. I don't think he's deliberately violating American sanctions and
I think he's
supporting the communist Cuban. The argument is by staying there, he's supporting the tyrannical communist government, and so therefore he shouldn't be staying there, and it's a crime. What's the statute of limitations? Would it be funny if President Plattner rolls in and
filming crimes
and lifts sanctions on Cuba, but also prosecutes Shirley for violating them while they were still in place? So good for Shirley for showing the absurdity of these American sanctions. Now, so he's there doing some reporting. I think his mom is sort of like his handler, right? She's kind of has guided him.
I thought they traveled together, yeah.
I'm much angrier at his mom than him. He doesn't have any idea what he's doing. He's can't be upset with him.
Right?
Yeah. He is. He's challenged.
We were going to make a joke of literacy being Cuba's
Bro said he's
one
retired.
strength.
He's bringing down the literacy rate in Cuba single-handedly.
I wasn't going to make the joke, but I.
You know what he said? You know what's going on in Nick Shirley's head?
You know how when they put on the belt with the bombs on them, and just before they get ready to go off, they say "Allah Abba"?
That's what's going on in his head.
No, I'm saying he said his head is a bad egg. Hey, I got a new one. I don't know when we'll use it, but we talk about gear enough that I figured, hey, maybe this will come up.
In the rear with the gear.
Maybe if they ever say Rear Admiral, you gotta be quick.
Well, we talk about roids and stuff, and I always say gear because it's funny to say gear.
I mean, it's technically not incorrect.
Only people who use gear call it gear.
Sure.
Or in the proximity of gear. You know?
Yeah.
If you refer to it as gear, you know somebody on gear.
Yeah. That's a fair assessment.
was going to tee you up to make the joke.
But I'm upset with his mom. Like, his mom should have been like, well, you can't just bring in a whole bunch of equipment and start filming in Cuba.
Yep.
Like, there's a process you have to go through with the government to get a visa connected to doing journalism. If the Chinese tried to send their leading propagandist to, like, make videos here in the United States,
We'd roll out the red carpet.
well, we would also
We would follow them.
We would follow them.
Yes.
Yeah. And there are ways, like, you can't just come in on you're not supposed to just come in on a tourist visa and do it. Like, there are processes, forms you're supposed to fill out.
Right.
Now, obviously, Cuba has stacks and stacks of forms. That's what they are.
Well, and nobody except for like maybe, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe people who are sort of still avowed Marxists, nobody really tries to claim that the Cuban government isn't repressive and
Right.
is not going to follow foreign journalists, and that the process.
Everyone would agree they're repressive. The question is, like, some would argue maybe it's good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. But it's obviously a repressive country. Again, even some of the people who are arguing against sanctions and the like.
They have tight rules around
admit that.
speech and
yes,
media.
They have
Yeah.
artists in political prison. Like, yes.
If you want
and so Nick Shirley
if you want to
coming in
interview
with
somebody at the University of Havana who's a high-profile person, like, that's a government university, and you have to then get permission from, like, the government to interview. Like,
right.
Not the kind of system journalists prefer.
You can't settle
Which,
here.
when you came back from Cuba, we talked about all
Yeah.
of this.
Yeah.
Like, we talked about the process. We
I
talked about
settled
how
on
you were
the
able to do
rivers.
those tours of the hospitals.
But it's also not a
You can have the
mystery,
coast.
like,
You gotta
what
move
Cuba
over
is.
more.
Apparently, other than
I
anybody
literally
other
can't
than Nick
this
Shirley.
river.
I literally can't.
So I hope the Cubans.
The only
government
spot
takes,
that'll connect my
mercy on
cities.
poor Nick Shirley.
Truly.
He knows not what he does.
So Marco Rubio gave a briefing yesterday, and
Well, it's the
I think it's
only one.
worth rolling this. This is going to be D4. Marco Rubio did the White House briefing yesterday.
'Cause I need to be on
and both
rivers.
Rubio and Trump continue to talk about what could be coming imminently for Cuba. Trump obviously infamously said that he may have the privilege of taking
it's just the
Cuba.
tail of
Here
this
was
one, don't
Here
worry.
was Secretary of
That's where
State
my guy is.
Rubio at the White
You
House
think he'll be
yesterday.
able to settle in
There's no oil blockade on Cuba per se. Here's what's happening with Cuba, okay? Cuba used to get free oil from Venezuela. Used to give them a bunch of free
It's just
oil.
this
They would take
fucking
like
two
60% of that
volcanoes there. I
oil
don't want-
and resell it for cash. It wouldn't even go to benefit the people. So the only blockade that's
Like, it's
happened
just
is
a
the
shit
Cubans have
spot,
decided, I mean, the Venezuelans have decided we're not giving you free oil anymore. And you can
I
only
wanted to go
imagine nowadays
closer to
the
the
way
coast, but
oil
you
prices
told
are,
me to
no
put
one's
it
giving
there.
away free oil, much less to a
I
failed
told you
regime. So the
that
problem
this
with
would
Cuba
happen.
is worse, okay?
Okay.
Their
Well,
economic
I'm
model doesn't
asking
work.
you-
Doesn't work. And the people who are in charge can't fix it. And the reason that I can't fix it is not just because they're
They're all
communists, that's
quick
bad enough, but they're incompetent communists.
Okay, so he also,
quick saving
Southcom's
so I can
Twitter,
see the
I can't believe
satellite
that's a thing I'm
lines.
even saying, but Southcom's, I guess, X account
Is there a
posted a very calculated image of Secretary Rubio yesterday, D2, posing in front of a map of Cuba with General Francis Donovan. Quote, their discussions, according to Southcom, focused on U.S. efforts to counter threats that undermine security, stability, and democracy in our hemisphere. Absolutely no mistake that they are shaking hands in front of a giant map of Cuba, Ryan.
Yeah, and he was asked about
just need
that
the
in his
holy
press conference,
site
and
on
he
the
said,
river,
yeah,
so
that
I'll
was
move
to send a
down a
signal.
little.
Also, what he said in that
That should be
clip
fine.
is just a flat-out lie. Forget
But a quick
Venezuela.
save, so-
Mexico and every other country that wants to sell oil to Cuba, not give it away, sell it, is told that they're not allowed to do that by the United States. I don't know why he keeps telling this lie so confidently, but he does. Russia brought a tanker there, and Trump allowed it to go through. The fact that Trump had to say that he was allowing a Russian tanker to go to Cuba tells you that there is a blockade. If there was no blockade, Trump would have nothing to do with a transaction between Russia and Cuba.
Tornado! Watch out,
Meanwhile, a
settler.
little bit of news that came out yesterday. Cuba finalized a massive reform of its immigration system, a huge loosening of it. Previously, they didn't allow dual citizenship for the most part, and if you were gone for a certain amount of time, that was kind of a de facto renunciation of your citizenship. The immigration law is always complex, so we might have the details slightly off here. But the loosening it's going to allow dual citizenship, and it's going to allow Cubans who have gone to not just the U.S., but Brazil, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, you name it, to go back and forth. It will also allow them to spend money that they have earned in Central or South America or the North America back in Cuba, and then to go again. So it's a huge liberalization of their immigration policy, which is interesting, and it comes at a time as hundreds of thousands of people, as Trump and then Biden really ratcheted up the boot on the neck of the Cuban economy. Hundreds of thousands of Cubans and millions at this point, over maybe 5-6 years, have fled Cuba. And so what this is saying is that if they want to come back, it's the way I read it. If they want to come back, they can do so, and they don't have to stay either. They can come back and visit and go back. So anyway, that's
and potentially bring stuff for people suffering.
Bring stuff and bring money.
Yeah. It's a flight from Miami to Havana. It's easy.
Or from Costa Rica or wherever else they are, because they're like Cubans are doing pretty well in other countries because they all got this.
Haitians
they all
too.
got this. But Cubans in particular, because they got this really good education in Cuba, and so they're able to then outperform other people in like Brazil or Colombia or Costa Rica or whatever. When I was in Cuba, I was talking to some people there who were saying it was ironic that a lot of their friends who have left and done really well have turned right wing, and they're the ones who stayed in Cuba were like, it's a little annoying because they got this socialist education and then used that to do well in these countries where education is not a priority, and have kind of forgotten how they got there. But that's because there's
okay, you're just yapping about Cuba now, nerd.
Kind of be like that.
Okay, you ready?
He almost had Cuban spies after him. What the fuck?
Meteor to the south of you.
Suitzer.
All right, depending when this comes out, or if it does, we are.
He almost had Cuban spies. What's going on?
All right, depending.
If you're seeing this, I'm already gay. I mean dead. Come.
Honestly, bro, like, you really gotta lock in. Like, I wouldn't do that if I was him. It's just too dangerous. Like, we need guys like Nick Shirley.
Came here to make this video. When people think about communism, they typically just think about how communism is supposed.
Did you hear bro swallow? How many glizzies do you think he can fit in there? He's a power
They typically
swallower.
just think about how make this video. Communism is like in a place like Cuba, for instance.
Honestly, bro, like, you really gotta lock in. Like, I wouldn't do that if I was him. It's just too dangerous. Like, we need guys like Nick Shirley.
Came here to make this video.
Yeah.
When people think about communism,
What, you a pussy?
they typically just think about how communism is supposed to make everything equal, whether it be the amount of money someone makes, or how food's distributed, and how the markets are then
Everybody's
controlled by
equal,
the government.
and everything is
However, something that
perfect.
people do not think about, including myself, is how in communism they do not have freedom of speech. They don't have freedom of press. and therefore they want to make sure everything that is posted or out in the world about their country is filtered or censored. So here in Cuba,
I'm gonna be real, like if I ever went to one of these countries, I would not even say this while I was in the country. I would not even, because I would not know, like, do they have the room bugged or something like that? Like, I would be like,
you're a gigantic
as soon
pussy.
as I arrived into Cuba, I did everything that you needed to do to come into Cuba as far as the documentation that it takes to come into Cuba. Right now, there's a big problem taking place here in Cuba. The largest humanitarian crisis they've had in maybe 50 years. And there's no oil or gas due to the blockade after Trump and the United States took over and captured Maduro. So Venezuela is no longer supporting Cuba with any oil or gas.
Oh, man.
And that also affects everything that they have.
Isn't it crazy that they just kind of got Maduro and everything just got better?
Need to buy a builder.
Like the new person, they're working with them, it's fine. The political prisoners are getting let out. There's an embassy that's coming back over there. Like everything just basically, you literally just got rid of one guy and like, well, you can't just, well, actually.
Essentially, between whether it be the food or from it being the light.
Crazy.
And the power shortages here.
Did it get better for the people though, and how? Yeah, it obviously got better for the people. They're not being oppressed under the same dictatorship. And on top of that, the political prisoners that were being held by Venezuela, many of them were released. So yes, actually it did get better for the people. Now, are there still problems there? Obviously. But for you to act like there wasn't a dramatic improvement is just being dishonest.
Alone. Here in Cuba, you hardly see any cars driving around because nobody can afford gas. For 1 liter of gas, it's $10.
They also don't have fucking cars.
Where am I getting from here? So I go
you
out.
don't see cars in Cuba because they can't
at the
import.
airport. They seize all of my cameras. They seize both my GoPros, my Meta glasses. These are not my Meta glasses. All my microphones. However, the only thing they don't take is my iPhone camera. That's what I'm filming this on right now. They don't take my iPhone camera, and somehow they didn't get this microphone that was
they might not know what it is.
Very, very bottom of my backpack.
Uh-huh.
So we get out and we go.
So like, this leads me to believe this guy is legitimately this stupid, and he thought he could just bring cameras in through customs.
He probably is.
Like, I didn't go through customs to get into Syria. Like, there's no Syria stamp in my passport.
Mm.
I don't even know if they do stamps even. A lot of countries do. A lot of them are optional, and it's kind of like a decoration.
Okay.
That you can get it if you want to have a little stamp collection.
Sure.
But yeah, like, you had to basically go in through a smuggling route in Turkey, but I was still dealing with the local government, you know? Because you got to be careful as well. You can't be like that one idiot who did an interview it was like on Lindsay Snell's channel or whatever, and talking about how he like found the shadiest fucking dude ever, and like somehow got involved with like being held prisoner and stuff by Al-Qaeda.
Yes. Well, that fucking British doofus.
Gonna grab all the gold policies I can. Gold, gold, gold.
start to make the video asking Cubans about life in communism, showing what's going on with the blockade, showing
4 liters to a gallon.
kind of the downfall of
Bro forgot where he was.
Yeah.
Of Cuba. One.
This shit is bizarre. Like, what is with these mannerisms? He totally went frog mode there. Bro started becoming frog. Frogman. As one would say.
Sure. Talk about it later.
Is the deal I sent you still there?
No. Yes. 100?
Yeah, like I'll tell you right now. I sold tobacco to Indonesia. I can tell you what I sold it to him. Hang on, because it tells me. No, it only tells me per turn. They gave me like 250 gold for a tobacco plus 3 gold per turn. And it's about to expire, which means that the tobacco I'm selling you, you could potentially sell it if I don't get to it first. You could potentially sell it to Indonesia.
Sure.
So
it's literally half my money.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that
no, it's more than half.
You can sell it for more to Indonesia if you get it before because it's about to expire in 1 turn. So if you get in that trade menu before I do, you might get even more money. You know, it might have been a sweet deal. She might give you more than 100. I think it was a fair offer. I only need a little bit for building. What do I want? Oh, I can't get this fucking tribal village because it's in fucking doofus land. Whatever. Okay, watch this. Watch the mannerism on this weird person.
4 liters to a gallon.
Kind of the downfall, showing what.
Like, I think bro is like, if I knew, like, if I didn't know he was super Mormon, you know, I'd say he was high as shit. Like, maybe he's just jet lagged, or maybe he's regularly this stupid. But like, this was a passes blunt or hits blunt type moment. Watch him fucking literally go frog-eyed.
And we start to make the video asking Cubans about life in communism, showing what's going on with the blockade, showing
4 liters to a gallon.
kind of the downfall of Cuba. 1 sec, I'm working.
That is a high moment, isn't it?
Right now, we're currently planning our escape route out of Cuba right now.
Escape route.
So had to respond to take a message to get out of here somehow.
I'm gonna go to the airport.
We go out into the streets and we start filming this video. We're showing people what life is like in Cuba right now, how there's hardly any cars out in the streets. The buildings are like crumbling.
What a shithole. Holy fuck.
Yeah, it's
wow.
a slum in Cuba. What did you expect?
Jesus. They got holes in the wall.
Actually, all the university is destroyed. The University of Cuba. There's hardly any food out for the people, and just the mass poverty that's taking place, and asking people about things such as communism, what life is like in Cuba. Well, when we're doing one interview near a hospital where there's a huge line outside the hospital, because here the hospitals aren't even working, essentially. The lines are taking forever, and with their hospital and the government controlling the hospital, that also affects the power. So right now you currently have surgeons doing operations with flashlights.
Oh my God. Holy shit.
Because there's no power inside of the hotel.
So the activists got a pass from Cuba administration and not Nick? That's not fair. Of course they did, because the activists were trying to portray Cuba as being a victim of the United States, and Nick is trying to portray the Cuban people as being victims of the Cuban government. Duh. They're running PR. The activists are running PR for Cuba. That's the reason why. Surprise!
In the hospitals. Right now, I'm in the only hotel in Havana that has 24/7 electricity.
I got it. Genius.
Because this is the only one.
I wanted something that had to do with the river
because just like not having electricity.
Because their website was the only one that was operating 24/7. All the other ones weren't. So that's why I.
Perfect river religion, you know? You like it? What do y'all think? Good religion? Would you join this religion? Oh, baby. Oh, heroic relics. Yeah, that's cool that it's modified. Am I good? What does the Khmer do? Are they good with culture already? What do they do? Faith and culture, huh? So they're gonna have faith. Okay, culture for population. Oh, so like if I did take I gotta type it out again. If I did take choral music like I normally do, like the culture bonus on it would be insane, because it would be for all followers of the religion. But I think I'm going to be dominant enough on culture already.
Yeah.
Oh, it just does culture for... No. I was thinking about it even wrong. So... work ethic obviously is great, but I'm thinking religious community. But also even Jesuit education, just to be able to fucking buy the campus and theater square buildings with faith might be super beneficial. That's kind of like one that I never pick. But I don't want to forget I have it, you know? And then forget I can be buying stuff with faith there. I also don't know what type of religious war is going to happen. Because last game, 3 religions founded on our continent alone. And it was super annoying. So...
No, it was fun as fuck. What do you mean?
You were on my continent with that one.
Yeah, and I didn't found a religion, and then I just got swamped by
No,
religion.
but like I had to push out multiple religions that game.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was helping there with the fucking Byzantines and shit.
Yeah, but it was still annoying because I had to spend so much faith to counter them.
Right.
I almost lost religion, you know?
Sure, I mean, it is what it is. That's the game.
Yeah. Doesn't he get... I'm going to have to type it in again. Doesn't he get, like, massive... I think I already... So... cities with aqueducts receive +1 in memory. Energy. Pay for every population. Farms provide for... Adjacent to holy site. Holy site's major adjacency with culture bond food. Okay, and then I think I picked the Pantheon, right? Where do I find that? Where's my Pantheon? Pantheon. Hello, Pantheon. Where do I find it? Where's my Pantheon? It's the river goddess. I just want to know what river goddess does. Can I only see it after I found the religion? Okay. We're Googling river goddess. Holy site, a distant to a river, provide amenity and housing. Okay. So basically I want to build holy sites and then build farms around them. So what I don't need is something like feed the world. Oh, already been picked. The only one that I definitely don't want. Because it would be just too much food. Okay. Last time we're typing it in. This time it's going to work. Okay, when I convert you to my religion, would you rather have gold from trade routes or work ethic?
What do I do?
Huh? Well, work ethic is the production. So here's the thing. If I convert you to my religion, you'll get this bonus too. This one is international trade routes provide +2 gold to cities with holy sites. Work ethic is specifically holy sites. So if you're not building holy sites, then work ethic will do nothing for you. But religious community will give you international trade route gold for following the religion. So
that one,
that's what I'll pick. I don't think I've ever picked that before. And see, like, this is where World Church would be insane. Because +1 culture for every 4 followers, I'm going to have a huge population. So I'm thinking cross-cultural dialogue this time, since I'll already have the culture from the Khmer itself. And be more balanced instead of doing full, because I could go all culture, but I was doing culture last game. I could probably win culture this game, because I could specialize on it. All right,
That's able
back to
get you
frog
into this
face.
hotel.
Going international is a risk.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're
My
filming this
organs
video,
are melting.
and when we're next to the hospital, we see undercover cop roll up on us, and my security guards that are with me, they detected him.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden there's another one. So we hop back in another taxi. We left the scene. and we
Inspector,
thought we were
detector.
good. They didn't tell us, and we left. But since we left the airport, we had been getting tailed, or the word had gotten out that there was a journalist inside of
Is
Cuba.
that what
There's
you
only
call
two
yourself?
flights that come in here every single day.
Two flights a
It wasn't
day?
hard to spot out who the journalist was.
Oh,
and that's what my
shit.
tourist visa
We got that
said. That's what my
builder.
visa said. It said for journalistic
Activity,
activities.
yeah.
So you can come here. There's 12 categories in which you can come, and journalist activities is one of those. So therefore, that is why I came.
Hey, did you
And
trade
right now, it is
Indonesia
currently
tobacco?
9:30, and we have Cuban
No.
intelligence down in the lobby
I
of the
can't.
hotel right now.
They're not buying it from me yet
um,
either. It might expire
working
now.
to essentially try
It's
to
not an
round us
option.
up and
Yeah,
potentially
it wasn't for me either. That's
imprison
why
us
I was asking if you
or
did it.
make it so we cannot leave
So I was
Cuba.
like, he got in there.
So right now-
that
What
motherfucker.
the fuck?
Oh,
What the
well,
fuck?
because
God
so it's
damn.
not a copy. So
Now we're
like,
coming with a game plan
you're-
to escape
these early
Cuba.
resources. So here's my thinking. What is amenities doing for you at this point in the game?
Nothing really.
So I sell all my luxury resources to the AI.
That seems like a bad idea. It does
only-
increase production and food.
They only keep them for 30 turn and give me a lot of gold in the early game where I can
Sure.
get ahead. So you want to keep your tobacco then?
Well, I don't know. I can sell my pills for 6 plus 10 per turn.
Okay, I'm selling the tobacco.
6 plus 10 per turn. Somehow combining two is a different deal. Ah, that's all her gold. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
you just took all her gold. That's why.
Yeah, wait till next turn. She'll have more gold next turn.
Bing bing.
There's also Mansa Musa.
Mm.
Misa Musa. Pia Yusa.
Our original
Misa Jar
flight
Jar
is to
Binks.
leave on Saturday. Right now it's Thursday, so we're going to be
Friday.
leaving tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
if we
smart.
can make it to
It's a good idea.
the airport.
Yeah.
We're about a mile and a half away from the U.S. Embassy right now, which could be our possible way out of this situation by going
He's
to
got
the
pictures after this video. Also, he has a picture of a 2-star general waiting for him in the
Of the
lobby.
situation.
What?
embassy. However, that does not stop Cubans from stopping us before we get to the embassy. It's about a mile and a half away, so we have to make it to the embassy.
Shit.
And
Oh man, that's a long time.
That's a
there's
long
3
time.
essentially Cuban spies down at the bottom of our hotel right now, and we have to figure out how we're going to escape. We're trying to get a hold of the embassy right now and see if we can stay there overnight, and then buy our airplane ticket last minute, so that doesn't pull off any red flags to the Cuban government before we arrive to the airport. This is not.
This is ridiculous. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Really? Like, yeah, this is like a movie or something like that. Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's almost like it's.
It's almost like it's all in his head, like everything
when
else
we talk
that
about
he thinks.
communism, and we talk about the effect of communism, something that you
Bro
often don't
also
look at is the
probably,
freedom of
like
speech or
Tucker,
freedom of
believes in
press,
warlocks.
to just simply be able to give your opinion out in the public and have it be
Bro is
then
struggling.
posted by a journalist. That's all I was doing today, was asking people
not a
about the
journalist.
current situation.
Yeah, that's the reason why they were mad.
Look,
they don't want people
he's a
knowing
kid.
about
He
that.
can play cops
to
and
give you about
robbers and
communism,
pretend all
and
he
that's
wants.
when it really got bad. Was when this evening I left the hotel.
Cuban, I can confirm.
The problem
everything
is
that
that
G2 always
We have other
conservatives are
people to
enabling
tell. We have other people to tell them they're not journalists. Okay, he's just a baby. He's playing doctor. Tim
problem
Pool,
is-
on the other hand,
The conservatives are fucking
Tim Pool.
enabling him. That's the problem.
Tim Pool is so not a journalist that when he got journalism gigs, instead of documenting the things, he ran away from them. The opposite, the literal opposite. It's like if somebody is like ordering food from you and you're at a restaurant and you shove it up your own ass. That's like the opposite of what the person wants, you know? They want it to come out of their ass, not up yours, you know? That's the whole point of the food, to come out your ass later. You understand how it's like literally like the same thing there?
Yeah, I get it.
The opposite of your job description. Martha Stewart, that turkey.
There's more than 1,200 political prisoners at the moment. I'm surprised it's so few.
Around 5 before sunset to go out, and
That's
the idea was
because the
walk
vampires
the
are
streets
gonna
of Cuba
come
at
out.
night and show all the power shortage
And the homunculus.
and how the lights get cut out, and people don't have electricity at night. So we had planned to walk around the streets after
like,
the sun went down.
this city
and so I was
that
conducting some
I wanted
interviews
to put
before the sun
on
went
this
down,
river.
and I asked a man about
I just
communism.
want to
and
remind
that's
you that I said in the first game, I'm going to go on rivers. I'm going to kind of go up and over. You come underneath me.
Uh-huh.
So I'm just letting you know, I was still nice and put my city over here, so your city should still fit.
Yeah, it does.
Good. Because I think this might technically be on a river because it's on the mouth. What do you think?
I don't know.
I follow rivers.
I don't know if that is the case, but there's plenty of space for my one.
I follow rivers. The sanguine pact. What is that? Some type of pasta? I don't get it. We carry the flame.
When we realized that the Cuban intelligence was at the hotel, because as soon as we walked out and I interviewed this man, he had a lady come up when I started talking about communism, and she started recording on the back. And we confronted her and said, "Hey, what are you doing?" And she's like, "Oh, I'm not taking a photo." She said she's on a phone call, but her phone was open to
What the
photo.
fuck?
And so one of my security guards stayed with me. The other went and followed her from behind, and he tracked her down, and she ended up noticing him as well, and she went to a Cuban, another Cuban intelligence spy, and then they came to the hotel lobby. And before that, when we were eating lunch today, after we had gotten to after we had gone through customs at the airport, after they had seized all my stuff, my GoPros and my meta glasses and all my microphones, another man was at the hotel, and he was all by himself. And then
is that him?
This evening he was with
Do we not have
the
open
two
borders?
Cuban
Give me these open
in the
borders.
lobby.
Oh,
So right
Thank
now
you for
we
giving
are
them to me for one gold.
trying
That was
to
very
plan
nice
our
of you.
escape route. We have a few options. The main one is to leave here and then go play taxi tag, as far as hopping in another taxi to make sure we aren't getting trailed by them, and then make our way to the embassy, and then from the embassy buy our flight around 7 a.m., make it to the airport at 8 a.m., hop on our flight 8:30, and then be out of Cuba. The other options
Oh my
are
god.
we
Oh my
stay
god.
here in our hotel and hope they don't come and round us up in the middle of the night. The only problem is tomorrow
They're
Don't worry
gonna
about
put it
May
in your
1st,
butt.
and that is essentially their 4th of July here.
You're gonna
We're
put
just
things
outside
in your
of the
butt,
hotel we're
Nick.
staying
You
at
better
right
watch
now.
out.
They are going to have a huge
Communists
march
love stuff in the
for
butt.
communism, for
I
the
know.
current president.
Every communist I've been with
So
loved
everybody
to get
likes
it in the,
the
ass.
current government. How convenient. How could anybody have predicted this?
And
That's
that's
crazy.
their July 4th parade, essentially. that is going to be taking place right outside our hotel. Had no idea that was happening beforehand, and until we got to the hotel,
Wow.
they said that
Great
happens
planning
every
this
single
guy
year.
does.
It's their biggest march. They do
Really
each every single year, and it is
thinking ahead.
for communism. You cannot speak out against communism when you live inside a communist country.
Yeah.
Last time that happened in 2021 here in Cuba, lots of people were arrested, and it was not good. And the other times that happened were, I believe, like the 1960s.
Surely that's a great indicator that it's a good idea, right, guys?
So, communism does not allow the truth to be told. In fact, it just censors what people can do. And right now, they are literally trying to kidnap and detain me and my 2 security guards that are here with me right now from leaving Cuba. And we're trying to do everything we can to somehow do something with this footage. And so
I'm sure
if this video does make it out
I'm sure they're
into,
more than happy to tell you to leave.
the world.
Yeah, I bet.
I have either been kidnapped or I am safe. If it's after
Calm down,
March,
princess.
if it's after May 1st, I am not kidnapped. But if the video is
oh my god.
Alright, I'm not
His brain is shorting out.
I'm not gonna get kidnapped, so I'm not gonna say that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to post
You're
this
right,
video
you're
though,
not.
to show you guys the
Jesus.
risk that we're in right now. And we are going to make it out of Cuba. If there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah.
But this is currently what we are planning right now and going through, because we legit have Cuban spies at the bottom of our hotel
That's
room.
generally what they are.
We're on the 8th floor right now. They're in the lobby right now. Security guard just went down to see what was going
Scared
on,
as
and they're
fuck.
all
I'd be
down
stressed.
there in the lobby.
I wouldn't have made this video.
There's
Yo, you're a
few
pussy.
You wouldn't
singers
have
down
left
at
your
the
house
restaurant
to
right
begin
now, so
with,
we're
Asmund.
thinking to go down, blend in, and then
Who
sneak
are
our
you
way
kidding?
out for the night and make our way to the embassy.
Yeah. Man.
This is probably the most dangerous situation I've ever been into.
So far.
This is probably the most dangerous situation I've ever been in, especially when you have
Yeah, you said that already.
no power here, essentially, because the United States and Cuba, they do not like each other. There's been an embargo since the 1960s
Should have done after he got home.
here,
I assume
where,
he is home by now.
the United States has not allowed other businesses to do work with Cuba, and it's also and then right now you have Trump even saying that he might have the pleasure of taking Cuba. And Marco Rubio.
Mark, he almost said Marco Cubio. He almost said Marco Cubio.
Change would be bad, which it wouldn't. Look what's happening right now because of
That would have been
communism.
amazing.
They are. They literally have spies downstairs right now
I'll give you a slap of the
to
tongue.
round us up before we make it onto.
So it says personal security guards versus the military's country's military or town's police. A bad idea. Do you think it's James Bond? He didn't have the personal security to stop the military. He had the personal security to stop other bad actors during his time in Cuba.
Okay, so
Very well
Liverpool
published
is
video,
on the
so
other continent.
If I make it out, this video gets seen. If it doesn't, I'm most likely in a
Colombia's
prison
all
cell,
the way
which
down here
I
for
really
you,
hope
though.
is not the case.
But
The
if
option
you
is
if
we
you build a
somehow get
harbor here, you can.
we somehow
There's
get to the
a
embassy and we
another
get a private
fortified
jet,
little. Look at how
and
good
we
this
make
is.
our way out. Other option is to
I
steal
mean,
a
like,
boat and take it
if
all the
you're
way to the
playing
Coast
against
Guard
actual
and then
players,
surrender
they would
to the
fuck
US
you
Coast
up
Guard to
because
make
they
our
would
way
use
into the United
frigates, but
States.
the AI
So
doesn't
those
know
are
how to
pretty
use
much
the
options right now.
Navy,
We
so
have somebody
you're
outside
more secure
down the
that
street
way.
in a blacked out vehicle.
Oh, that's right
eyeing
next to the
eyeing us
city-state.
from
I don't even know if you can
hotel
get on
room.
this. It depends on what's on this
And
side
now
because
we're
this
trying
is
to figure out what to do.
It's a mountain
They're just
range,
sitting
That
there.
and the
current
city-state
situation,
is blocking me,
I'm
so I'm going to
currently
take that
potentially
city-state.
about to be kidnapped here in Cuba. I hope that is not the case, but I think you guys should know exactly what is happening and the risk we're
pretty hard to
taking
even get
here
in there.
in Cuba
It's
to
around
Yeah, I
try
can't
and
get
show
in there.
people the truth about the
See,
realities
that's
of
why
communism and what's
it's
happening
why
in-
it's all
in Cuba.
defogged, is because I was able to get that far.
All right, we'll see what happens. They're asking why we're trying to leave the hotel early.
Don't run, they're here. What the fuck? Oh my god. Somebody said they had a short of this here. Let me link the video, bro. Like he is on one. Like what the fuck, man?
You are a dumbass.
So okay, there you go. Please be safe. Yeah, that's it. Does he have updates? Yeah, there's updates for it. And this isn't new information. He's trying to frame it as a new revolution or resolution. Well, yeah, and that, I think the reason why is because people are trying to frame it as it's not. That's the reason why. So is this it?
Long story short, we had Cuban intelligence following us all around in our one day here in Cuba.
One day.
Now we have made it out. We're heading to the airport right now. If this video gets posted, it means that we made it back
shit.
So shoot this video when you're in the United States, ding dong.
This was the only taxi we could find when we tried to escape downtown this morning. We had Cuban officials come down and kind of get interviewed, and then we escaped the hotel.
Holy shit.
Long story short.
That is insane, man. And as massive balls to do this, yeah, I'd be fucking terrified to do this shit. I would. Let me see if I can find, so where is it here, Nick Shirley?
There's better ways
so
to
did he
do
make any
something,
more
that's for
comments
sure.
about this at all? Like, I don't know if he did or not. So full video and documentary coming out in the next few days. Follow to not miss. Holy fuck, man. And is there some more of this? Nick Shirley is faking his Cuba censorship. I brought 2 GoPros, meta glasses. I guess guests may bring digital cameras, small video cameras, and smartphones into. I followed everything you just posted. Isn't it crazy how these people are trying so hard to justify this regime? Like, at what point is it not obvious that these people just hate the West?
They are in
That's
the
it.
West.
It's
What does that even
unbelievable.
mean?
Like, yeah, deport these people.
You
I know,
idiot.
it's just crazy. And let me go. And this is another person attacking him for
The
doing
West
this.
is just
I don't know if there's
white
any more
people.
examples of it. But yeah,
Yes.
there apparently was one other image that he posted. Somebody said he was next to a general or something like that. And then, oh, this is, so Nick Shirley posted this as a response. So obviously Hassan had to find a way to delegitimize this as well. I obviously don't believe this even a little bit, but it's ominous. This medically stupid dickhead is going to Cuba to
Medically
manufacture
stupid.
propaganda for what I would assume be a U.S. intervention. Well, I wonder what the propaganda is. The stuff where you went to Cuba and there was nothing that happened to you because you were positive about everything. Like, you didn't have any of this happen. He did. So I wonder who's actually manufacturing propaganda. Yeah, it's a big fucking mystery here. And then tell that to the 2-star general
tell
who
it to the
waited all
judge.
night for me to come out of my hotel room to interrogate me. You wouldn't believe the truth if it was in front of you anyway. Well, again, these people are they're just morons.
Not
man.
you,
They
though.
are. Hassan streaks over to ad-rated zone entertainment, has nothing to say about this. Well, I just hope that people can realize that all of this advocacy and everything that they do for, you know, against American imperialism or against any bad action that America takes, they will do the exact same thing to defend that same bad action when it's their pet
You do this.
favorite communist dictatorship
do
doing
this.
it. So there is
Inside
no actual
American
value
politics,
system here.
which is
There is
objectively
nothing
worse.
other than these people trying to play
Because
race, ethnic,
guess
and
what?
religious politics to
You know what?
overrun.
You know what? Apologia for the Cuban government does?
What?
Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. Carrying water for the Cuban government does nothing. It doesn't advance shit. Okay? On the other hand, carrying water for Donald Trump, like this person does do shit. It does impact shit. When you influence actual democracy and have freedom, it matters. Like, people trying to tell you that North Korea is actually a nice country or something ultimately don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Certain countries, mainly Security Council nations, it matters more, but it's not just an individual person because they have entire programs and stuff. You know? Nick Shirley, you know, like gearing up for a fucking intervention in Cuba, if Nick Shirley helps contribute to it, that's worse than what Hassan did. Which Hassan was some political action, probably gave some people some fruit. You know, something like, I don't know, it was like feeding hungry people or something.
Something
right?
like that.
Wasn't it? Some gay
in the
commie
West
stuff.
with other people that think like them so they can ruin the country. That's literally it. That's all they're trying
Can
to do.
enter foreign
and as soon
lands
as you
you're not at
realize
war
that,
with.
everything else
Is
makes
this tribal
perfect
village
sense.
still here? Or did it disappear?
It does. While living in the United States. That's exactly what it is. And honestly, it's embarrassing that Hassan would do this. It is. But it's also not a surprise. It's pathetic trying to be edgy and hip by liking communism. Do you think Hassan actually believes this stuff? No, I think that he knows that it's bullshit. I mean, everybody knows it's bullshit. You know, like it's obvious bullshit. But like, yeah, just take a look at all these accounts that are attacking Nick
meanwhile,
Shirley
you believe
for
nonsense
going over there
constantly.
to expose and
like
make
a Nick
communism look
Shirley
bad.
video on
That's
him
it. The truth will always prevail.
breaking
It
the
is,
law
and I'm glad
for
to see it.
entry and coming
And,
as a
rich person being
journalist.
anti-American, living in America is pathetic. Well, I mean, like they have
Bro,
to.
if bro tried to go to Egypt, they might murder him. Like the Egyptian government they do not like journalists. So like if you bring any camera equipment, if you're a filmmaker even, you're more than likely still going to get your shit confiscated.
Epic.
Like if you were making a documentary about Egypt, like the archaeology and stuff, it would be very hard for you. You'd have to be staying there long term, and they would clear your stuff after like a while. But if you were only going to be there shooting for like a week, they're going to keep your shit and not give it back to you. And sometimes they'll come right up to you and just delete your shit.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so you always got to have a backup.
Backups? Yeah.
Yeah, you're always remotely saving to a backup in countries like that. But like Egypt's different than like the other places because like it's actually so stable.
Yeah.
Even though a lot of the Islamists that we talk to will say that it's like the next one to go. I think that's just because because the Muslim Brotherhood really did capitalize on the Arab Spring.
Yeah.
So I think that they still see something related to the Muslim Brotherhood being able to take over in Egypt. I think that's the main reason why they say Egypt.
Okay.
But its economy is bad. Bad. If it was a democracy, the incumbent would definitely lose the election.
They have to be like that, or they wouldn't think like that. But yeah, this is just so fucking embarrassing. And I think that now, like, more people are starting to realize that this entire left-wing movement is just a communist, anti-America, anti-West, anti-Christian, anti-white movement.
Anti-white.
That's literally it. And I think it should be called out for what it is. These aren't people who want free health care. These aren't people who want free child care. These are people who want to oppress you with the military, take away your freedom of speech, change your country, demographically replace you, and then replace your rules with their own rules for their own...
You hear this? You hear this fucking Elders of Zion shit at the end here?
Yeah. He's really... He really doesn't get better, does he? It just gets progressively
He just
worse.
is not aware either. Like these have been underlying narratives for a long, long time. And that's why like those redneck guys that are super like woke, you know? They were saying like Donald Trump is just saying the shit out loud that people used to say out loud. Like you had to say like certain things before to like urban or something to talk about certain things. But Donald Trump just says the racist shit. So like it's all come to the surface and they all just repeat Elders of Zion shit because it underlies so much of their fucking information network.
Race,
let's
ethnic,
listen to
and
this
religious
fucking Elders
politics.
of Zion rant at the end here.
Deport these people? I know, it's just crazy. And let me go. And this is another person attacking him for doing this. I don't know if there's any more examples of it. But yeah, there apparently was one other image that he posted. Somebody said he was next to a general or something like that. And then, so Nick Shirley posted this as a response. So obviously Hassan had to find a way to delegitimize this as well. I obviously don't believe this even a little bit, but it's ominous. This medically stupid dickhead is going to Cuba to manufacture propaganda for what I would assume be a U.S. intervention. Well, I wonder what the propaganda is. The stuff where you went to Cuba and there was nothing that happened to you because you were positive about everything. Like you didn't have...
again, both are propaganda. Hassan would openly say that he's doing propaganda. The difference is Nick Shirley's doing something that will lead to a fucking war. It's a different scale. Like I said, carrying water for the Cuban government does nothing. Like, there is no harm in doing any of this. Like, if PSL organizes it or whatever, if you're going there to fucking genuinely help people and give them food and stuff, it doesn't fucking matter what political narratives surround it and, like, what wackos are involved. Because it doesn't fucking matter. Because when it comes to Cuba, there is no fucking left-wing fucking Cuban voter bloc. The Cuban voter bloc, we know where they live, Miami, and they're represented by Marco Rubio. Like, it is a very specific bloc with very specific opinions on Cuba. So, I think there's definitely a difference. But, you know, if you're medically stupid like Asmund Golden and Nick Shirley, you won't notice it.
Any of this happen. He did. So I wonder who's actually manufacturing propaganda. Yeah, it's a big fucking mystery here. And then tell that to the 2-star general who waited all night for me to come out of my hotel room to interrogate me. You wouldn't believe the truth if it was in front of you anyway. Well, again, these people are they're just morons, man. They are. Hassan speaks over to ad-rated zone entertainment has nothing to say about this. Well, I just hope that people can realize that all of this advocacy and everything that they do for, you know, against American imperialism or against any bad action that America takes, they will do the exact same thing to defend that same bad action when it's their pet favorite communist dictatorship doing it. So there is no actual value system here. There is nothing other than these people trying to play race, ethnic, and religious politics to overrun the West with other people that think like them so they can ruin the country. That's literally it. That's all they're trying to do. And as soon as you realize that, everything else makes perfect sense.
Does it?
It does. While living in the United States. That's exactly what it is. And honestly, it's embarrassing that Hassan would do this. It is. But it's also not a surprise. It's pathetic try to be edgy and hip by liking communism. Do you think Hassan actually believes this stuff? No, I think that he knows that it's bullshit. I mean, everybody knows it's bullshit. You know, like, it's obvious bullshit. But, like, yeah, just take a look at all these accounts that are attacking Nick Shirley for going over there to expose and make communism look bad. That's it. The truth will always prevail. It is. And I'm glad to see it. And a rich person being anti-American living in America is pathetic. Well, I mean, like, they have to be like that, or they wouldn't think like that. But yeah, this is just so fucking embarrassing. And I think that now, like, more people are starting to realize that this entire left-wing movement is just a communist, anti-America, anti-West, anti-Christian, anti-white movement. That's literally it. And I think it should be called out for what it is. These aren't people who want free health care. These aren't people who want free child care. These are people who want to oppress you with the military, take away your freedom of speech, change your country, demographically replace you, and then replace your rules with their own rules for their own religion and their own culture. That's really what they're trying to do. And it's obvious that they're doing that. And I'm glad that things like this happen, because these people are just, they're not.
Too many luxury resources to never get around. This is really annoying. You removed the screen share, by the way.
My laptop went into sleep mode. Uh-oh. Hang on. It says, okay, so it was fully plugged in. I put my phone down on it, and I guess maybe a magnet in the phone lined up with a magnet on the laptop that put it into sleep mode.
Maybe.
people who want to oppress you with the military, take away your freedom of speech, change your country.
Oppress you with the military. Like, who's doing the oppressing right now? Who's going state to state with a fucking federal militia to intimidate blue states specifically?
Couldn't be Donald Trump, could it?
Demographically replace you, and then replace your rules with their own rules for their own religion and their own culture. That's really what they're trying to do, and it's obvious that they're doing that. And I'm glad that I'm glad that things like this happen, because these people are they're not subtle about it at all. They're totally not subtle about it. They want free healthcare for illegals. Yeah, they don't care about any of these issues. They don't care about trans people, gay people, like video game stuff, anything else. This is their prime directive, and everything that they do works under that directive. And that's why I think that it's important to acknowledge that, so you can recognize how to behave and how to treat them, right? Rather than trying to, again, makes the false analysis that, oh, well, these are people that are like us. It's just that they're slightly different. They are not. They're not like us.
Wow, a lot of dehumanization going on now, huh?
I'm glad people are realizing it. Very, very glad. You see Marco speaking Spanish? I did see that. I did. Not like us, exactly. The JFK communist sons from the 60s? Well, I would be a lot more broad than that, but yes. And so, yeah, I mean, clearly that's what's happening.
He really is incredibly stupid, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh my god.
No audio.
Her hair up like that looks so fucking cute! I need an updo. Come on, YouTube. You can do it.
Please adhere to YouTube's selected guidelines before viewing the content of this video. I do not encourage or condone any behaviors, actions, or products in this video. All videos are produced and carried out in a safe, professional, and controlled environment. Please do not attempt to replicate any of the actions performed during the video. All actions are performed by professionals.
I can't tell if this outfit is giving fashionable in Shibuya or homeless in Shibuya. Maybe a little bit of both.
Shibuya, roll call.
Anyways, hello. How are you? Welcome to, well, my backyard. Mondu, come over here. Say hi. Come here. Fun fact, Bodega Cat has a dog. 2 dogs, in fact. This is Mondu. He likes being in the backyard with me. Welcome to the outside of my home. As you can tell, it's in disarray, as always. I know I specifically said that I didn't want to be a Vice creator, because, it's just not profitable. It's not brand friendly. But I already bought these, so I have to do a review. These are IQOS cigarettes.
Is this the cigarette girl?
Yeah.
Made by Philip Morris. However, not entirely legal in the US. I had to get these in Korea. Now, as you probably know, smoking culture is huge in Asia. China, Korea. But what I noticed in Korea is that instead of cigarettes, everyone is smoking these now. They're also super popular in Europe, I think.
Interesting.
So, this is what they are. I got 2 colors of one model, and then this is the newest model. I got another one too, so we're gonna try all of these. Also, I brought back many flavors for us to try. What's interesting about, oh my god, I feel like I'm squinting. Should I put on some sunglasses? In the store, I thought I looked great. Honestly, in the store, I was completely feeling myself. And then as soon as I stepped out of the airport, like the next day, and wore these in public, I took a picture of myself. And I was like, there's no fucking way. There's no way I can wear these unironically. I don't know, do these look good? Okay, I just looked at myself in the video. I think I look fine. So today we're going to review these IQOS cigarettes.
That's how I felt about Pit Vipers.
Also,
until I found out about the company. And then I wasn't wearing them ironically.
I think she can make anything work. She's just got, like, a very natural flow. And it's so funny because, like, changing her name to Bottega Cat before it was all caps Cat, because all the videos she would be yelling to like do the influencer thing.
Yes.
And then she just got big enough where she's like, I'm so done. I'm just being me now.
Good on her.
My full body health scan that just came back. So if you didn't know, people go to Korea for plastic surgery, which I have, but they also go to Korea and other Asian countries for another kind of medical tourism, which is getting health checkups. You know how in America, if you get like blood drawn, it's $5,000 if you don't have insurance? Well, in Asia, you don't have to have insurance, and to get a whole body checkup, that's including like every kind of test, CT scans, MRIs, everything. It ranges from a couple hundred to maybe at most 1,000. At most 1,000. That's for like them checking everything. Cancer markers, brain scans, everything. So it's a lot cheaper in Korea. So me and Steven, a couple weeks ago, we went to Korea and we got a full body health scan and the results came back. So we're gonna go over my results. Nothing super concerning, but there are a couple, there's a couple flags, not red flags.
The
like
flags, they flagged it. They
a couple
said
pink flags.
Your results say you're
And
gay.
Yeah, we're gonna go over my health scan and smoke some cigarettes.
Terminal
nope,
gayness.
not cigarettes. Smoke some
Sorry.
IQOS. IQOS is a smoking device. A cigarette, you consume nicotine by burning tobacco, and you get the nicotine. And vapes, you get the nicotine by burning a nicotine liquid. IQOS
It's a
is a device
vaporization.
that heats up a nicotine stick. There's no tobacco in it, but there's something else in it, I'm not sure what it is, that gives you the nicotine that you inhale. Unfortunately, I feel like the reason why these aren't available in the US is because, just judging from these devices, why do you think? Take a guess. Well, if you guessed that this makes it look like it's really fun to smoke, then I think you're correct. I think in the US especially, you can't make smoking look too much fun. The bright colors, these are flavored little sticks, these are cute. You know, it's all too attractive to be legal in the US. But by the way, this is made by Philip Morris, which is a US company. So if the Philip Morris lobbyists are doing anything, if they're doing their jobs, then this will be available in the US very soon. All right, let's just start smoking one. Let's get to the punch. Let's get to the rub. All right. Oh, by the way, this is interesting. I bought these in Korea, so all of the labels, all of the everything, the words are written in Korean. But when you buy cigarettes in Korea, this is their Surgeon General right here. This guy. I'm not sure what this says right here, but I think it's probably something along the lines of, if you smoke these cigarettes, you're going to look and feel like this one day, which is accurate, but it's on both sides too. It's not going to stop anyone. I'm going to show you how to set this up first. It's a device like this, okay? You get a cigarette or a little cigarette nub, a little nubby, and then you just stick it in here. Make sure, you see how there's like a colored filter part right here? This part, the filter part, goes up because that's the part you're supposed to smoke on. All of these have little beads in it, by the way, flavor beads. So you put it in here. Oh my God. Oh my God, I fucking broke it. There's like I stuck one in here and it broke off in here. So now I can't, oh my God, fuck, hold on. I'm gonna need like tweezers or something, hold on. This is a blackhead extractor, by the way. I think this should work.
It will work, I think.
Oh yeah, it's coming out. Oh God, now take this. I'm an idiot. I'm an absolute idiot. How? You know what I bet I did is, you know what I fucking did is, I probably was drunk, because the last time I smoked these, I was drunk. I probably used this, and then I went to go smoke another one. I was like, oh, why doesn't it work? It's fucking broken, and I just ended up using another one. I didn't have the forethought to, I didn't have the and now I'm putting it in backwards. I didn't have the forethought to know that I fucking, all right, this is, oh my God, I fucking broke it, please. God damn it. Okay, it was just uncharged. No worries.
Amazing.
All right, let's use this one. You put it in here, tip out first, and okay, and then now it's going to buzz when you put it in, and then you're just gonna wait. All right, it just buzzed. Now it's heated up. And now there's a bead in it. I haven't crushed it yet. So let's take a puff without the bead, or without crushing the bead. Tastes like a normal tobacco product. And now to crush the bead, I used to fucking put my grimy hands all over it, and no, you don't do that. What you do is you crush the bead with your mouth. That's the way everyone does it, and it looks cooler. Look.
Are y'all fighting over here? He's fighting Wilhelmina.
Mentholy. Now I'm not sure if this is
And he's at war with
psychosomatic,
an unmet player, I guess.
but the Oasis Pearl, the package
is
is great. Or
Wilhelmina?
the package is purple. I'm tasting grape. The taste is, it's really light.
Wow,
you know how you get that throat feel when you smoke a lot of cigarettes? Some of the good cigarettes you don't get the throat feel, but in most of them you do. Here, you don't get the throat feel. The smokiness, the smoke isn't very smoky. It's more like vapor, but you do feel the nicotine. I will say this. The nicotine buzz from IQOS is not as good as a cigarette. I feel like ultimately, cigarette reigns king over all the other tobacco devices. Vapes are okay, but vapes give you kind of like that sickly sweetness sometimes. It makes you sick. None of that with this. Another thing is, if you will notice this meter right here, so you see it's kind of blinking. These lights will start blinking down to 1. Like one will disappear, the other one will disappear. And when all of these lights disappear and it buzzes again, then it's done heating. You've used up the whole stick. So you kind of have a time limit with these. So that's it. That is the IQOS smoking experience. With that being said, let's go over my health report. I'm probably not going to be smoking a lot of this as we go over my health report, and that's just because we have a couple of flavors to get through. Health report. I went to. Oh, you know what would be great is an energy drink. Hold on. Sorry, I know I keep pausing this. Hold on. All right, I'm back. By the way, I guess this is a fucking energy drink review now too. Kirkland Signature just came out with their own line of energy drinks. I think it's supposed to rival Celsius. Fun fact, the day that Kirkland Signature dropped these, Celsius stock went down, so.
Hilarious.
This is the sparkling peach flavor. There are 200 milligrams of caffeine, 0 sugar.
I would buy those
10
over
calories.
Jake
Yeah,
Paul's
this is pretty
drink
much Celsius too.
any day.
Let's try it.
She used to be she still kind of is a Costco influencer.
Very few things.
Oh, really?
She did
Very
food
few
reviews, food reviews, and on one page, and then the other page she was doing Costco stuff. I'm talking about all the deals at Costco.
That's funny as.
Not affiliated with Costco at all. You know, just like the Costco guys.
Interesting.
The boom guys, you know?
Yeah, double chalk chunk.
Yeah, just it's
Choco
crazy.
cookie.
People care about Costco a lot, so you can build an entire brand just by
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
talking about Costco.
Smoking something and an energy drink. Oh god.
She ever talk about sardines? I don't
The
know.
peach is juicy.
I bet
It tastes
if
like a
we
fresh
send her
peach. Oh my God,
sardines,
what is
she'd
going on? Okay, I gotta put this
review them.
It's very good.
Because she
Very
only
few
switched her
things
content
Energy drink
recently,
and
like in the
smoking
last
something.
few
I don't
months.
smoke weed though. It makes me really paranoid. I cannot smoke weed.
Negative.
See this now?
Negative
It's
points.
down to 1. It's down to 1 little light, so I have very, very little time. Get one more puff in. Did you hear that? It buzzed.
I know a
Now it's
Costco
done.
brand that's really good. Yellow packaging.
This is what it looks like after you take it out.
you draw it?
And then you can chew on it to get the extra nicotine. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm joking. Don't do that. And now you just dispose of it. I'm gonna put it here and throw it
And then
away
squirrels can
later.
eat it.
Well, let's load in another one. This is the Glacier. What is it?
I'll give you
This
something
one
to
is called
Glacier.
Glacier Starling Pearl.
You know what you're thinking at this point. Some of these don't even make sense.
I got bloomers on underneath.
They're not meant to.
Literal bloomers. Look at this.
Slut.
Glacier Starling Pearl. Yeah, a little bit of a pink and green action right here. Looks like a watermelon. I'm guessing
Showing
it's
your
probably going to taste like a
bloomers.
watermelon. All right, so the first thing that came
What are
up
you, 80 years
on the
old?
health report is that I have
Look at the dog.
hypotension. So that was under blood pressure management. Your blood pressure was measured to be low. If you have symptoms such as dizziness, evaluation by a cardiologist is needed. Oh,
Look at
if
that
I read it
dog.
again. Without
chill.
popping the bubble, it just tastes like menthol. I just pop the bubble. And also, the thing about these nicotine sticks, these IQOS nicotine sticks, is the filter is sweet. Without even popping the bubble, you have this, like, the filter tastes, it's sweet. This one tastes more like, this one is like very minty. It's like a fruity minty, but it's like a tropical mint. Where were we? Oh yes. My blood pressure is low. I've had low blood pressure for as long as I can remember. I think maybe it's just like, I think it might run in my family because my mom has low blood pressure too. Oh, also, oh my God. You know the scariest thing about blood pressure, the low blood pressure thing is like, okay, I got lipo done in Korea one time and I was recovering in the recovery room and I started to feel like super lightheaded. Like my fingers were tingling. Like I thought I was gonna fucking die. So I pressed the button to call the attendant over. They took my blood pressure and her face just went. And then she called the doctor and I was like, oh my God, fuck, I'm gonna die. The doctor like said something in Korean. They brought over like this whole tray of fucking sugar cookies and juice and they made me drink it all. And then I was good. To vision. Vision is decreased visual acuity in the left eye. Left eye right here. Visual acuity in the left eye is decreased. In most cases, this is caused by myopia or astigmatism. I do have astigmatism. All right, this is interesting.
Double.
Urine analysis. They do a piece.
Yeah. Talk about your piss.
Bacteria urea is observed. I guess there's some bacteria in my urine. It could be symptoms of a urinary tract infection. But also the thing is, I was on my period when I took these tests. So they said that the tests could be, they said
this is less about smoking and more about your vagina now.
Yeah, so skip it to where she's talking about smoking.
That is Bodega Cat. Smoking is
I sent you videos.
Smoke.
You went further saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the god of gods and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist? Here's a lead.
More Tucker.
Yeah, I want to see if they cover this interview because there's a part of this interview that's wild where she says some shit about like anti-Semitism being worse than something. I don't remember exactly. No. Oh, God. It's something really stupid.
That's whack.
Anti-Semitism is whack?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No. I was quoting.
You think it's based?
Sure. Why not?
Gross. What a gross thing to say. You're gonna have to get timed out for 10 minutes for being a bad egg. Just like that chatter. Dude, I timed out him like 3 separate times because he would come back immediately after. Like he sat there in timeout, waiting to talk again.
Stewing.
Yeah, but like I'm gonna take the viewership from you and remove your privilege to speak.
Yes. Very funny.
Like I'm gonna get the number on the page showing I got metrics and remove your ability to speak.
Very funny. My government plaza, if I do this correctly, is going to have 3 cities around it, and I'm going to be able to have quite a few districts around it.
Oh, that would be me if I could settle in this river where I wanted. I don't know. It still should be in range. That's close enough, right? What's the tile range for it?
For what?
The government plaza.
It's direct adjacency. So with your city that you just settled, even your second city, if you put it like here, I reckon you'd be all right.
My government plaza's here.
Right there. Ah, you already put it down.
Yeah.
Because if you had put it there, you could have gotten 2 cities bordering it. And
I normally put
4
it
and
next
2.
to the city center because I don't really care. I just need to get it down to get the bonuses. It's more the fucking free builder for the settlers are more important to my strategy than getting the adjacency with the plaza.
Because I've never had a government plaza where I've had all districts surrounding it. So I've been trying to do that.
The real hack is the preserve hack. These mountains down here might be a good place to do it. But like Teddy Roosevelt is really good at doing it, but you basically get it so because the preserves affect adjacent tiles around them, right? So you space them perfectly so they all meet on the same tiles, and there'll be like a triple preserve effect.
Yeah.
Where they meet, and it'll be like you want to do it around like national park or not national parks, natural wonders and stuff. So I might do it here because I already fucked up putting this holy site here. I didn't put it on the river. But the holy site has the bonus here specifically because of the natural thing. But I should have put this holy site on the river and then put a preserve here. Oh well.
Oh well. Be would it be?
Yeah, so anyway, I'm just hoping that they talk about her fucking weird anti-Semitism bit here and not just what we already covered.
Of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist? Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows?
Tucker Carlson had an interview with the New York Times. And, maybe we'll talk about this too. Graham Plattner was interviewed by David Sirota at the Lever. And Sirota asked him, would you go on Tucker Carlson's show? And Plattner's answer was actually quite thoughtful and realizes calculation that cuts both ways.
And I would go on, if I were to go on there, you have to challenge his views, which is exactly, the right approach.
Yes. And, but here's Tucker Carlson, who is very adept at this. I mean, he's been in TV for 30 years. And I always point back to that 1999 clip after he had written his book and he was on C-SPAN and he was going after Bill O'Reilly and saying Bill O'Reilly, tries to be an everyman and tries to be a populist. And someday he's going to be on an airport, he's going to be on an airplane and he's going to yell at the stewardess for not bringing him his proper mimosa. And the whole thing will come tumbling down. And I think what Carlson realized years later was that, no, Bill O'Reilly, the only reason why Bill O'Reilly exited Fox was because he was literally sexually harassing his employees.
Like $60 million.
Yeah, too much sexual harassment. There's a certain level you can get away with.
But I think the lesson that Tucker Carlson realized is you can get away with being the everyman even if you are an heir to the Swanson fortune,
or bow tie loser,
or if you are even his not his stepmom, but even his mom, I think, had oil money, and so. But
you can build a set in one of your multiple homes in Maine to be an everyman.
But be that as it may, he's also, there's a lot of stuff that gets buried that people don't pay attention to because it stays within his world. And here, someone from the New York Times caught him in an outright lie, which is sort of fascinating. It makes me wonder, I don't know, watch this.
what I was saying, which is you cannot mock other people's gods and put yourself in their place. Period. That is a deal killer for me. That's worse than the war with Iran, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I ask
What?
because
All right, pause it for 1 second. I just want to say, like that in and of itself is a statement. Now he's talking about Trump's post on Easter Sunday, and the idea that mocking someone else's gods, and it makes it sound like, oh, okay, well, I'm protecting Muhammad. I'm protecting Islam. I'm protecting, Judaism. I'm protecting Sufi, whatever it is. But to say that that's worse than actually bombing people to death,
lunatic statement,
is a little bit weird. Now, maybe he's just being, there's hyperbole there, but
he's pandering to religious people.
Yes.
Well, that's the whole thing, and you'll notice the tones of mysticism that he continuously relies on when it has to, when anything approaches something tangible in politics. And he's understood that he has to criticize Trump now because he was getting criticism for criticizing everybody else around Trump for this war in Iran, and he usually does it on manners bases. It was the same thing with the Rob Reiner thing. It was the same thing with Trump's Easter tweet, and it was the same thing about the killings of Alex Preddy and Renee Good in Minneapolis. He was criticizing the manners by which they were speaking about. I think it was particularly Preddy because he worked with veterans.
He was at a gun owner, yeah.
Right.
Other people's gods and put yourself in their place. Period. That is a deal killer for me. That's worse than the war with Iran, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I ask because, you've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
On your show, the day after Easter, you noted he did not put his hand on the Bible during his swearing-in ceremony as president. You said, and I'm quoting, maybe he didn't put his hand on the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And then on a recent show, you went further saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist? Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows? I don't know where that comes from, but I know that those words never left my lips because I'm not sure I fully understand what the Antichrist is. If there's just one, I've actually tried to understand it.
Doubling down on that.
I may have said some are asking that. I'm not going in on that because I don't understand it.
Right, when he does it in a voice like that, that means some are saying this thing that I'm saying into a microphone as a broadcaster.
He also realizes that he did say that, so he's like, I may have said that some are saying that, but why wouldn't you have at that moment when some were saying this go like, I don't even know what the Antichrist is? Okay, here's the question, right? I mean, he's caught in a blatant lie.
Galleys for the bonus.
And here's the question. Now look,
almost.
we do 3 hours a day on the show. I can't remember what I said yesterday. In fact, as those words were coming out of my mouth, I couldn't remember if yesterday was Sunday. Like, I couldn't even remember that we did a show yesterday. I had to think for a moment. Wait, no, today's Tuesday.
I follow Rivers.
So maybe he just forgot.
I follow.
That he had said that. But it's also sort of a crazy thing to say. Like, maybe he's actually the Antichrist. Well, I don't, who can tell?
I don't know.
Because he wouldn't have.
I say insane shit all day.
But that's the question. Is he insane? Or is he purposefully trying to cultivate a more religious audience with the knowledge that the proximity that he used to have to Trump, the close proximity, is not as valuable going forward, and that he can provide a service maybe to the next Republican nominee by distancing himself from Trump.
Or
now
himself.
remember, now he also could be crazy. Remember, when he first left Fox, within like 3 or 4 months, he was saying that a devil came to him in the middle of the night.
4 Tigers
and
resources.
Physically scratched his
if
body.
If you just put a city right
so
here,
that he had like
you could just
scratch
put a
marks.
city here
Do you
just
remember
to
this?
get all these tigers.
And it didn't get much attention because he was sort of like, he wasn't, it was pre Elon Musk elevating him on Twitter
You get
and
4
all that.
luxuries right there.
But I mean,
and I don't see any other tigers.
Either he believes that there was a devil that came and physically molested him.
One gold. There's 2 different
in his
types of
sleep.
gold. These
Or
are the
he
rings.
just knows, like, this is a
There's also
lucrative
bars.
business. It is a
So
long-time
the
lucrative
tigers
business
in Colombia are like
that
only
exists.
on this island.
Easy group to separate from the checkbooks.
I was gonna put
evangelical Christians.
We often
one I've
point
already
out
put down.
that Tucker Carlson had previously called Iraqis
And then-
monkeys. In 2017 on his show, he
Maybe
spoke
I'll
about
put one on that island as well.
terrorist
Maybe on
attacks
that
by
one.
Muslims in Europe, and he said, why is violent terrorism an inevitability in Europe now? The answer is what most people understand, but relatively few admit. The demographics change. There are a lot more Muslims living in Europe now. Now, I guess, he didn't necessarily criticize the Prophet Muhammad in that statement directly, so perhaps we can't see that as a completely Islamophobic remark. Or does we just see now that it's more convenient for him to demonize Jewish people and appeal to a Christian nationalist audience on that basis and do a total about-face about his past Islamophobia? I'm not sure. But he does this mysticism thing because and like this like spiritual kind of, I don't know, conspiracism about not understanding the world because it obscures the material realities of politics.
Dude, this hero I got just has
because he can look like a populist.
It had 8 of these charges, and all what it does is its power just gives me fucking 1 envoy in the city state. And then if you are already suzerain there, it also gives you 110 faith.
That's pretty
So,
good.
so I was able to boost my suzerainty over here.
I mean, that sounds pretty good.
And now I'm gonna fucking raise it even higher in Bhutan. And I'm gonna get the 200 faith for my last 2 charges from her. First hero I really have engaged with, because I haven't really done this mod because there's so much. I have to memorize each hero. That's a lot. I already don't memorize the governors.
By criticizing Israel and coming super late to that, by the way.
Hello.
But if you actually want to ask, hey, dude, what would you do differently for American society than exactly what we're seeing with Trump right now? Maybe Tucker Carlson says, I wouldn't have waged this war in
homosexuality.
Iran. But everything else he supports, the outgrowth
Passing of the gay agenda.
Our surveillance state from the DHS with ICE, he's in favor of that.
He was in the White House 6 days after the kidnapping of Maduro with a bunch of oil executives, and then somehow got the interview with Delcy Rodriguez.
Huh. So, yeah, it's yeah. The mysticism stuff, people should not fall for it.
I mean, it's like when people on TikTok fake ghost videos because there's a huge audience of people. I mean, some of them
Those
like
are
me who
fake?
don't believe in ghosts, but still
Right.
like it. But a lot of people who do think that, like, oh, something spooky happened in my kitchen. And they'll look at
Have
the
you
way that
seen the
fork moved,
haunted?
and,
Have you seen the
it's
haunted
like
Halloween
it's not even me.
decoration video?
Don't
The
think so.
haunted skeleton.
I don't think so. Yes. Now my dudes can go in the water. Not yet. Oh, no. Not yet. 4 turns. But I got my upgrade for it. I got my 2 galleys. Hagia Sophia. You should get that one. John. I can't hear you.
It's because I'm muted. Give me a second.
You should get the Hagia Sophia.
Okay, hang on. I'm doing something.
What is that?
Okay. Okay, so this video. This is so this is a video. It says toy skeleton haunted and possessed. This is demonic. Okay. Okay, so it has 201 million views, 10,000 comments.
Wow.
And it's if you look, it's just regular ass, like they got, here's our cats, you know? Just fucking some boomer who posted this on YouTube. So they fundamentally believe that this decoration is haunted.
That's great.
What do you want?
What do you want? That's just what it said.
That is just what it fucking said. But it was what the hell do you want when I had it in there. Yeah, it'll release. You will.
It's one of those videos that's even funnier the second time watching it, to be honest. Because you know how bad it gets.
And it's back
16,
now, baby.
17, 18, 19.
What the fuck are they doing?
They think it's haunted. But it's clearly just gotta shorten it, you know?
Hilarious.
It's one of my favorite videos of all time.
Like you. Don't like you.
It knows it's being videotaped now.
It does.
Yep.
What?
Yep. You got it.
Well, you know, it's like, well, what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?
Nothing.
I'm talking to that thing. Oh, well, I'd be afraid of that too.
These people vote. I love the dramatic zoom in on it.
It totally knows something's going on.
Mom's getting artistic with the camera work.
Of course. You're just being... Now you're just being an asshole. You're being an asshole.
Me?
The thing.
Me?
The skeleton is being an asshole. Doesn't want to do anything. Wow.
You heard what it said to me.
And I got it on video. Do it again. Do it again, you little asshole. And all we're doing is pressing a button, and this thing is not.
Yeah,
going
we
to work.
know. That's all you're doing is pressing the button.
Come on. What do you want? You want us to leave you alone?
These are real people.
Then tell us. Tell us. Wow.
That one right after the statement.
Yeah.
Right after the statement.
Confirmation.
What are you afraid of? You afraid of
Your
us
mom.
recognizing you?
Oh my god.
Well, right here we see
Said
you.
no.
Well, then perform for us.
No. You got me.
Wow.
Wow.
Dude, I'm telling you, there is an arc here.
Well, what's stopping you? What's stopping you now? Come on. Don't be afraid. Are we pissing you off or something? Do you want us to piss you off? Well, then show us. Huh. Wow.
Wow.
Imagine being baffled
Well, can
by
you tell us,
electricity.
what do we want? What do you want? Well, no, what do you want?
I think
Well,
he
there's
said
a lot
out.
of no's in there.
Huh?
Yep.
I think he said out.
Well,
Let me out. Get me out of this house.
wow.
Wow.
Do you want to be in this house? Do you like being in this house? Do you want to be tossed out?
It's a bunch of liberal bullshit.
Yeah, well.
No matter what you do, it doesn't help.
What do we want? We want you to tell us what you want.
Ooh.
What does that mean? Well, what does that mean? Ooh, what?
Totally different than before, Patty.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
What do you want?
Incredible.
Did I lie?
No,
Did
you
I
didn't
fucking lie?
No, you didn't lie. Well, I guess what we want is to know what do you want? What do you want?
What do you want?
You?
Well, are you
Said you.
Are you saying you? What if I don't want you to have
Why
me?
is it mocking me?
It's saying grr, grr. It's been saying grr the whole
Okay,
time.
this is on tape.
You fucking heard it.
It's on tape.
You fucking heard it.
It's on tape.
They definitely showed this to people and they were definitely called stupid.
Yeah, that thing is not right.
It's got 2 million views on YouTube. So
No, I mean, in person, they've definitely shown people like,
Why
oh my
they
god, can you
uploaded
believe
it to
this?
show to
Was
people?
not
That was the
saying
point.
you.
That's not what YouTube's for. Is
It
to
was
send
saying
video,
what?
you know.
It wasn't saying you.
Do?
Now it is saying you. When you asked it a question.
Yeah. Yeah. And just so you know,
Just so you know.
yeah.
I totally could have settled on the floodplain. It still would have been fine. Oh well. Just gonna stunt my city growth a little.
Well, okay, whatever is in this little dummy, you need to like leave.
Hey, who are you calling a dummy?
We don't want you here.
Do these count as galleys, my war canoes?
Look at it go!
It never went that far. It never went that far.
Now it's gone too. You've gone too far.
That's awesome.
Start throwing holy water.
Americans are a different breed.
We are not touching.
Look, he's shaking his ass at him.
You gotta get out of here. Get out. Get out. Get out of there.
Yeah, back it up, baby.
It's gonna fall.
Don't let him fall. There you go. That's his foot. That's amazing.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want?
I want to dance.
What do you want? Get out. You don't want you here. You're not welcome. Get out. You're not welcome. Get out.
Come.
Get out. Now. Now. In the name of Jesus Christ, we want you out of here. Out. Get out. Now. We don't want you here. Get out of here. In the name of Jesus Christ, we want you out.
It's still going. It's just getting faster and faster. That's awesome.
Nobody's doing anything to make this happen. It's doing it on its own. It's gonna fall on the floor.
It's electricity, lady. These kind of galleys?
The noise you
Yeah.
hear is that
They do. I did it.
on the cupboard. Get out of here. Go.
The
You
power
are
of
not
Christ
wanted
compels
here.
you.
You are not wanted here.
I need
Get
an
out
old priest
of
and
here.
a young priest.
Holy shit.
She swore.
What?
What? Off. Off. You see me.
I do. I'm taping it. I'm taping it. I am taping this.
You're gone. Yeah, you're gone.
Yeah, put the bandana back on. That will help.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. We need to
Stefan
excise the
unplugged
house.
it.
Burn some sage.
I'm turning this off now.
Amazing. That's great. I've never seen that before.
Yeah. Well, it's a slow burn, you know?
It really is. Fantastic.
It like the skeleton ghost that's in that skeleton understands comedy. It knew when to dance to keep the video going to be funny, you know? Because if it was only the the entire video, wouldn't be funny.
That's true. Would be nowhere near as funny. I completely agree with that. Like the fact that it clearly shorts out and just goes nuts right at the point where they're like asking it. It started saying, "What do you want again?" And then to do that, peak. Amazing. Perfect comedic timing.
It's a
Couldn't
funny
write it better.
ghost. Funny ghost.
They were devastated too. They were shook.
No, yeah, that's exactly what it's like. Is the Elma overcharged videos? Those videos are the funniest.
I think it's more. I don't think it's just that. I think it's also sort of like there is a future. There is a 2028 thing that he's looking at, and I don't know if that is he's going to help JD Vance. There's going to be some type of separation there. It's unclear to me, but there's definitely. I think that is definitely part of it because look, the fundamentalist Christian base. That is the Republican Party. The rest is, as they say, commentary. Trump wins overwhelmingly self-identified evangelical Christians. That you need to win them over. That's why they had Mike Pence the first time. You need to win that crew over if you're going to win the Democratic nomination. And the question is... the Republican nomination. And the question is, how do you do that without alienating the rest of the country? Like, you know, the irony is with Trump is that none of the rest of the country believes that he believes any of that stuff. So it actually cuts in his favor.
It's a perfect con.
They are being, they have been signaled via some of the actions that Trump has taken and, you know, their ability to sort of liturgically justify, like, of course, he's God's messenger. Of course, he's imperfect.
Like a butler.
Exactly. I mean, like, and all that stuff. But you need that base. And if you have that audience and you can deliver it, you go from Mike Pence, one of the country's most least popular governors in the country at that time, to the vice president. Dude went from talk radio into Congress, into the governorship, was completely, like, his approval rating was like a 28% or 32% when Trump picked him. But he had both Koch brothers and the evangelical backing.
And Trump was Trump was also prosperity gospel type rich guy. Go ahead.
I was going to say, he also did leave office with many thousands of death threats from that base too.
Yes.
Yeah, he could ruin everything.
Yep. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it.
We even take phone calls.
We're angry about data centers.
Oh, God.
What is a data center? It's where companies
Not my sleep
process
paralysis
and store
demon, John Snossel. I said Snossel instead of Stossel. He is now John Snossel from now on.
That is John Snossel.
Yeah.
What did you think his name was?
The French are ungovernable.
Oh my holy crap, they're valence stoves. I hate those.
This is just me stalling because it was a little laggy.
Oh, bunkum! Hogwash, pure horseradish.
Lizard.
I love Hitler.
Woohoo! Big girls. I used to like the guy. I mean, his videos are I certainly love his videos. They make me feel some type of way. I like when he talks to me like I'm a little baby.
Go to tree jam!
It's so obvious, isn't it? Even a baby could figure it out. She wants to give me basically all her gold for 2 luxuries. What about just this? Oh, so you want to give me all your gold for just 1 luxury too, huh? Don't you?
So sell her the non-jade.
The thing is that it's not a good enough price for me to sell to her. This is fine though. I'll take that. Still doing that multiples of 8 perfectly, because sometimes because they'll give you, like, when the AI does its math, it will be decimal points. So sometimes it's a real big pain in the ass, because if I do 4, it will be 2 gold, but if I do 8, it will be not 4. 9 will be 4. Because of, like, decimal points. So you'll see me where I have to do 4 at a time to maximize the gold I'm getting.
Yeah, I've done that a couple times.
But, like, right now, Mansa Musa is giving perfect multiples of 8. And I checked all the way up to 64, and I don't think there's a reason to even go higher than that. But because 64 at a time is fine. I follow rivers. I follow. Rivers.
Ding ding.
The stuff we keep in here. Their buildings are big.
This is a Google data center inside our endless rows of servers and miles
Throw
of
batteries
cables.
at it.
There's big demand for data centers as more people use AI.
All the time, constantly, 24/7. When I want to like make a picture cute,
Yes, the silly things people do with it.
24/7. When I want to like make a picture cute.
The Star of David looked weird. It looked like it had a symbol inside of it. So I wanted
Silly
to
things
see if it
people
was
do with AI.
the Raelian symbol, which is a wild
Who
symbol.
provide reasons to question AI's huge power demands.
We find this project to be sort of uniquely evil.
It's not just strong words. Some opponents go further. One shot up a politician's home.
Hit with 13 bullets with a note on his doorstep reading "No data centers."
False flag.
Activists hate data centers because
The data center uses resources like a madman.
mostly electricity.
Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, and Google are hungry for energy.
And for water.
I'm
A
hungry
data
for
center
cum.
campus like this can consume as much power and water
I'm a little
as
cum
an entire
hunter.
city.
We need to slow it down.
If our economy was allowed to develop at the speed of Bernie
My
Sanders,
grandpa scared
we
me.
would be significantly
I can't be
worse
talking
off.
about
Paige
cum when
Lambermont
grandpa's
studies
around.
data centers. She says if short-sighted politicians got
Short-sighted?
their way,
Probably the internet wouldn't have been invented in the first
Lacking
place.
They are
common
racing
sense
to
brain?
construct thousands of giant AI data centers. We must stop it.
If we slow down, other countries aren't going to. You're going to be getting the authoritarian Chinese version of AI rather than the United States innovators version
No.
of AI.
data center opponents ignore that problem.
The bill
They
actually,
focus on
remember when we
electricity
watched the coverage of this
Electricity
bill?
prices are going to go up to support
Yes.
companies' AI.
It's possible that it may raise prices in unique situations in some places.
But so far, our research shows no relationship between data centers and faster increases in electricity rates.
It's raised prices nowhere. Prices in Virginia are rising more slowly than they are some other places, even though Virginia is basically the physical location of the internet right now. More data centers are in Northern Virginia than anywhere else.
Costs have to go up, don't they?
Not if we'd done things differently.
If we hadn't limited use of America's oil, gas, and
yeah,
power.
If we hadn't done that,
what a
we
John
probably would have
Stossel
between 100
solution.
and 200
Burn
gigawatts
the
of
earth
slack
faster
capacity
and things
in the
would be
power
better.
grid.
I'm John
Why does
Stossel.
government even put limits on who
Snossel.
produces? Anybody can open a car company or a cell phone store.
Please.
Why can't I build a
you
power
know,
source?
Actually,
You should be able to.
to be clear, his name is John Stossel, or John Stossel. But this right here, you can see my mouse, right? This right here, this is John Stossel right here.
His mustache.
No,
Cell phone
Stossel.
store.
It's
Why
John
can't I
Stossel.
Build a power source.
You should be able to. The only reason that you can't right now is because utilities are continued to be treated as a monopoly in this way.
A government-required monopoly. That means only government or a government-approved business may produce the product. And government-approved everything comes with bureaucracy. Connecting a new power plant to the grid went from taking less than 2 years to now 8 years. Just to connect? Just to obey the rules?
Even after they pass the numerous myriad permitting hurdles it's required to get there, even after they convince a utility they need to exist in the first place.
Fast-growing companies can't wait 8 years. Google's head of energy was shocked at the bureaucracy.
We have one utility that's told us 12 years to study the interconnection timeline, which is sort of wild.
So tech companies find new ways to get power faster.
Microsoft is working with Constellation Energy to reopen the 3 Mile Island nuclear facility.
The plant will be able to produce power next year, but the government's rules won't allow Microsoft
23
to use
gold
that
for
power
fucking open
until
borders, you
utilities
piece
build
of
power
shit.
lines in other states, hundreds of miles away. Those power lines have already been delayed for years. Some won't be finished before 2030. Of course, a company might avoid such rules by building a plant for themselves, off the grid. Elon Musk uses a gas plant to power his supercomputer in Tennessee.
These are the gas turbines fueling the supercomputer they call Colossus.
Maybe if you're Elon Musk, you can build your own. But most people can't afford to build a gas or nuclear plant.
And why build it when Luddites may soon be in power?
No one wants to invest $2, $4, $10 billion in something that the next presidential administration could come in and say, actually, that's been
based.
Some in Congress want to make building off-grid power easier.
You can do new and interesting things if you're running your own
The way
thing
it's
and you're
edited
making your own
too, it's
rules.
so fucking.
And that's pretty much how
like-
every
like,
major technological
why do they
advance we've
edit
had
it
in
like
other
a
areas
fucking
has come about,
scam?
right? It's never been the government that comes up
You
with
know?
the advancement. It's usually
You know what
private
I'm
actors
saying?
doing interesting
Did
things
they
and
go to
trying figure
fucking
out what
scam
works.
school to learn how to edit
But politicians
scams?
respond to activists who protest almost everything new.
We are concerned for the health of our local environment, our natural resources, sustainable energy future.
Electricity replaces human labor and allows us to do more and better things. It's going to find cures for diseases like cancer. It's
Sheffield.
going to figure things out.
Doing that will
Cures
require
for diseases like cancer. How much is the cure going to cost people who have no insurance? John Stossel. Like, wow, it's going to create innovations for the rich that the poor will never reap? I can't believe it. You're blowing my mind. I didn't know that about the data centers. Wow. Let's just give rich people more cures. You know, that one guy is measuring him and his son's boner every night. That's probably a lot of data centers supplying that boner data, you know?
more power.
They are resource intensive. So are most productive things we've done in human history.
Often, productive things happen only when government gets out of the way. Are needless rules in your way?
Are needless rules in your way? Listen, Snossel. That wasn't too bad. There wasn't really anything to even
Personally,
make fun
I
of
will
even.
put things in.
Nothing tops the racist bake sale video. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. You're talking and I can't hear you.
I got a phone call.
Oh. You're talking to somebody else, not me. Got it.
In the fridge, I completely forget about them. And I get them out and they're old or moldy or something. I have to throw them away.
It's Mediocre Observations with your host, King Ramses II.
Nice. Is he going to talk about robots today? Roberts,
yes, absolutely. So, here's a little thing. China loves to beta test technology on its populace.
It does.
And by that, I mean technologies that are not safe, not tested yet. They like to just put them out there in public to see how they work. So, for instance, I don't know, a driverless bus or something. They'll just put it out there. If it runs over a bunch of people,
trackless train.
Yeah, the trackless train.
I mean, the quickest way to know if something's safe is just see if it kills them.
At the same time, they're trying to run this propaganda campaign to say that they're dominating the world in
argue with
robotics.
results.
Every
Old
robot
school
fails,
style.
and
Yes.
people sneak the clips out of China. I mean, they try to block them and sue them and stuff, but they get out.
Yeah,
and it's a net negative when people like us get a hold of them.
So
but
yeah,
it's a net positive because the Western media tends to run with the fact that China's dominating the future. So
remember this whole idea of like an autonomous driving like delivery vehicle.
yeah.
So China desperately needs jobs right now, and specifically delivery drivers. Like the last,
people.
It's the last bastion of
Yes.
like hope for most people. So China decides, no, you know what? We're going to just develop.
Take away that
let's take that away. Let's just make autonomous delivery
Yeah.
vehicles.
And that is
It's-
autonomous.
Yeah, let's see how that's been working out for them. So, where do you think it's going to go?
I actually don't know. I haven't seen this.
Oh, we didn't see it.
Is this just a clip?
Mm-hmm. Oh, we actually could barely see it.
I mean,
Of all directions.
I know. Why would it go in the hole?
It
Also,
just shred.
by
That's
the way, you can
hilarious.
see that these are not some high-tech mobile. It's
dude,
literally
it's like
an
a
empty.
fridge.
It's an empty container that just holds the packages from the delivery depot.
Dude, that is garbage.
It's just trash.
And that's really quite cool.
It is.
Yes.
Of all things.
I know. Why would it go in there?
I thought it has cameras and stuff.
Yeah, it's very bad. Like, all of its detection stuff is very bad. We've seen that, man. Remember, it drove over a dog last time? Look at this one.
I love
This
the
one is
fucking
going the wrong
angry
way,
robot
head-on into
noises they always put in.
It's vulgar as well.
I think that is pretty cool.
Dude, how dangerous is this stuff?
Just imagine, dude, there's tens of millions of these now.
Yes.
This one.
It's now,
Yes,
it's
it's
almost
better
run
in
over this
this window.
bike.
How dare you say that?
Oh my God! I've never seen anything like this before. God, this is amazing.
Hey,
Cool.
look, we
Oh.
basically
That's
only
really
take up
great
their
from an
branding now.
energy efficient point
Right.
of view.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
Idling your diesel truck is
Yes.
the way for this robber.
I mean, the fact that it goes the wrong side of the road, they have a water pipe here, and it's trying to like, trying to drive
He's a
over.
murderer.
That's,
So he says, wait.
So one thing I want to say is we've seen multiple times where these things come into an obstruction, like
Yeah.
a little gate, or like this pipe, or whatever it is. But instead of the default being a safe thing where it shuts down, it forces itself through. That's why it's run over people. That's why it's run over dogs. That's why it's crashed through gates. These things. They're programmed not for safety.
No.
They're programmed to get to their destination.
No matter what.
Yeah, which is bad.
Yes. How many kids have they run over?
I don't know. I only know of one that was reported where it ran over a kid, but I don't know how many have been run over, because it's got to be a lot by now. The fact that we've seen it run over dogs and whatever, you know what I mean?
Our audience spazzed about that last time.
Oh, really?
We censored it.
Yeah, we did. We censored it. Let's see. Surely it should stop, right?
What if
that's really quite cool.
That's a torso.
Yes.
Whoa, it's ripping.
No, I think that is pretty cool.
You can't park there, mate.
Oh my God! I've never seen anything like this before. God, this is amazing.
Yeah. What is it doing in the bike lane anyway?
But that's really great from an energy efficient point of view.
Was hoping for a little bit more than that, but
oh well. Love owls. Fucking birds.
Общается.
They always look freaked out.
Общается.
Give it a rat. They love rats. That's a big cat. Why is there a fat lynx? Why is the lynx fat?
it's not a lynx.
A caracal?
Yeah. It's just
It was one of
music, so. You ever see this cat?
No.
Floppa? Big Floppa?
Have
You
not.
want an endorsement for not to have one of these in your house?
It's this?
Oh my god, bro.
Ни капельки нету. Ни совести, ничего нету.
It would be Russian.
Of course.
Нету совести даже, ни капельки. Вот столько вот совести нет.
That thing is gonna eat your fucking face.
Oh, that's
One
why
of these
it's
days,
fat.
it's gonna happen. Yeah, they keep it well fed. That's how they get away with it. This is the most chill I've seen this thing. Normally it's like angry and hissing and swatting the shit out of them.
Mm. It looks angry in every thumbnail.
This one says, loves to eat snack. Let's try this one. Look, it's eating mice. No, it clearly wants your fingers. It says, nah, give me those fingers.
That's a bad idea.
Russians. It wants your flesh. How many... Can we just keep open borders, bitch? How many times do I have to fucking ask? Always getting stuck on your shit.
Fatty doesn't want banana.
He's a fat piece of shit. You fat piece of shit.
Eat your fucking fruit.
No. There's still...
My berries.
Нет, шипеть не надо, давай разговаривать.
That's just happy says hi.
Разговаривать. Кар. Кар.
Apparently it is for these cats.
Кар.
Oh, interesting.
But I don't care. Because I ain't finding out myself. Okay? Not happening.
Is it meowing at them?
No, it's doing a cur.
Oh, it's like a purr.
Well, you know how cats do the... have you seen the cat lock picker?
No. They are adorable. Not sure how I feel about having an obese one. I feel like that's animal cruelty.
Well, it's Russia, so it's already cruelty to exist there.
Yeah, true.
So what's also funny about this is that there is like a cat race in Skyrim, and they're like the thief race. So they're like good at lockpicking already. So like the caption on this is like, hired a Khajiit to rate, because you can pay specific people, like you can pay a guy to teach you archery, and it just gives you skill points in archery. It doesn't actually like do anything. It's you just buy skill points from certain NPCs, and you can learn lockpicking from these cat people. So the caption will be like, you know, got a Khajiit to raise my lockpicking level. All right, you ready? This is one of the greatest cat videos when it comes to gaming. Like that dog that pushes a button. Fuck that dog. Belle, I think her name is. It's an adorable dog that pushes the buttons to do the heals in Overwatch and stuff.
Yes.
Fuck that dog.
Oh, my cat does this at birds out the window. Hilarious.
Anyway, that's what I think it's doing. Is something more like that.
Maybe.
Pick. Pick, pick.
See, just be hissing.
That's all it does, bro. There's so many videos of it hissing and swatting.
It doesn't seem like an aggressive hiss, though. It's interesting.
Кар. Скажи кар.
I agree.
Гоша, скажи кар. Гош. Кар. Кар. Кар.
Well, give him a car then. He wants a car. He wants to drive in his car.
Oh shit. Indonesia and Mansa Musa are fighting the Netherlands.
Yeah, that's been like that for a minute now.
Who declared the war?
I don't know.
The Netherlands is the big bad.
Yeah, I saw them moving an army, and I was like, uh-oh. And then I looked at the screen, and they were at war with not me. So I was like, okay. I'll continue not building an army.
Not even that big of a military.
Well, they've been at war for a while, so it's probably gone up and down, you know?
Yeah.
Et de la famille des grands singes.
I need to make a video about this.
Mais non, mais vous pouvez pas dire ça. À la télévision, on les jette dans la Méditerranée. Vous vous rendez compte de ce que vous dites?
Oui, oh, bon, ça va.
Non, ça va pas.
I need to make a video about this.
Mes chers collègues, en hommage au jeune Quentin, je vous demande d'observer 1 minute de silence.
I need to make a video about this.
Well, yeah, the French presidential elections are happening in just a year. The far right is clearly leading in the polls as the media landscape
this is
shifts
what everybody
more and
says
more
every
to
time
the
the
right.
French
But
have
I
an
wouldn't be
election.
able to predict the exact outcome of the elections. What I can say is
This
that
time
it's
I'm
going
really
to be
gonna do it.
increasingly tense. So I felt like it was the right time to sit down and go through the major events that happened in the last year or so and that will likely shape the outcome of the next election. So I printed 4 pages, 4 different elements in French political discourse in the last year or so that not only help us understand French politics, but also what's at stake for the next election. Are you ready for this? Okay, let's go. Okay, so let's start with this picture. This is Bali Bagayoko. Some call him the French Obama for no other reason than the fact that he's black. Take it as a little teaser from what comes next. Bali Bagayoko was just elected mayor of Saint-Denis, the second most populous city in the Île-de-France county, right after Paris. He's built his career from the ground up, starting out in local community work in Saint-Denis before becoming mayor in 2026. Over time, this local engagement grew into a broader political role with La France Insoumise, France Unveiled, where he's become known for focusing on social issues, public services, and representing urban communities. Bali Bagayoko easily won the election on the night of the first round. Here you can see him and his supporters celebrating the victory with music, dancing, and excitement, but cultural and political opponents read this joyful moment differently, unleashing a wave of racist attacks and suspicion, eventually culminating in government-level condemnation. So, let me tell you what happened. It all started on that very evening when Bagayoko was interviewed remotely by the host of a popular news show. When asked about his victory, Bagayoko used an old expression reminiscent of Saint-Denis' royal history, the city of kings and the living people, insisting on the living people. Now listen to it carefully again.
La ville des rois et du peuple vivant.
La ville des rois et du peuple vivant. La ville des rois, roi means kings, and roi sounds a bit like another French word, noir. I'm sure some of you already know where this is going. The next day, a popular radio host asked Bali Bagayoko about this interview and said this.
Désormais, alors que un de mes confrères vous interrogeait sur la ville des rois, vous disiez c'est aussi la ville des noirs. Est-ce que ça compte pour vous?
Okay, let's pause this for a second. We'll get back to this, but I first want to tell you about the sponsor of today's video.
I'll
In the last
allow
year
it.
or so, have developed a bit of an obsession with piracy, and honestly, for good reason. There are people out there who will gather whatever information they can find on you to threaten, to stalk, to cross lines that should never be crossed. It's scary, I won't lie, but I'm not gonna stop making videos because I love this too
Nobody's
much.
polluting.
What I can do though is make sure
How
I'm
nice.
taking every possible precaution to protect everything outside of this frame. I mean, after doing a lot of research myself, I realized something pretty concerning. No one's really safe. Our data is constantly being collected, bought, sold, and repackaged by companies you've probably never heard of. Your address, your phone number, even information about your family can just exist online, and that's the part most people don't see. It's not just out there, it's being actively traded, which is exactly why I started looking for ways to take that control back. That's where today's sponsor, Incogni, comes in. Incogni is a service that helps remove your personal data from data brokers and people's search sites, basically all those places collecting and selling your information without you even knowing. They reach out on your behalf, request removals, and keep doing it over time because this stuff can pop back up again. And with Incogni, a custom removal feature, if you find a site with your information on it, just send the link over to Incogni and they will deal with it for you. So this is how simple it is. Step 1 is setting up the account. Step 2 is to authorize Incogni to remove your personal data on your behalf. And step 3, you just relax and let them do the hard work. Those data brokers, scammers, they can't harm you if they can't find you. So take your personal data back with Incogni, use code CAPELLE, CAPPELLE at the link below and get 60% off an annual plan. That's incogni.com/CAPELLE. Thank you, Incogni, for sponsoring the video, and now let's go back to it. The city of blacks, la ville des noirs. He never said that. He never said that, but right after the interview, many far-right accounts on X spread this misinformation, which made its way into the radio host's mouth, to an audience of hundreds of thousands of people. Bagayoko politely corrected her, and she later apologized, but that was just the beginning. Later on CNews, our French Fox News, a commentator was asked his opinion on Bagayoko's victory, and out of nowhere developed an analysis based on the comparison with apes and Homo sapiens.
Non, c'est important de rappeler que l'Homo sapiens, nous sommes des mammifères sociaux.
What? French?
Et de famille des grands singes.
On that same TV channel, a so-called philosopher built on that metaphor and pushed it even further.
La banque va imposer sa loi. Et la banque qui a imposé sa loi dit maintenant c'est allégeance. Mais ça c'est très tribal. On fait l'allégeance au mâle dominant. Ce monsieur n'est pas un mâle dominant, enfin, je ne sache pas.
All the commentators wondered whether France was still for them, and if they could still run as candidates in future elections. You see, one black man wins a big city, and those people are losing their minds. On other, more respectable channels, the newly elected mayor was asked about connections with drug dealers, a suspicion that, again, grew in far-right circles and wasn't backed by any fact. Racism was unleashed, yet the condemnations of it were weak and slow. Bagayoko had to call out the government to trigger elections. The Minister of the Interior condemned the racism lightly. The minister in charge of fighting against discrimination didn't even say a word. And our president, Emmanuel Macron, barely said anything either. Racism was unleashed and unchecked. Some will say this surprising, and to be fair, it wasn't just about Bali Bagayoko. Black and brown candidates for the mayoral elections faced unprecedented waves of racist attacks on social media throughout their campaigns. Some even questioned whether they should keep going. Others feared for their safety, and death threats came their way. Speaking of death threats, this is the message that La France Insoumise, so France and...
You're being laggy as shit.
Where are you going with that settler?
Wherever the fuck I want. I follow rivers. I follow rivers. You feel me? You're the man now, dog.
Received on February 18th. In it, an anonymous individual threatens to bomb the HQ of the party, cursing at brown people as well as leftists. It concludes by saying, quote, "You're gonna pay for the murder of Quentin many times over." Who's Quentin, you might be asking? Well, there he is. This is our second picture. The story of his death kind of mirrors that of Charlie Kirk in the US. In fact, I picked this picture because of how it reminded me of the Charlie Kirk AI posts depicting him as an angel. This image was put on real banners and posters, and the interesting thing about it is that this is not even Quentin. There he is, that's Quentin. Quentin is half Peruvian and half French, but somehow people wanted him to look like a typical young white Frenchman. So Quentin de Ranc was a neo-fascist activist from Lyon. On the 14th of February, he died after a fight with anti-fascist activists, hundreds of meters away from a conference by Rima Hassan, a voice for Palestinian rights in France and a France Unbound representative at the European Parliament. She was invited to Lyon for a conference and was met by an organization called Nemesis, a far-right collective led by Alice Cordier, masquerading as a women's rights organization. In academic terms, we call this femo-nationalism. It refers to the way feminist ideas and women's rights rhetoric is used often selectively or instrumentally to support nationalist and anti.
The fuck? Anyway. I forgot what I was going to make a joke about.
Oh well.
I love delegations. Oh, bro's the only one buying Diplo favor now.
Immigration or xenophobic political agenda.
Indonesia ain't got no cash. They traded it all away. What won in that fucking... Is this a new Congress?
It's a military emergency.
What won in the other one?
It doesn't say we have to capture the city back. Do you want to do it?
No.
Why?
Because I'm not building military.
Fine.
The fucking... I'm letting them fight. I'm gonna come in for scraps.
If she pushes in on another city, and I've got longbowmen, I might. Could push into our cities, yeah.
Push into you.
Two military emergencies.
Yeah. Oh, you got culture bombs, huh?
Apparently.
How many votes you put in for it?
Just two.
That's normally what it needs, because everyone always puts in one.
These galleys are great for cutting lines around the continents.
Mm-hmm. That's what they're good for.
For example, Nemesis raises awareness about cases of SA but tends to focus specifically on those committed by people of color. But anyway, they showed up at the conference in the hope of triggering local leftists and anti-fascist activists. It's a strategy they use to paint the left as violent on their social media and on TV. They purposely position themselves as bait to draw anti-fascist activists and let their neo-fascist friends do the rest of the job. That's what happened on February 13th. Fascist and anti-fascist groups met hundreds of meters away from the conference and started a fight, which left many of them wounded, including Quentin de Ranc, who was still alive after the altercation. Some videos filmed after the fight even show him standing up, clearly unwell, but afraid to call the police as his bloody fists could put him in a tricky situation. Instead, he and his friends walked away for a bit and eventually called an ambulance as Quentin's physical state worsened. He died the next day at the hospital. Suddenly, all eyes were on Lyon. François Bald was immediately accused of being responsible for Quentin's death, as it happened in the context of Rima Hassan's conference, and as a member of the group of Antifas who showed up is connected to a François Bald representative. And the bomb threat followed.
Il a été dit que des menaces de bombes installées à l'intérieur des locaux avaient été reçues par la police et que c'était la raison pour laquelle ils nous demandaient d'évacuer le siège pour pouvoir faire une vérification à l'intérieur.
As days passed by, more and more information was gathered on who Quentin really was. What did he believe in? Independent media like Street Press or Canard Réfractaire and later Mediapart did most of the investigative work mainstream journalism didn't bother doing. And what they found was horrible, to say the least. Quentin was quite clearly a neo-Nazi. He praised Hitler, he used racist and sexist slurs, anti-Semitism, he called for violence, and even wrote, quote, "We want fascism."
He said something like,
"I love Hitler."
There's no ambiguity, no dog whistle, no subtext. It was all there on his social media platforms
with the
for
Nazis.
anyone to
How about
see.
that?
But that was too late. In the emotional turmoil that his death caused, the parliament voted to give him a minute of silence. Media and politicians had already reversed the narrative. You see, Quentin was a young Christian man praised by his friends. He had died from leftist violence. The lesson to take from this was that leftism, specifically François Bald, was a threat to French society. You see, in a couple of decades, the National Rally, with the help of establishment parties, managed to not only detoxify itself in the eyes of French society, but also displace that toxicity onto the radical left, onto François Bald, which condemned the use of violence but refused to condemn the Antifa group that fought Quentin and his friends. As this Antifa group was created in Lyon in 2018 to resist local fascist groups and protect minorities and leftist organizations.
Ils sont venus avec des battes de baseball, ils m'ont brisé le pare-brise avant, pare-brise arrière, ils nous ont défoncé la voiture, une attaque violente, ils ont voulu me tuer quoi. Avec mon épouse, mon bébé derrière, on l'a traité de sale arabe, on va vous tuer.
But that didn't matter. Quentin's neo-Nazi friends were invited on TV to share how great he was. Nemesis was also invited on TV to share their side of the story, later contradicted by videos and reports. A protest paying tribute to Quentin was authorized in Lyon. As you can imagine, Nazi salutes were made, insults were thrown at minorities, the most radical far-right groups were present, and we just stood there, watching.
D'observer une minute de silence.
Okay, so we covered this one and this one. Now it's time to move on to this one. Nouvelle France simply means New France, and no, this is not a reference to the French North American colonies of the 1700s. This concept has just re-emerged in French political discourse with a completely different meaning and has led to a moral panic. So let me first explain what New France means. This concept was put forward by François Bald's Research Institute led by Jean-Luc Mélenchon. Broadly speaking, it refers to a France that is evolving, shaped by cultural mixing, migration backgrounds, and the lived realities of working class and urban communities. It highlights a society that is more diverse and younger, and that no longer fits the traditional image of a homogeneous nation. In this context, New France also presents those populations as a driving force in politics and democracy, stressing their growing role in social movements and elections. So overall, the idea reflects a vision of a society in transformation, transformed by those on the margins, resisting capitalist forces, seeking to crush them. I mean, whether you like it or not, it sounds like an interesting new idea, but what does it mean concretely? Well, after the municipal elections in France last month, which led to the victory of a number of black and brown candidates affiliated with François Bald, journalists and commentators immediately made the connection with New France, which they understood mainly in racial terms. To them, New France means black and brown people. François Bald is the party of black and brown people.
L'un des exemples de cette nouvelle France, sans qu'on sache précisément ce que ça veut dire, est-ce que cette nouvelle France, c'est une... Il faut nous expliquer à nos auditeurs. Est-ce que c'est une question de...
Je crois que I might have found it. Yeah, yes, okay. It's a great video. You ready? No, I don't want to maximize. I just want to fucking put it in this part. All right.
Your, ton. Tuna, ton. Mowing, ton. Uncle, tonton. Your uncle knows your tuna. Ton 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 ton.
Ton, 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 ton.
Worm. Vert. Green. Vert. Towards. Vert. Glass. Vert. Verse. Vert. Green glass towards worm verse. Vert, 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 vert.
Vert, 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 vert.
Blood. Sang. Without. Sang. 100. Sang. Smells. Sang. Without 100 smells of blood. Sang, 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 sang.
Sans, 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 sans.
Time.
You get the point.
That's great. How long does that go for?
I mean, there's a bunch of... It's just a compilation.
Ah, okay.
That the guy is remixing. There's a ton of different
Vous
ones.
fait sourire de couleur de peau, d'origine. C'est quoi cette nouvelle France?
This assumption has been running for a while. It really started during our last legislative elections when a prominent left-wing figure revealed that he used two different leaflets based on who he was canvassing.
Fair
the
enough.
one with Mélenchon's face on it was used in diverse low-income neighborhoods. The one without his face was used in white working-class and middle-class communities. This triggered a serious split in what we called the New Popular Front, the left-wing alliance. In that chaos, old figures of the left establishment re-emerged, including former President François Hollande, further cementing that split between a reformist, universalist front and a more socialist, anti-racist front, represented by France Unbowed. This sharp split is only going to get stronger as the election approaches. Many social democrats have already distanced themselves from Mélenchon, in the same way that establishment Democrats are distancing themselves from Hassan Piker in the US, or Labour distanced itself from Jeremy Corbyn in the UK. Nobody is exempt from criticism, but it's pretty obvious that it's not just about them, it's about what they stand for. Mélenchon stands for what he calls New France. As we mentioned earlier, this concept reflects ongoing changes in society and in the economy. For example, a lot of us have gone to university, secured a degree, but many are struggling with debt, with rent, with buying a place, with affording to raise a kid. In the past, a degree was a guarantee of a good pay and social mobility. Today, things aren't as secure anymore. Another example, a couple of decades ago, the concept of the gig economy entered the chat. People could do extra gigs outside of their main job to earn a decent living. Today, the gig economy, the economy of freelancers and micro-entrepreneurs, is a career path for many people, and it is insanely precarious. So thinking that we can speak about the economy or what a left-wing program should be without taking into account those changes, without reconsidering who we stand for and what the working class is in the 21st century, is not good enough. Nouvelle France seeks to mobilize groups in society that may or may not identify with the historical blue-collar, white working class, but nevertheless feel the pressure of the capitalist economy, destabilizing their future, and fear the rise of white nationalist forces. So yeah, it's about mobilizing people who have given up voting or have lost hope in the transformative power of politics. That's what Nouvelle France wants to embody. Does it do it well? We'll see in the next elections. What's clear now is that this strategy is very different from the re-emerging establishment left. You see, those people were quite happy that working class people, including people of color, didn't really vote anymore. They had turned to the center, adopted neoliberal policies, and softened their advocacy for minority rights into a universalist, humanist approach, which allowed them to avoid taking a clear stance on controversial topics like police brutality or the right to wear a hijab. In some cases, they even supported more brutality and more division, like it was the case during François Hollande's presidency from 2012 to 2017. A presidency that accelerated the establishment left's neoliberal turn, triggered the creation of the leftist party France Unbowed, and set the stage for neoliberal baby girl Emmanuel Macron. France Unbowed therefore took on the role that the establishment left had given up. They maintain an uncompromising anti-capitalist stance and stand for all minorities, including the French Muslim community, by naming their oppression, Islamophobia, and defending their dignity and rights on corporate media and in parliament, as no one will listen to them directly. This is quite uncomfortable for an elite of establishment politicians and media figures who now have to face that their so-called humanist values aren't as universal as they make them seem. Sure, they don't agree with far-right conspiracy theories like the Great Replacement Theory, the idea that France will be taken over by black and brown people, but still, seeing Bali Bagayoko win Saint-Denis and seeing the surprising success of France Unbowed did trigger them a bit. That's why journalists kept respectfully asking if Bagayoko's win was what Mélenchon meant by New France. That question was asked so often that we started to see the implication behind it. It's almost a dog whistle at this point. They say New France, but what they mean is black and brown people, which is only one component of the definition given by La Boétie's Institute. In a similar vein, political and media elites are getting increasingly comfortable with the assumption that anti-Zionism is used as covert anti-Semitism aimed at getting the attention of French Muslims. The implication being that French Muslims are essentially anti-Semitic. Look at this clip of an interview with France Unbowed representative by one of the most established French journalists out there, Nathalie Saint-Cric.
Il existe dans le pays, d'accord? Ça existe.
Et la quête du vote musulman aussi.
Alors déjà là, je vous reproche pourquoi vous faites ce lien. Pourquoi quand je parle d'antisémitisme, vous faites un lien avec la quête du vote musulman? Quel est le rapport? Pensez-vous qu'il y a des gens qui sont antisémites pour aller chercher le vote musulman?
Ah oui?
Moi, je trouve ça intolérable.
Nathalie Saint-Cric was criticized for this. A wave of call-outs from viewers and listeners followed. Hearing such assumptions on public service TV felt outrageous for many. Some of us haven't lost our moral compass, luckily, but these sort of assumptions are heard all the time on the most-watched 24/7 news channel in France called CNews. We've shown this logo a few times now. This is CNews. I usually describe it as the French Fox News or the French GB News. It's owned by the super powerful media mogul Vincent Bolloré, a fervent conservative who uses his various media platforms, both in print and digital media, to push a Christian nationalist agenda. This guy is incredibly powerful, and CNews might be his most controversial project. The channel presents itself as a news channel, but most of the shows are commentary produced by a variety of right-wing and far-right commentators. It's cheap to produce, it's the same racist, sexist, classist talking points on repeat, and it's been getting a lot of views. So many views that other media are looking at them for inspiration, shifting the Overton window more and more to the right. It's on CNews that Bali Bagayoko was compared to apes and Homo sapiens, the sort of comparisons that would never be used if the man was white. Comments of that sort are quite common on CNews, leading to waves of call-outs to the French audiovisual regulatory agency ARCOM. In 2025, for example, when ARCOM was deciding which channel could renew their license and which couldn't, CNews was heavily questioned. The channel is listed as a news channel, yet doesn't respect pluralism rules. When progressives are invited on their show, they are attacked from all sides by a group of biased commentators to the degree that many now refuse to go, knowing that their presence on the show isn't productive at all. CNews, on the other hand, regularly complains that fewer and fewer progressives accept their invitations, as pluralism remains an important metric to stay in good standing with ARCOM. Recently, CNews launched a new show called 100% Frontières, 100% Borders, in which Alice Cordier, the leader of Nemesis, the femo-nationalist group we talked about earlier, appears regularly alongside other representatives of far-right media platforms. Now, many of these younger influencers and activists are actually operating under the influence of the American ultra-conservative Atlas Network, which extends its influence in France through concrete ties with French actors who relay and adapt its ideas locally. French influencers and activists like Alice Cordier are trained and supported through these structures, translating US-style libertarian and Trumpist narratives into the French context, especially among young political trainees and online commentators. So yeah, my guy is keeping an eye, but also influencing what's going on in France. The death
what
of
does she mean,
for
political
example, strengthened
trannies?
those transnational alliances, and the death of Quentin de Ranc turned into an opportunity to push far-right ideas into the mainstream, culminating in the Minute of Silence in Parliament. Actually, in preparation for this video, I asked a bunch of French people a lot. Many of us sat there watching TV, unsure of how we ended up paying tribute to a self-proclaimed neo-Nazi. Now, CNews will continue to spread its divisive propaganda up to the presidential elections of 2027, but I really want to emphasize the fact that this isn't just about CNews. More and more corporate media are cozying up with far-right politicians and far-right talking points. Some see the potential of producing content for millions of people who voted and plan to vote for the far-right. Others are falling for their detoxification campaign, claiming that what they stand for isn't as bad as people make you think. And then other media are simply friends with them. They go to lunch with them, they chat, they text, and on TV they avoid asking difficult questions like why Marine Le Pen's party, the National Rally, stole millions from the EU, and why Jordan Bardella, the likely far-right candidate, took part in this criminal activity. This lack of accountability and the progressive disappearance of cutting-edge journalism as billionaires buy up the sector leads people to turn more and more to alternative or independent media. And this is probably where the next elections will be determined. Online, through these new media reaching hundreds of thousands, even millions of viewers. I believe they will play a big role in circulating information, but also in organizing real-life actions. A combination of the two seems to be the right recipe to secure a victory in the 2027 elections. So I looked at the variety of polls, but let's be honest, polls can be very, very misleading. Since 1995, polls conducted 1 year before the French presidential elections have been wrong 50% of the time. We're still not 100% sure Marine Le Pen will be able to run for president, as she's accused of embezzlement of parliamentary EU funds through a fake job scams. But that's no longer a source of worry for her party, as young and charismatic Jordan Bardella is already overtaking her in many polls, with scores ranging from 30 to 38%. Now keep in mind that the National Rally scores tend to be overestimated. On the contrary, France Unveiled has seen its performance underestimated in recent elections, especially during the municipal elections, which were a big surprise for many. But yeah, it's quite likely that Jordan Bardella will reach the second round of the elections. Our elections function in 2 rounds. His opponent is likely to be one of these 3 people: Edouard Philippe, the head of Horizon, a friend of Emmanuel Macron and the establishment right. Then you have Jean-Luc Mélenchon, the leader of France Unveiled, the French leftist party. And then you have Raphaël Glucksmann, a social democrat who works with people who worked with Macron and is a strong advocate of the EU. I want to say that any of those candidates could get to the second round, but the way they would perform in that second round is absolutely unknown, because the prospect of having a far-right president is deeply scary to a lot of people who could put pressure on politicians to build alliances to block a national rally victory, like they did in previous elections. Now, yeah, I think that was helpful. This will probably be my last video on French politics until the election period, but if you want to get updates, you can subscribe to this channel. I post off updates on the YouTube community section, but you can also follow me on Instagram. If you have any more questions, feel free to put them in the comment section. I'm sure other people will be able to answer. I'll check the comment section as well, in case I can provide some answers too. So yeah, if you ask me how I feel about the election as a French person, I would say that I'm realistic and optimistic. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, people are working, organizing, doing everything they can to avoid the worst case scenario. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. Before I leave, I would like to say a big thank you to Incogni for sponsoring the video. Take your personal data back with Incogni. You can use my code CAPELLE, CAPPELLE, at the link below and get 60% off your annual plan. The link is in the description box. Also, a big thank you to my Patreons for their support, and a special thank to top tier Patreons. I'm literally a Fork, Ahmed, Shunak, Sibev, Jose Bailey, Nofol Shamari, Fred, Hongxing Wang, Paul-Louis Agenot.
Darmy, are you comfortable? Are you comfortable? What are you doing? Taking a cat nap? Yeah, what's going on there, Darms? What's going on there? Oh, don't let me bother your nap time. Am I bothering you? No. Oh, yes, she's awake. What you doing there, Darby? Well. What you doing? Get out of the trash can. Darmy, are you comfortable? Are you comfortable? What are you doing? Taking a cat nap? Yeah, what's going on there, Darms? What's going on there?
This suit is black knot. Who burned my holy site? Did I hit that from a flood? That's bullshit. I thought I get immunity to that shit or something. Am I crazy? Just rivers. Not flood.
Maybe, I'm not
sure. Does he do any? Well, at this point, it's a free envoy, so we'll take you, and we'll take you. I think we're good with that. Those are some good policies.
Back in the long, long ago, New York and New Jersey fought over the islands betwixt them. Were they New York or were they New Jersey? To determine what was whose, New York proposed a race. All islands that could be encircled in less than 24 hours would belong to New York, those not to New Jersey. Staten Island was the big prize, then described as the most commodious and richest land. New Jersey wanted it, and given the island is huge and back in the day boats were slow, New Jersey thought the island impossible to encircle in under a day, and so it would be hers. But young New York, determined to expand her empire state, thought she had the man for the job, Captain Christopher Billop. The clever captain lashed empty barrels to his ship to help catch the wind and make haste, and 'twas this that made the difference, winning the race against time and encircling the most commodious.
I'm hoping, just like with the Aztecs and the Byzantines, because it's a total Aztec-Byzantine situation.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hoping that Calvinism and Islam compete with each other and stay out of my shit. You know?
That'd be handy.
Because I don't want to get into a religious fight. I want to use faith to buy settlers. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Island of Staten for New York in just over 23 hours. This delightful deed earned Billop tality in books and articles and on Wikipedia, and the embiggened New York gifted the captain an estate, on Staten Island of course, that still stands today. A historical museum and park for the local Staten Island Yorkers that, were it not for Billop, would find themselves Jerseyites instead. What a cute story! So perfect for the video about New York and New Jersey's border disputes I'm working on. But wait, was the 24-hour race around each island individually, or all islands at once? This wording isn't clear. We'll ask the museum about the route. Hometowns happily honor hometown heroes. Well, no reason to just sit around. Let's follow the footnote trail. New York Times, 1913. Okay, Billop gets inspired to put the barrels on his ship. There's great suspense as people await their resident state fate, and Billop took, quote, a little over 20 hours to complete his journey. That's less than help, and it's a newspaper. No sources are listed.
Huh?
It's buttresses.
What era?
It's the damn one.
Oh, yeah, super late. That's what I thought.
What? It's right after shipbuilding. It's like the third one of the top line.
Oh, I can get it now. Classical era wonder to boost. Oh. Awooga.
Just the journalist's name. But she did write a book 6 years later containing much the same story, though the onlookers go from suspense to throbbing suspense. And unlike a newspaper, there is a bibliography, yay, but it's not broken down by chapter, boo. I don't really want to go through this. Please tell me the museum wrote back. Wait a minute, more than 200 years ago. The article says almost 300 years ago. That's nearly 100 years apart. When did this race even happen? Almost 300 years ago from 1913 would be 1620-ish, but New Jersey only became New Jersey in 1664 via a royal charter. Which, does that thing even mention Billup? Why do so many organizations put up these tiny, unreadable GIF versions of their founding documents? Then there's no mention of Billup, or even Staten Island. So the race had to happen after the charter, which means it's no more than 249 years before this article. That's the oldest a source could be. What's the youngest reliable source that might mention the race? Well, the Supreme Court dealt with New York and New Jersey island ownership in the 90s. Does that mention Billup?
Number 120 original, New Jersey against New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. This was a line not only of territory, but of jurisdiction and sovereignty.
So property means jurisdiction, action doesn't mean...
Another 1880s Supreme Court situation, but that also makes no mention of Billup. Meanwhile, the museum still hasn't gotten back, and I'm getting suspicious they're avoiding me. But there is a history section on the site saying the house was built about 1680, and Christopher Billup was a filthy royal loyal, and his home the sieve of a failed peace talk between the righteous revolutionaries and the conqueror's crown. A traitor for the video. Sweet. Wait, that's 100 years apart again. Oh, damn it, there's two of them. Captain Christopher Billup, 2 L's, 2 P's, and Colonel Christopher Billup, 2 L's, 1 P. The latter the great-grandson of the former, both living on Billup Manor. Much confusion. But Billup the captain died in 1726, so the race had to happen between 1660 and then. Okay, I give up. Let's dive into this. Nothing is consistent. Look, on Wikipedia and in the New York Times, the race took a little over 23 hours, but the Staten Islander, 1911, says the race took exactly 23 hours and 37 minutes. Where did that come from? And the ship, sometimes she's an Atlantic crossing vessel with cannons, and sometimes she's Billup's personal plucky boat. Or the manor. In the earliest versions of the story, Billup already lived on the manor, but in later versions it was a prize for his victory. Or the barrels. In A History of Thomas and Anne Billup Farmer and Some of Their Descendants, 1907, there's this paragraph about the exact location where Billup billowed the barrels, but that detail is nowhere else ever mentioned, just here. But in the earlier Morris's Memorial History of Staten Island, 1898, quote, it is said that he covered the deck of his vessels with empty barrels, thus gaining considerable sailing power. The it in it is said, a weaselly phrase if there ever was one, is J.J. Clute, who wrote the Annals of Staten Island 20 years earlier, telling the tale with no barrels at all. And Clute starts his history book saying he spoke to a bunch of old-timers right before they died and got stories out of them to add to the forest of all knowledge that otherwise would have been lost, which is a polite way of saying this is oral history, which is a polite way of saying this is hearsay, which means this is a hear story, which means this isn't history. And so it is revealed. The tale of the race is cute and perfect because it's a Lady Godiva story, told long after it supposedly happened and survived the centuries by being clever and cute and evolving to be clever. So much time wasted, Jason.
Play some of the videos I sent.
Hey, Indonesia's religion came back.
I must have had missionaries.
Disaway, the local chronicler who told the story. I'm pinning him as the old-timer Clute spoke to for his book that got the story going. There's references to Disaway writing articles for the Richmond County Gazette about this race that never happened. And Staten Island's historical archives have digitized hundreds of volumes, but having gone through them all, there's no article by Disaway, but are some missing volumes. Now, look, I get all conspiratorial here about a history museum that never wrote back, or a Staten Island historical archive that just so happens to be missing the couple parts.
Okay, I'm developing. I haven't developed my trade.
I'm in so deep now. I've tracked down the only on Earth with physical.
Getting leggy. It's coming. Actually, I can fucking. Can I reach her? I don't know if I can even reach her. I don't know. She's going to be mad because I can't even reach her with a trade route. Trade route is at capacity. I have one of two. Oh, this guy's sleeping, isn't he? Because I got him when I couldn't use him.
I do that all the time. I forget.
Yeah. Oh. It's okay. I would have bought him with faith that turn if he wasn't hiding from me.
Physical keys of the Richmond County Gazette, the New York Public Library, who just so happens to also list the vital volumes as missing. But are they really? Perhaps somewhere in their archive of old and rare books are the missing editions. But alas, I live thousands of miles away. The trail ran cold, but I have the culprit's name. Disaway, 1798 to 1868, is the first tall tale teller, but the first written records are lost to history. Time to let it go. Couldn't let it go. I came to the New York Public Library to see for myself that Disaway's first story about Billop in the Richmond County Gazette really
I cannot,
is missing.
In fact, reach her.
Jack Reacher?
Yeah, I was just about to say, Jack Reacher, Shadow Recruit.
Have you seen the Reacher series?
No, I haven't seen any of that stuff.
Pretty good.
I just know that it's like different. It's like this, isn't it? Like there's like multiple actual movies that aren't necessarily called Jack Reacher movies, and it's played by different actors.
Every time, yeah. Tom Cruise had it for a little bit, but the
I want to say Jim from The Office got it.
Maybe. But Alan Ritchson is the one that's been doing it on the TV series, and he's great.
Have you watched Bodyguard yet?
No.
I think it's on Netflix. I've told you to watch this before. I'll tell you more in a second.
You graduated from the science school of eating into the microphone.
Oh, this is the last place with answers. The rare book room. It's really over.
There's a rare book
room? I tried to talk to the librarian.
What?
What was I going to tell you?
Oh, this Jack Reacher?
Show Bodyguard.
Ah, yeah.
So, it's like this. It's very deep, and like also has like interesting like romantic drama. But the entire thing is actually about PTSD.
Okay.
So like it like it's like shows how PTSD destroys his marriage, but before PTSD even is destroying his marriage, he's already cheating on his wife, I think. But like he's a military veteran in the UK, and now he's a Secret Service agent, and he gets assigned to basically one of the core politicians that made the Iraq War happen.
Okay.
And so, like, one of his buddies finds this out and is basically being like, you should kill her. And then the second episode ends with one of the best sniper scenes I have seen in media.
Okay.
And it's just him trying to protect this politician from the sniper.
Interesting.
And it has like so many gags. Like he uses a phone, holds it up and takes a picture so you can see the sniper, you know?
Oh, that's funny.
Just stuff like that. But most of the show is not very action oriented. It's mainly about how he's like a terrible person. He does a lot of terrible, shitty things.
Okay.
But that's what gives his character an arc. But it's only like 6 episodes. It's because it's British, so it's a very short series.
Yeah.
But it's very good. This like if you're not hooked at the end of the second episode, you're probably a chick. Anyway, can you go on Instagram real quick and in your own headphones listen to what I sent you?
Sure.
Into letting me into their rare books crypt, and to my great surprise,
it's a crypt?
they said no. Sorry. But I did get to talk to someone who might just be the world's expert on the Gazette and confirmed to me quite firmly that the lost volumes really are lost. So, this is it. The end of the footnote trail. There's nowhere left to go.
The whole thing?
Nah, just like, you'll get it. You'll know the part.
While I'm here, might as well go to the Billet Museum and talk to the historian. Ignore my emails? I might just show up.
Wow. That's chaotic evil energy if I've ever heard of chaotic evil energy. Get out of here! That's me blowing on the missionaries. Get out! Oh no. Everything breaking for me right now. Okay.
Interesting song.
Oh yeah, right? Great band. But that's why I've been continually going, I follow rivers, bro. I'm sure there's one homo who's watching who understands the reference that I was making.
Happened by me. On the southern tip of Salome and locked out of Billups' house. It's really the end of the story. Nothing else waits on this island for me, but ghosts and graves.
Yeah, Staten Island, aka where they throw the trash.
I know you're here somewhere.
Is this like analog horror?
Might be.
It's amazing.
Molly, don't write checks your ass can't cash. All right? Do not start this holy war. World Congress about to meet, huh? I'm still laggy as shit. Fuck yeah. All your available gold? You're damn right I'll take all your gold. This is why you're gonna lose Indonesia. You're spending your gold on dumb shit. Because I keep tricking you to buy dumb shit from me. Well, you make a deal that good, I can't say no. Yeah, please don't continue to make, because technically it would be, the way the deals works is it just simulates like you offering that deal in the trade menu and what you would get at the maximum, right? Whenever it shows you the available deals. Like you just don't have to manually put those in to dial them in yourself. That's all it does.
Right.
Aid request. All right, let's see if it lags.
It is May 6th, 2026. We have got some headlines this week. Oh, yes, we do. Starting off with a disturbing prom outfit trend involving Charlie Kirk's voice.
Epic.
LaMail.
Hilarious.
Next, we got Illinois public schools are being investigated for secret gender ideology lessons.
Oh, you're
and
transvestigating schools?
I have a personal issue with how some people are now recognizing Mother's Day. Let's talk about it on Parent Alert right now.
Parent Alert! Parent Alert! Great graphics. We like the graphics. What do we think about the graphic? Everyone? How do we feel about the graphic?
My suitcase.
How do we feel about it?
Go back.
She looks in pain. Literally, when you're so homophobic, it causes you pain.
About it
You
on
are
Parent Alert
garbage,
right now.
okay? You're
Director of Outreach, PragerU Kids.
Wow.
She's got a fucking, she's got a fucking whole, behind her here, a whole fucking painting of a placenta, but let's transvestigate the schools. Whatever, lady.
Show me your genitals.
Kids.
It's already a great bit. We're already going strong with this bit.
Killed. Counting or not counting gang violence? Great. Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
I write
Counting or
this.
not
This
counting
is
gang
great.
violence? Great.
And the comments are worse. This young woman posted the video and somebody responded by saying, "I'm dying like Charlie Kirk," and she liked the comment and replied by saying, "Ha ha 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 ha." He thinks it's funny. Someone responded to another video saying, "This is so funny, OMFG," to which the girl replied, "Best transition I could find." Yeah, not a song, not anything
Dude,
else.
it's crazy. You know what's crazy?
Mm-hmm.
Charlie Kirk already might be funnier than 9/11. like it's only gonna get funnier, you know?
It will, yeah. The more they whinge about it, the more it gets funnier.
9/11 only got funnier over time.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, what did we think about the graphics, everyone? Were we paying attention?
No.
All right, we're running it back. Don't edit this out. Leave this in.
It is May 6th, 2026. We have got some headlines this week. Oh, yes, we do. Starting off with a disturbing prom outfit trend involving Charlie Kirk's voice. That made the rounds on
More like his
TikTok.
death.
Next, we got Illinois public schools are being investigated for secret gender ideology lessons. And last but not least, I have a personal issue with how some people are now recognizing Mother's Day. Let's talk about it on Parent Alert
Mother's
right
Day
now.
is bad now.
Personal privilege.
Okay, parent alert!
Awful.
Parent alert!
Awful. Awful.
Parent alert!
Awful.
I think it's pretty good.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Wait, you know the meme of reading Mein Kampf but shaking your head so everyone knows you disagree with it?
That's what she's
Look at how happy she is here.
Counting or not counting gang
Wow,
violence?
the shift. The smile to the frown here.
Being killed.
Counting or not counting gang
No, seriously, you look at this.
Being killed.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
It's so performative.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
You're not paying attention to the bit.
Yeah, I'm writing down notes.
I'm dying. Thanks.
I wrestled with whether
Assassinated. That's the best thing she could find.
I wrestled with whether
We can't hear you.
the week.
Tell your audio guy to bring it down.
I really wrestled with whether or not to share this or not this week because I despise giving evil a platform.
Okay.
Evil.
Speaking about giving evil a platform, can we talk about this platform? Honey, we need to talk about this platform back here. What is a tip-off? Because I've been in some tip-offs in my life, let me tell you.
What?
A tip-off.
The fuck is that?
That's behind her. You know what a tip-off is. You ever get into a tip-off with somebody? My monitor is so bright, hurting my face. So I was in the sun today, so I had to turn on brightness. Watch how it's gonna get so dark. I always have it on 0 at night.
Fair enough.
Anyway, you want to have a tip-off?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
What do you know what I'm talking about? Wait, we're both. We didn't have our names on this whole time. There we go. There it is. Fabulous. Also, hang on. That's totally a fake plant, right? I'm no plant expert or anything. But that shit looked like you got it out of a fucking Lego set, and not like the decorative Lego sets, you know, like the default trees that you get out of Lego sets.
Not these ones.
No. The ones that are just a solid injection molded tree.
Yeah.
And then you can put leaves on it, you know?
Yeah, you can add to it.
But this is Parent Alert, and this is for us parents, and we need to face
That's
this
me,
kind of
parent. I'm a parent too.
Epidemic with young people head on. So
If you
with that,
stop
welcome to
watching if
Parent
you're not a
Alert.
parent.
I'm Jill Simonian from PragerU Kids. I am here every Wednesday at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time on PragerU's Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and X. Later, of course, if you've been around here for the last couple months, you know that this episode is going to be later shared on our website over at PragerU.com. So first and foremost, before I address that clip I just shared, drop me a comment. Tell me where you're watching from. If you haven't already subscribed, remember PragerUKids.com. Subscribe for free for educational and entertaining short.
Did I make them understand how big, truly big my penis is?
Videos and lessons for kindergarten through 12th grade, history, civics,
Bristol.
good character, financial literacy.
Are you going to teach him?
Okay.
Are you going to teach him about Frederick Douglass? Because that video is probably one of my favorite videos ever uploaded to YouTube. The Columbus one is pretty fucking crazy. When he justifies slavery by saying, like, it's better than dying, right? And they're like, I guess so.
Insanity.
Hey, Chris, question over here. This would be me if I was on the Kid Adventure, right? I would be the annoying kid who tells Chris he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Hey, Chris, how come so many slaves killed themselves before even reaching America by jumping off the fucking boat? It sounds like they chose that they'd rather be dead than slaves. So, PragerU's Christopher Columbus, go fuck yourself. How about that?
Back to that first clip that we kicked off this episode with. The clip I just shared
the funny
was
one
from an account on TikTok called The Moderate Case. This influencer happens to be conservative. If you follow him, you probably are already aware of his commentary that he offered regarding this horrible trend that was going viral on TikTok with teens.
I don't know, man. It's
the
pretty
Moderate
funny.
Case offered very thoughtful,
triggered,
rational commentary about this TikTok trend that has been using Charlie Kirk's voice.
It's actually using his death.
Here's a question. Big question regarding
disturbing
this
prom trend, it says at the bottom.
That
Parent
all
alert!
Of our schools
Disturbing
now
prom
have this
trend!
social, emotional wellness program,
emotional damage
initiatives, throughout all the schools that encouraged kindness and inclusion and safe space sensitivity training.
You said you didn't want it.
And then you have
now
clips
you're
like this
whinging.
going viral on TikTok. Note to
Cope.
school administrators with all of the kindness and sensitivity training. The kindness and sensitivity trainings don't seem to be working in schools if this is what teens are creating and this is what's going viral.
I don't know.
This is despicable.
Pretty fucking funny.
So
like, that reminds me of my generation growing up.
You think an absence of kindness is when people are marketing or are making fun of the death of hate, right? Mussolini jokes, can't talk about that guy. Can't talk about being upside down. Can't make bunker jokes about Hitler.
Well, your blood doesn't rush to your head if you're dead.
You can't say things like,
Hitler wasn't fucking bad because he's fucking killing Jews, okay? That wasn't the main problem with Hitler, I think. That was like maybe 8th down the line.
This is me shaking my head, so you know I disagree.
This is an epidemic.
No.
And there's a part of me that
an epidemic would be a
kind of also would bet
like a pathogen.
That many of
like
these
COVID.
exact teens who took part in these
You guys
videos
believe in that, right?
maybe are involved in their peer counseling at schools, or they might be the first ones, stereotypically speaking, these are probably the kids to shout equity and kindness, or everyone is welcome here, or this is a safe space.
Let me tell you, I'm always walking around the kids and they're just shouting equity.
It's definitely something that really happens. Definitely not another situation they've made up in their head.
Equity! It's like fucking Stan Lee, how he always goes, Excelsior!
If all of these social and emotional kindness initiatives are leading to this kind of content where kids do prom outfit changes and put the audio of someone being murdered and then it goes viral, maybe it's time to cut the kindness initiatives at schools because they aren't working. They aren't creating kindness. They aren't creating sensitivity. They aren't creating emotional wellness.
Yeah, they are.
Apparently,
for everyone
TikTok has
else
been
that he was a
removing some of
cunt
this content,
to.
And I think it's very hard to
And
find
the majority of
now.
people who find it incredibly
listen,
funny.
I want to hear what you think. I myself consider myself
funny.
A free speech advocate, sometimes a free speech absolutist, saying,
No, you're
you
not.
either accept all free speech
We
or
took
you're
the
not a
freedom of speech
advocate
away.
for free speech. But this trend is proving to be an example that I'm actually okay with removing despicable stuff like this.
Of course
you know what's funny? Anytime somebody says, I'm pro free speech, they're about to tell you how
they're not.
Something is not what they consider free speech. Right?
Every time.
It's like Gaddafi being like, this is a democracy. As long as you vote for me. As long as you're choosing to vote for me, it's a democracy. You know?
بيت بيت دار دار زنقة زنقة فرد فرد.
Online because it desecrates the human spirit. It desecrates a basic moral code
My
that
spirit
should be shared between all of us, young and old, no matter what skin color, no matter difference of opinion, nothing.
Come on.
What used to be an understanding between people.
Saying something like desecrate your spirit is so fucking gay. You know what I mean? Don't desecrate my spirit. It's like a bougie way of being like not a vibe.
Yeah, it does kind of sound that way. Now you put it like that. Yeah.
That you just don't do certain things out of a moral
Very
code of
gay-coded.
decency is now gone.
You know, if I had a moral code and decency, I wouldn't have been Charlie Kirk. But, you
That's
know,
true.
because I have a moral code and decency, you know, like, I don't know, I might be, like, mixing up words here. But the point is, if Charlie Kirk had moral decency, he wouldn't have been Charlie Kirk. Because when I have it, I'm not Charlie Kirk.
That's true.
So, did you ever think of that, lady?
I don't think she would have. Too big brained.
It's sad.
Oh.
On to
she's
one of our
sad.
headlines. One of the things that you
Did you hear
shouldn't do
the sigh?
secretly also is teach other people's kids things that their parents aren't aware of or have not consented to. Drop me a comment if you're watching live right now on YouTube and Facebook.
Control
I am
your
gonna
kids'
address comments
lives.
later in this episode. I want to know if you saw
Nothing's
that viral
more
TikTok
American
using
than
the
being
audio from
tyrannical to
Charlie
your
Kirk.
children.
Created
Fuck
by
freedom.
DOJ for
Fuck them
sexuality
kids.
and gender. Identified by DOJ for sexuality and gender ideology in classes. And the article that I discovered this story on reads, 36 school districts across the state, including some in central Illinois, are under formal investigation by the U.S. Justice Department. The DOJ
Inspector
announced
Detector?
on Thursday of last
Does
week
he suspect foul
that
play?
it is investigating whether these school districts included sexual orientation and gender
Get these
ideology
fucking Muslims out of
in
my
any class
territory.
for pre-K through 12th grade students, and whether parents have been notified of their right to opt their children out of this instruction. The investigation will also assess whether the districts limit
Hey.
access to single-sex.
I have a great solution. Parent to parent here, because as you know, I have to be a parent because this is only for parents. It's parent alert, right? So, really pro tip. You could just, if you're like this upset about everything around your kid, maybe don't have a kid if you can't fucking handle life and having
Yeah,
a
that's a
kid.
fair point.
You're clearly not ready for the responsibility, Linda. That's her name, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Intimate spaces such as
Seems like a
bathrooms and
Linda.
locker rooms and girls' sports teams based on biological sex.
Yeah, whatever.
So,
I don't
from
even
the
need to listen to what
organization
she's actually
Awake
saying.
Illinois,
It's just whatever
from their
transphobia
Instagram,
nonsense we've heard a
Here
thousand
are the
times.
districts being
Copy-pasted
investigated. And you can
garbage.
find this,
Yeah.
online. If you Google it, it's listed in,
Every
virtually
time.
every single article that addressed this. If you're watching right now, I want you to look at the graphic that we're about to show you to see if your
Weird, specifically Illinois public schools. I'm sure that it has nothing to do with the color of the state, you know? It's
I'm sure
weird
that's
that they are always
completely
doing these federal
devoid.
overreaches in these blue states, huh? Isn't that weird?
It is very strange.
district is listed. There are 30.
But they wouldn't
and we
do
can
that
start rolling
because,
the
you know,
graphic
they
now.
hate
36
persecution.
districts in Illinois are being investigated by the Department of Justice. And they include
They're trying to make you
Atwood
Muslim.
Heights School District, Bloomington Public Schools. I'm not
They
going to
think
name all
that
of
you're
them.
a
I just
third
kind of want
party.
you to look and see these different schools. Country Club Hills, Elmwood
Get outta here.
Park, Gillespie Community Unit School District,
Giuseppe.
Iroquois County Community Unit School District, Lyons, Martinsville, North Chicago. I'm not reading all of these. This is just sort of a
Read them all, pussy.
smattering of them.
Do it right.
That names that I'm plucking. Oak Lawn
I'll give you something to
Hometown
pluck.
School District, Ridgeview Community Unit School District, Tamaroa School District, Will County School District, 36 school districts in Illinois. Again,
So
these
make sure
districts are being
when you do
investigated.
your bomb threats, here's all the school districts to threaten. Maybe don't put the school districts in your fucking weird... Well, that would defeat the purpose of them spawning bomb threats on the schools.
Yes. How could they do stochastic terrorism if they didn't name?
Yes, I
schools?
understand. So, sorry. Me and my moral compass getting in the way again.
Beat the hell out of black and tans. Oh, God.
Shouldn't let it impact you like that.
Because of tips from parents and organizations
I'll give you a
who
tip.
are rightfully obsessed with transparency, saying these school districts taught gender identity and gender
Transparent?
ideology in classrooms without parental consent. Organizations that have boots on the
Show me
ground,
your
parents and
genitals.
teachers, informing them, trying to bring full transparency to what's happening behind classroom doors. Awake Illinois is an organization that has very much been involved in this fight. And I want to share with you a quote from the Awake Illinois founder, Shannon Adcock, regarding
her name's
this particular
Adcock?
investigation that the DOJ is now conducting into these 36 school districts in Illinois. Shannon Adcock says the DOJ's launch of investigations into 36 Illinois school districts for pushing gender ideology in pre-K through 12th grade classrooms without proper parental notification is a huge win for parental rights and child protection. And that was a quote from Shannon Adcock. She told the Daily Wire. For years, and I
Great.
continue the quote, groups like Awake Illinois have been on the front lines demanding transparency, opt-out rights, and adherence to Title IX, protecting single-sex spaces, girls' sports, and biological reality in our schools. Every district under scrutiny should immediately restore parental authority and biological fairness. We won't stop until our kids' schools prioritize truth, safety, and parental involvement over ideology. And that is, in fact,
And nothing
a
about
quote
that was
from
ideology,
Shannon
what was
Adcock
just read.
of Awake Illinois. And I will, again, I ask, and if you're from Illinois, drop me a comment. Tell me if your school district is involved. Tell me your opinion.
Yeah, I'm from
even if you
Illinois.
think
They're
this
over here
is,
saying you're a cunt,
maybe
Linda.
If you're having a hard time believing it, or you think that there's a plot twist in the story that we're missing
Just
somehow,
leave us
I
out
want
of
you
your
to drop me a
weird
comment. But my question is, there used to be a time, I'm going to say pre-2020.
No. Here we go. There used to be a time when trans people didn't exist. Here we go. This is why we need to stop erasing.
Trans history.
I was going to
People
specifically say
through history.
Stonewall.
Yes, because trans
Specifically
people were a
Stonewall.
massive part of that.
Mm-hmm.
And they really are suppressed out of the rhetoric. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little secret.
Very secret.
What kind of secret?
Super secret.
Show me your bag of secrets.
I think we can all generally remember as parents when schools were shouting and begging and asking parents, get involved, connect with the teachers, connect with your admin, connect with your school board, help us in the classroom. Parents, we want you involved. There was a time when teacher and parent partnerships were valued and appreciated and sought
TPPs?
and championed
Partners?
and celebrated.
Sounds something
and
that a gay
is no
would
longer
say.
The case because we see such a radicalization of our education system.
Because he's gay.
Through the teachers' unions, unfortunately. Go to the teachers' unions, you can see where their political affiliations and overwhelming donations to certain political
This isn't about
causes
Pakistan.
lie. A majority
That's where
of
the
their
teachers
union
are
dues go to
sending their money
very
to.
radicalized
She is a
political
teacher.
causes.
That's right.
That's
and
another
she is a
parent alert.
teacher
I've talked
in that
about it
video.
how many times? But again, back to Illinois. Back to Illinois. One example that brought on this investigation from the DOJ into Illinois.
Do you think she got like an Ash Ketchum, it's not Ash Ketchum, Jack Ketchum, girl next door thing going on? What's her name? Sylvia Lyons, that girl's name. You think she's got one of those going on? Just torturing a girl to death in the basement?
Potentially.
She seems like that type of person. You can tell by her taste in art.
Schools is one example comes from the organization Awake Illinois. And I want to give you some background. Back in 2023, Awake Illinois shared information from a parent in the Oregon Community Unit School District
Oregon?
220. And this
Did she
is one
say
of the school
Oregon?
districts that is in fact listed on the DOJ's investigation list. Awake Illinois shared information from a parent
Hey, Illinois,
in the
wake
Oregon
up.
Community Unit School District
Get
220
the
bringing
fuck
evidence that a 5th grade teacher organized
out
a secret
my
LGBTQ
shit.
lunch club as
Look,
early as
Spearman, I did the
October
Envoy class. Good for me.
2022 in her classroom. The meetings continued for several weeks, allegedly building up to about
Allegedly
40
sounds like didn't
students
happen.
in the 5th and 6th grades. No parents or guardians were notified during this time.
Oh no.
This is
Good.
just one incident of the 36
Probably
schools that are
because
being
people like you,
investigated that
Linda,
Awake
show up
Illinois
and demand
caught
to see children's
few years
genitals
ago.
after
The
people like
teacher
you find
at the
out.
time referred to
Maybe stop
these
asking for
secret
genital
meetings
inspections like a fucking
where 40
weirdo.
kids were in her class and she's allegedly talking about gender ideology issues. She referred to these as safe space meetings. Again, the question that I continue to ask, when did adults keeping secrets
You people have like worms in your brain, honestly.
from children's parents
Gay
become
worms
okay?
specifically.
It wasn't okay 30 years ago. It wasn't okay 5 years ago.
Okay.
And it's still not
She
okay.
is
It never
worthless
was
to
okay.
me, but she'll at least
it's not
explore.
okay now. And it's not
I hope you give
going
me
to
air
ever
score at
be
least.
okay, no matter how much someone tries to twist the meaning of the word kindness and try to sell that this type of subversive activity
my
is
God.
inclusive. It's a lie. AwakeIllinois.com has all the receipts and evidence on this.
Hey,
on their
apologize.
website, all the
Hey, you wanna
documents,
send
all the files, all
club
the
man over here?
transparent, the receipts,
Where?
as the kids say nowadays. If you go
Over
to
here?
awakeil.com, you can see
Yeah, I'll
all of
send my
the
best.
evidence from one of these 36 school districts that is now being investigated for secret gender ideology lessons without parental consent. And I want to take this a step further. If you look up the Awake Illinois founders
Then you'll know where to
her
send the
name is
bomb
Shannon
threats.
Adcock. Her quote was shared with you just a few minutes ago. Her X account is at Shannon.
Stop.
I'm gonna spell it out for you
Stop.
right now. SHANNON
This is doxing.
_A
It's a Twitter
_IL. She recently shared that the official and authentic personal health and safety and sexual health education instructor training materials for K through 12 schools, Chicago Public Schools. This is on her X account from the last few days. I encourage you to look it up. The sexual health education instructional
Did I hear a
materials
goblin?
for teachers.
Is that like
Sounded
birds,
like birds
behind you? I
Sounded
think
like
that was,
seagulls.
you know, in Suspiria, the witches behind the walls, and you got to listen for them.
Yes, that's that.
She's in a coven.
Training materials for K through 12 schools, Chicago public schools. This is on her X account from the last few days. I encourage you to look it up. The sexual health education instructional materials for teachers for Chicago public schools. I looked them up. I scrolled through her thread that she had. She has the documents. She has the original source material that the teachers are using to get trained on how to teach sexual health in Chicago.
Okay.
Totally inappropriate, to say the least. Go look at Shannon Adcock's X account. Go look at what Chicago public schools are expecting teachers to discuss and distribute to minors. Gender ideology
Probably
is
stuff about
introduced
how
in
not to get
kindergarten
molested
in
by
these
people who want
teacher
to inspect
instructional
their
materials.
genitals.
The gender
That's normally
unicorn
what
and
it is.
snow person is introduced in the 4th grade, which is about age 9.
Uh-huh.
The Chicago public schools sexual health teacher training materials.
We don't
that
even have
Shannon
to
Adcock
accuse them
shared
of being
on
the
her X
covert
account.
diddler party. They're like openly the diddler
The
party
documents
now.
that I have seen,
It's crazy.
I label them as predatory.
They're like, but we do it in a straight way.
And I feel
you homosexuals
so sorry
do it in a bad way,
for
and we're like,
any
we
and
don't do
all
it at all.
teachers
And
in
they're
Chicago
like,
public
exactly, that's
schools
what's wrong with
who
you.
have been delivered these documents.
You're not diddling
and
kids.
Instructed.
How
to
dare
talk
you?
To the
Now let us inspect their genitals.
age inappropriate
Don't
and
diddle kids.
predatory topics.
Wouldn't do it with anyone
children in
younger
their
than my
classrooms.
daughter.
Humiliating, age inappropriate, disgusting, not okay, especially without
Okay,
parental
all right.
consent.
I get it, Mom. I heard you.
So there's a lot going on in Chicago. If you're in
Chicago.
Tell me what's
Chicago.
happening in your neck of the woods, in your neighborhood. Maybe your school was on.
Yeah, we've been getting bomb
list of
threats
36
by
schools
people who watch your program.
being investigated right now. And again, this is an investigation. I hope
Antonio.
they find nothing. I hope and pray. I hope and pray
don't.
that the Department of Justice finds
Manhattan.
absolutely nothing. But unfortunately, based on my experience and knowledge with what I see firsthand in original documents and source teacher materials, I unfortunately I
teacher
don't think they're
materials.
going to find nothing. I think they're going to find a lot of how can schools get away with this. Side note,
I'm
about
outraged,
Illinois,
let me tell
it's
you,
a little
Linda.
bit hopeful. I don't want to leave us doom and gloom if you
Ah.
are in Illinois or the Chicago area.
I've been
Side note
watching
about Illinois
the
that's
new
a little bit
Daredevil
hopeful
show.
that I'm just kind of throwing in here because I just learned
One,
about it
it's
the other
fucking
night.
brutal.
We don't have to. No,
This
no, no.
last week,
We're doing a
there
bit
was
right now. Not
huge
talking about
legal
Daredevil.
win for a Christian mom who I happen to
Recommend.
know personally and who I am in contact with periodically.
They're doing a MAGA thing.
5 years ago, this Christian
Don't
mom
go anywhere.
questioned and in the Chicago Public School District questioned and criticized
Come
a
here.
4th grade teacher in her
Give me this
district
gold.
via a letter she wrote outlining her concerns about this teacher, including equity and radicalized anti-racist teachings.
What?
To the Board of Education.
And they wouldn't
school
even
district.
inspect their genitals.
The teacher found out that this mom had written this letter. It was a very exhaustive letter, to my understanding, detailing, detailing specifics about what was going on in the classroom that was age inappropriate and anti-American and
Anti-American.
divisive for children in the 4th grade. The teacher found out that this parent had voiced her concerns to the school board and the school district, and the teacher sued the mom for voicing concerns and speaking out.
Good.
This lawsuit against this Christian mother exercising her freedom of speech rights The lawsuit went on for 5 years. The mom, needless to say, fought ongoing defamation and lies against her and invasion
Maybe you
of
shouldn't
privacy,
file
into her
frivolous
family
lawsuits.
because she had expressed concerns as a
Give
parent
me that gold I'm asking for.
with the fundamental right to raise and educate her own child. The judge dismissed
Because
the
they'll probably
case that
delete
this
this city
teacher
regardless.
brought against this Christian mom recently. This is a big win for Illinois. It's a big win for Illinois parents who are voicing concerns, and the decision signaled
Illinois
that
Nazis.
speaking out about school
I
issues
hate Illinois
is
Nazis.
protected speech and it's protected activity. So amidst all of the disappointing and disturbing things that are going on in Illinois schools regarding gender ideology, inappropriate sexual health lessons that no teacher should ever be required to discuss with minors. Given the investigations, this little
they're
beam
taking
of
your
light
shit down.
shined in Illinois last week.
Yeah, I know.
And that, it really gives all of us hope. It gives all of us hope that
Where the fuck did they come
look
from?
at how
the
many there
constitutional
are.
right for
I don't know where they
parents
came
to
from.
direct the
They came
raising
from
and upbringing
above.
of our
I
own
know,
children
but I didn't. Like
is in
the
fact
scout had
valid
just
in
seen
public
me.
schools. That
It's
right
just
does
getting
not
the
stop at the
explanation mark,
classroom
so
doors.
They
So
must be
thank
sending
you
them
for
to
that.
somebody else.
Let's
They're
go
probably trying to
the
attack you.
comments. I'm going to try
And then
this.
they're like, "Wait,
they
there's
might
a
have
new
been
city
fighting
Go to
the
the
here."
comments. Let's see. Okay, I am on
maybe.
YouTube right now. Oh my goodness, someone is saying no sound, no sound, no sound. Let's see. Let me see what I can. Why is it so quiet? The volume is too low. Maybe you had to turn your volume.
It sounds like a
Let's see.
boomer
I'm
unable
looking
to
for
use technology.
Why are we teaching
Oh, that gave me an
trans
opportunity.
in
Let's
schools
see.
to start with? Let's see.
Teaching trans? Like we're
Joanne
not
says
supposed
yes,
to
never
teach trans
okay,
kids?
right on Jill. Thank you for that, Joanne. I want to go to Facebook now and see, out of curiosity.
Let's see what this person said.
If
Linda,
there's anyone
you
from
are a cunt.
Illinois, if you are from Illinois, I
Nice
want
at
you
all.
to share with me what is happening and if your school district was one of the 36 that is being investigated. Hold on. Let's see.
I think you need to be
Let's see
investigated,
if we are
Linda.
live on Facebook. Let me see. This is what I said, yeah, I'll go on.
Go
and
Peckley Tempe,
address the
get over
comments.
here.
This is what happens when you ask the talent to address the comments. I can't find the video on Facebook.
I don't know how to use technology.
Someone called her the talent.
Man. Hold on. Let me see. Where's the live video? Oh, here we are. Okay, guys. Okay.
Don't assume my gender, bitch.
Do you really want free speech, Joseph? Yes, I do want free speech. Okay. Bonnie. Teachers Union.
I'm coming as fast as I can. Göbekli Tepe's bringing trebuchet.
Suicide is badass.
Union is governmental education. Illinois has a centralized communist socialist style state governing ruling body calling themselves Democrats. As many other states seem to follow this belief of sole sovereignty rights, disregarding the rest of the fact that they are one of 50 United States and they exist as the wholes. The sovereignty is the whole United States of America and its citizens within all 50 states. So what happens there does concern everyone else. It does concern everyone else. Here's a question. What can parents do to combat what's happening in the public schools with teachers and faculty pushing gender transition ideology?
Go back like pushing
Okay,
gender
what can
transition
parents do?
ideology.
We can't
Gotcha.
shy away. We can't shy away. It's a hard conversation. It's an
I'll give you
uncomfortable
something hard.
conversation, but we cannot shy away from inviting people, teachers, admin, school board members, and school districts. We cannot
there's so
shy
many
away
of
from
them.
saying, listen, I have concerns. My son or daughter came home saying that the teacher was discussing XYZ in the classroom. This goes against our family values and religious beliefs. This
Nobody
goes
said
against
this.
what
kid said this.
education and knowledge should be. This is not educating
Knowledge.
children. We need to not shy away from asking questions
I think y'all crazy.
of our public school teachers, administrators.
Questions
we
like,
need to not
why
shy
can't
away.
we see the genitals?
What do you say, this is from William, what do you say to people who claim that PragerU is politicizing education as a right-wing tool like the left does? That's a good question, William.
They were going after Göbekli Tepe.
Here's what I say. Go and watch all of our videos.
That's great.
Go and watch the PragerU Kids videos. Now, I know that many people will Google PragerU Kids.
Don't do that.
And the same
They're going to tell you shit like slavery is better.
15-second sound bites come out and are heavily critiqued. And watch the whole video. Watch the entire video for the full context of the full message and the full history lesson, and take into consideration what age group that video was made for. I'm trying to read. What can parents do to combat? What do you think about the Charlie Kirk prom trend? That was a question that the PragerU team actually dropped in this. If you watch from the top of this video, we saw that prom outfit trend that was absolutely despicable. If you did not tune in at the top, I encourage you to tune in now. Okay, thank you for your comments. I'm going to get good at scrolling comments one day.
Don't care about your interviews. Anecdotal evidence doesn't matter.
That's literally what I was hovering on.
Let's go ahead. Oh, I have a big launch I have to tell you about for PragerU Kids.
Oh, yeah? You're going to launch yourself into orbit and fuck off?
A big launch this week. And it's in the form of this book. It's a chapter book for middle readers, 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, maybe even 8th grade. PragerU Kids has a huge launch this week, just in time for summer reading. Plan for your tweens right now.
Definitely,
this is the second installment of our chapter book series, The Chronicles of Jonathan Spencer. This is called The
Mom, I wanted goosebumps!
Of course, we know that the first book in this series was The Tip-Off.
Also gross, don't call it that.
Jonathan Spencer, Book 1. This is the second installment of this series called The Pivot.
How to mind control your own children.
And this, I believe, was a bestseller on Amazon, right? Yes.
I'm just going to show them more Yo Gabba Gabba. It's like mind control. It shuts them up.
This middle schooler, Jonathan Spencer, who is a little bit awkward. He joins the basketball team. He's trying to find his place on the team.
He finds out that he's actually a woman in a man's body. He goes through issues. Somebody comes in and inspects him.
Where he fits in. It's about resilience, lessons about friendship, how parents are our primary leaders. Yes, how many books nowadays champion parents as the primary leaders?
Fuck you.
The second book, The Pivot, goes deeper into Jonathan's character. And listen, we've had a ton of middle schoolers read these books, and from their mouths to you, they actually really like them.
Doubt.
They like them. They like them. They like them.
No.
The Pivot continues Jonathan's story.
I think you're lying to me, Linda.
And in this story, Jonathan is going to a basketball summer camp. And he learned a lot of lessons in the previous book, during the school year, and now
he experimented with his friend at summer camp,
and
he said it's definitely just a phase.
Put through a little bit more. He's put through more challenges. He has to deal with some family hardship. One of his siblings is ill. He has to deal with.
But he prays real hard, and then they get better.
Spoiler alert! Actually, apologizes to him in this book, and he learns lots of lessons.
Stop spoiling the book.
You could see the font.
What's the point of even reading it now?
I would say this is for maybe like a sixth grader. And the
Did you
thing
write it
about
or not?
This book, it's a chapter book, it's fiction, it's entertaining, but shares the values that we want our kids to recognize and live through their own lives. One thing
there's
that is
this scene,
interesting
there's
in
this
this
part
book,
here that
I want to
teaches
point
you,
out, it's after
how to
this
properly spit with velocity on queers.
Chapters, there is a what do you think discussion.
Just, our values.
And it's a series of questions to get your kids thinking, with or without.
Oh, so now we want the kids questioning stuff. Get a bunch of questions about your kid's identity to get them questioning, to get them thinking.
But only the way that we want.
Let me tell you what the pivot is in the kid's life.
Question number 1 here. What do you think? In these chapters, Coach Mack teaches Jonathan about the pivot. How can a pivot help a player handle pressure on the court?
This literally sounds like I'm doing a fucking reading comprehension test at fucking class. Like, ask yourself these questions. How about I don't do a fucking weird activity attached to your cult book? What do you think? Talk with your family about the lessons you learned today. This is weird. Just read.
It is strange.
Just like you already have Harry Potter. You already have the transphobic book that you can read with your kids, and it's actually entertaining. Like, you have Harry Potter. Why would you get the pivot?
Indoctrination.
And how might this idea connect to Jonathan's life more generally? And then question number 2, Coach Mack directly names Jonathan's
Question number 2, have you ever dealt with a bomb threat at your school because you have too many queers there?
Problem. What advice does Coach give Jonathan, and why is this important? Jonathan finally succeeds with the pivot drill after struggling with it. Why is this such an important moment for him? So,
why is it such an important moment
kids
for
to
him?
consider?
What's he doing with that coach?
Us, the parents, to go through with our kids and talk about these story points
I
and how
would
they apply
rather
to real life. There's very few chapter books like this that really share values, and we are so proud of this book and happy with this book. And one of our, we're also happy to say one of our, this is sort of the babies of one of our credentialed teachers with a master in history that works here in-house. And he is just really, he's just done a fabulous job with these books, and we appreciate it so much. And he's a big basketball fan. He used to be a basketball coach at school. So yay.
Yay!
Get the tip-off, get the
Very
pivot
very
on
queer.
Amazon now.
How
The
you
links
yelling, yay,
are in the
lady.
description. And here's the deal. I'm a big believer in classical literature, but
Literature?
Why did you say it like that?
Kids need to mix up their reading and just
Kids
have
need to mix
fun.
up their reading. The Bible, this weird cult book, and then Harry Potter. But make sure you tell them that witches are bad while you show it to them. Because technically, dude, there was kids literally when I was in Catholic school who weren't allowed to read Harry Potter because their parents were that strict. Because it shows witches in it. They could read Chronicles of Narnia because that's an allegory about
That's the
Jesus.
Catholic book.
It has witches in it.
It does. The lion.
But it's about Jesus.
And the wardrobe.
It's about Jesus, so it's okay.
The
And
hypocrisy
they probably
flows.
read Lemony Snicket as well.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some John Stossel. What was Stossel? Snozzle?
Snozzle.
Reads
like
that they can sit back and relax. When kids are reading classical lit, it does that mental gymnastics. It requires them to do mental gymnastics in their brain so that their brain grows.
yeah, PragerU.
Training.
You reading PragerU books makes you do mental gymnastics.
Who'd have thought?
Oh my god, Brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis.
And stretches and becomes more knowledgeable and more able to absorb information. But then sometimes, and particularly for some,
I'll give you
kids
something to
also need
stretch.
to mix it up and just have fun.
Just
with
have
books
fun
that share
by
value.
reading this
To
weird fucking book.
basically
I'm
just
way
allow
too
them to
enthusiastic about.
rediscover their love of reading, if that love of reading has in fact
If
waned
that love
at
of
all.
reading is the Bible and this book exclusively.
Which happens.
What the
Many
fuck?
times, especially during the tween
happened?
years, right?
What happened
So
to
the
following
bundle
Rivers,
is available
cunt?
Now, I believe there is an
I
audio
do follow
book
Rivers. What do you
of
mean?
Where's the
Tip-Off
river?
and the Pivot on Spotify.
What do
so
you mean?
it is a great
Right
for
here.
a
Where's
read
the
aloud,
river?
read along
Right here.
to help your kids with
Are you
understanding
fucking for real?
and attention.
That is a river.
Really good. We're really excited about it. The Pivot and the Tip-Off, get them now as a bundled deal and enjoy them. Okay, now before we go,
I follow.
do a little
I follow
thing about
Rivers.
Mother's Day, right? First of all, love and applause for all the moms out
This
there.
is wildly gay.
But I need to do a little rant about it because it continues to happen. This is a trend that I noticed last year in my email inbox. I got all sorts of emails from places that
They're
I
telling
would
me they
shop
could get
from.
me a bigger dick.
Citing, if you'd like to opt out of Mother's Day, please click this box. We understand that Mother's Day can be a very difficult time
Yeah,
for
this
some.
is a scam.
Listen, the emails and the social media posts that, and to tell me in the comments if you've received any of these, that encourage people to opt out of Mother's Day, to create a safe space around them, to, you know, all of these things.
I'm going to opt out of Mother's Day.
Aren't we tired of this?
I didn't know that was an option. Thanks for letting me know.
I can't stand that if you'd like to opt out of Mother's Day, emails and advertising. I get it. Mother's Day can be very difficult for many people, me included, if you know me personally.
I'd rather die.
My mother, rest in peace, for 8 years now. Mother's Day is not the same as it was prior to 8 years ago. It's difficult.
Bet she's ecstatic
I myself
about
have
it.
been in a very challenged bad mood for the last 10 days because Mother's Day is coming, and as an adult, you cope with all the emotions with your...
Why are you gay?
own kids, with your own family, missing your own mom. So yeah, Mother's Day can be hard. However, it is life. It is life.
I think
we cannot
she has the same like
encourage people
Joker virus that Tucker Carlson has.
All
you
of
feel
our
me?
coping muscles and create a
You know,
society
like the Joker
that cannot
toxin?
deal with
the chuckle
anything
virus.
if it does not personally speak to you anymore. We can't do this.
Scary.
We can't do this. I mean, the thing about Mother's Day, most of what I see online is celebratory and loving and honoring mothers.
Okay.
But the past few years, I have seen an influx.
Again, how does cyberbullying exist? Just turn off the computer. Just walk away. What's the deal, lady? You don't have to look at stuff you don't like, you know.
Of all of these posts saying opt out and, you know, be sensitive when you wish someone a happy Mother's Day because Mother's Day is complicated. Okay, let's just stop the safe space sensitivity. We have lost our ability as human beings to cope. We have to cope. Everything is going to be
all
okay.
You do is
cope with
like
it.
you hear this?
And
They're
the
now
more we
calling for
encourage
critical
adults
cope.
To just opt
We need
out
to cope again.
and shield
We need
yourself.
more cope.
It bleeds into our children, and then you're raising a generation of kids who can't cope with anything, and they feel like you're cultivating an atmosphere where if it doesn't personally speak to you
ripped a horse?
on an individual level, then
Yeah,
you
horse
can't
died.
deal with it.
What happened
That's
to
ridiculous.
follow rivers?
So with that,
you think I
I'm
haven't
going to
examined
share
to
the
make sure there's a
episode
river
that
there?
we created
Ooh, Hippolyta,
5
strong.
years ago to encourage our
Suck my
children
dick.
to honor Mother's Day
I would
and
have died
the
if it
meaning
wasn't for
behind
Gobekli
Mother's
Tepe.
Day
I'm
and
gonna
why it's
love
important to honor Mother's Day.
destroying
This is
it in
from
a few
Otto's
turns.
Tales. Roll that clip.
Rough. I'm Otto. It's a beautiful spring day, I barked. Even better, it's Mother's Day, exclaimed Dennis. We should get my mom something special to show how much we love her, but I'm not sure what to get. Let's meet a couple of great moms, I suggested. Maybe.
What do you think Dennis Prager's actual mother was like? I assume she's dead.
Based on
If
what
she's
he's
alive, Crypt Keeper.
Based on what he's like, awful. She would be an awful human being.
Mr. President, I'm beginning to smell a big fat commie rat.
They'll help us pick out a gift. Great idea, said Dennis. This can be our time machine, I barked, pointing at Dennis's wagon. We got into the wagon and pretended it was a car.
I like when they do the actual time machine on their kids show and then tell people that slavery was... Some people enjoyed being slaves and stuff.
Very cool.
Then zoom! Away we drove, traveling so far.
Okay, so there we go. That was the very first part of our Auto
Yeah,
Tales.
that was
Today
terrible.
is Mother's
You
Day
should give up on your dreams, Linda.
We also have a book that goes along with it on Amazon. The links, I believe, for the episode of the
Okay.
book will be in the description. But we created this episode because trendy society.
So, like, the fact that,
now
like, Daily Wire's bent key thing just collapsed on itself, that's mainly when we talk about those Daily Wire layoffs. It's all that media side of things they were trying to do with their fucking Lady Ballers and Matt Walsh documentary stuff. That's mainly where the layoffs are. They literally cut that department out because anyone could have told you it was dog shit and bad. So, like, PragerU, I want to say, is, like, more niche than Daily Wire at this point, right?
A little bit, yeah.
So, like I want to say like Bent Key, the Daily Wire like children's thing actually had its own app even, and it might have been like put in the kids' apps and stuff. But like, this is just on PragerU. Like, I don't know, they probably have a kids thing on their website and stuff, but like, I don't know. They're not capitalist, are they? They're a fucking weird nonprofit, aren't they?
I'm not sure.
They're not for like, there's no way this is like for profit, because like with all the fucking pointless books that nobody's fucking buying that they're constantly telling you to buy and shit. Like, there's no way their industry is like profitable. The kids conservative shit. I don't even know you. Fuck off. Yeah, that's what's up. I'll fucking send you the deals, lady. I'll send you the deals.
Valued Mother's Day. It's, you know, I don't want to say it's discredited the importance of honoring moms. It's discredited the importance of becoming a mom and being a mom. And, you know, we need to restore what it means to be a mother in America these days. And we need to share with our children the value and the importance of becoming a mother.
When I think about motherhood, I think about that great skit with the two conjoined, well, technically two conjoined twins would be two set of conjoined twins, but the conjoined twins where like it's like the Brandon or something, but he like slaps them and slaps both of them across the face. You know that?
I don't know that. Might be an American thing.
No. 4.4 million views. So, like, it's just, you know, the classic days of YouTube skits. Okay. When does she slap them? It's so fucking funny. There's peaks. That's got to be it right there, right?
So if I smack you, does the other one feel it?
This is my cash cow, you old bitch. You want to film something, film this. Step right up and watch my daughter bring this mysterious dummy to life.
Help, our mother is abusing us.
Wow, the magic of ventriloquism. Which one of you brats didn't flush the toilet bowl after taking a shit?
This is my coworker, Melanie, from my office job. She's into Netflix and deviled egg recipes.
That's still your kids.
Suck our dick.
They said our.
If I knew they were both gonna be ungrateful pieces of trash. Now I gotta work twice as hard just to maintain being the good mother I have been in order for this thing to survive. Go pee.
Being so near your sister really isn't that bad. At least I have a witness to everything she does to us.
Mom, we can still feed ourselves.
No, shut the up, darling. This is what good moms do. I thought I scored big having a 2-for-1 disabled, but even at the movies, they're still charging me for
2 separate seats.
Really hard to keep a job. So that's gonna be $8.25.
You treat my kids like they are everyone else.
We could have been like everyone else, but you made us look like this.
Not in front of the white bitch.
Be honest, why did you sew us together?
Sweetheart, I had no
like them.
that wishes it could be at this table.
With this food, I thought this was the landfill.
Oh, I'm gonna smash your fucking skulls together!
How much? Mom.
How much was what?
How much was it?
I didn't feed you your other asshole. Ah, you bitch! Ugh. Fucking foreheads, so I remember having to put stickers on their fucking foreheads, so I remember which one pissed me off that day. I don't want to hit the wrong one, and I always do.
Our youngest learners, kindergarten,
anyway,
second grade, and the
back to
story
this
goes in it, and
unfuckable
it visits
loser.
different mothers in history and how through raising their children helped shape
You know
a
her
nation.
husband is always
Abigail
like, "Not
Adams
tonight,
is
honey."
one of those mothers that we highlighted in the Today is Mother's Day episode. It's really
Get
a
away
sweet
from my
episode.
tribal village, you communist!
So, with that, I want to say Happy Mother's Day to all the moms. Even if the holiday is hard
Thank
for
you.
honor what Mother's Day means in your own life, in our nation, for our children together. Teach our children what it
dinged at me.
means to be a mother. We've run out of time. That's it for us on Parent Alert. Subscribe to
Parent Alert.
PregnantKids.com for
I
free
made it all
new
the way
releases
over,
delivered
and you
to your
took 3
inbox
of them.
every single week for your kids. Don't miss
Fuck
an
off.
episode.
I
US and world
cleared
history,
the barbs
American
on
values,
this
good
island.
character, civics, financial literacy,
I literally
and more.
sent my dude
Thank you
over
for
like
your
15
support.
Fuck off.
The kids, we cannot do this without
this
you.
is my
Again, links
island.
to the
You go
releases,
find
I put in
your own.
work for
that
this.
I
I will
with
beat you with a stick.
in the description beneath this video. God bless you all. See you next time on Parent Alert.
Reload the
Parent
turn
Alert.
if it's something good. Motherfucker. Can I attack you? No, I can't.
I don't want to hit the wrong one, and I always do.
Can't hear it. Another seaman. Free trader and a trade route. Okay. Let's go to Bristol.
Ground news.
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 Ground news. Ground news. Ground news.
Ground news.
So, if you have watched any kind of videos on YouTube covering business, finance, the economy, or current events, you have almost certainly had ground news drilled into your subconscious.
Yeah, it's
For-profit news coverage has become increasingly partisan as media companies have figured out that telling people what they want to hear makes way more money than doing real journalism. Ground News is apparently here to fix all that by highlighting journalistic biases, fact-checking
Nope.
misinformation.
Ground news.
Ground news.
Ground news.
They look. Oh, look! It's still trapped up here. Get out of here. Be gone, ghoul. It was glitching out because it was possessed by a demon. Ground news. It has something called a profit motive.
Mm-hmm.
It is taking what people claim that they want is just having unbiased news by just aggregating all the stories and showing what the angles
bias.
of coverage are. And then they used capital to fund advertising on YouTubers and stuff to grow their market because they have something to sell. I don't know what you think you're being sold, guy, but I think it's a product. So I think they're kind of, like, I think we don't need to be like, they claim this in their sales pitch. Yeah, no shit. I sawed this boat in half. That's a lot of damage. Okay, I don't fucking care what the fucking ad claims. Alright? Ground news rules.
Ground news. Ground news.
Ground news.
Ground news. Ground news. Ground news.
Ground news. Ground news.
Ground news.
So, if you have watched any kind of videos on YouTube covering business, finance, the economy, or current events, you have almost certainly had ground news drilled into your subconscious. For-profit news coverage has
Get out of
become
my head.
increasingly partisan as media companies have figured out
buy
that
more
telling
horses
people what
from
they
me,
want to
Persia.
hear makes
They
way
must
more
be on an
money than
island
doing
with no
real
horses.
journalism. Ground news is apparently here to fix all that by highlighting journalistic biases, fact-checking misinformation, and alerting you when you might not be getting the whole story. That's the pitch anyway. And they are spending an ungodly amount of cash on influencers and traditional advertising to get the word out about it. Now, putting aside for a second that this money had to come from somewhere, the bigger problem is this whole platform is probably only gonna make things worse. For as long as events have been recorded and reported on, there has always been an inherent bias to how that news is portrayed. Modern commercial media outlets are big businesses that have to keep their investors happy. And to keep their investors happy, they have to keep their advertisers happy. And to keep their advertisers happy, they need access to news sources. And to maintain access to their news sources, they can't really push too hard against established corporate interests. Important stories have been left on the editor's desk because it would make the wrong people upset for as long as journalism has existed. But you have probably noticed that it does kind of feel like it's getting worse. Today, depending on what news outlet you choose to watch or read, you might get a completely opposite interpretation of
you
events.
think you can steal rivers from me?
Zelensky really screwed up.
What are you talking
President
about?
Trump is not just
No, no,
changing
no, that's my
America's
river.
foreign policy.
No,
He is
fuck off.
reorienting America's
You'll
moral
see whose
compass.
river it is.
A supposedly
Fuck
neutral
off.
platform like
We'll
Ground
see
News
whose
that
river it is.
aggregates these
That-
opposing
no.
opinions masquerading as news would be great.
I let
We'll
you
see,
fucking
we'll
do this
see
all
whose
over the
river
top
it
shit.
Problems
is.
with adding yet
My entire
another
plan
filter
involves
to
going
view
down this
different
peninsula.
events.
Fuck
And
off.
At the very least, before you spend $100 a year
my
on
river.
yet another subscription, you should understand what those problems are. Number one is who it gets its money from. Number two is the oversimplified way it categorizes biases. Number three is the use of AI to further remove you from what is actually happening. Number four is the better, simpler, cheaper alternatives you can use to do exactly the same thing. And finally, the biggest problem of all is the biases it can't account for. So yeah, starting with that money problem. They claim in their advertising that they are independently subscriber funded.
Ground News themselves are independently owned and funded by subscribers like myself, and they're vetted by 3 different independent news monitoring organizations.
But that's stretching the truth so far that it might as well be a lie. All of the advertising they have been doing is not cheap. There is a reason you can't avoid their message, and that's because they are conservatively spending hundreds of thousands of dollars a month here on YouTube alone. And that's on top of expenses like hosting their website,
Yeah, and I
paying
bet
their
it works.
staff, and renting their office. All of this costs a lot of money. And while today the company might have a lot of subscribers, it didn't start out like this. They are a private company, so financials and public
Okay.
records are scarce. But according to their own website, the company was backed by a handful of mission-aligned, independent individual investors with no ties to corporate media, big tech, or
Okay.
government affiliations. That sounds great, but it's almost so specific that it raises some red flags. If I was asking you to come and hang out with some new pals I just met, and I told you, don't
I'd
worry,
say, why are
because
you
there are a
calling
bunch
them
of
pals?
chill
That's
guys
weird.
who have no ties to the KGB, the mob, or ivory poachers, that's not a great sign. Now, of course,
Okay.
that's a silly, speculative example. But all we have is speculation. Because for a company that's
No.
all about transparency of information, That's all they have ever said about the source of their founding capital. They have actually been questioned about these investors multiple times online before, and every time they respond with the exact same generic copy and paste from their About page. Realistically, most private equity and venture capitalists are not aligned with corporate media, big tech, or the government. But that doesn't mean they don't have their own objectives, which is primarily making a profit. Now, I actually reached out to Ground News for further clarification around how much money they raised from their investors. And
I kind of already summed that one up,
instead of just what it wasn't. But as of the time of releasing this video, I have not heard back from them. Now, they are
how dare
rapidly
this
growing
company
business with a
that
lot
says
going
it's
on. So
a news
not taking the
aggregator
time to respond to
transforming
some
the
random
landscape
wannabe YouTuber is not a smoking.
Going through the biases, make a profit. I can't believe they would do such a thing as to sell a product.
How dare they?
Gone by itself. But it should be a simple question with a simple answer for a company that is built on transparency. So, anyway, I had to do a little bit more digging. Ground News is actually the second business started by a holding company called Snapwise Incorporated.
Great.
It was founded by siblings Harleen Kaur and Sukh Singh.
Okay.
And before reshaping global media, they worked for an impressive list of consulting companies, startups, and even
Good
NASA.
for them.
The first company they founded was called UCIC, which was supposed to be
Great
like
name.
a real-time version of Google Street Views, but is now defunct. The point is that with their background in startups and management consulting, these non-affiliated investors are most likely just wealthy institutions or individuals that the founders had developed relationships with. It's also
Race
not
you to the
immediately
river.
disqualifying, but it should also be noted that the founders of Ground News don't have a background in journalism.
Okay.
Realistically, they aren't building this company after
they have a
decades
background
of seeing
in
the
reading?
problems in the failing journalism industry. They are building it for the same reason they...
When you take a media literacy course in college, they'll open it by saying, this is not recommended if you're in media.
Interesting. How so? Like, why?
I don't know. I still took it. I was interested.
I feel like that's very important to know. Weird.
Just that it was, I don't know, it just was more about absorbing the news than making it, basically, I guess.
Okay. There you go. That's primed for you.
I'll give you something primed.
Started their other company because it's a trendy business that can raise cash. But again, every single issue that has been raised so far easily be addressed with a little bit of transparency around their financials and their investors. As a brand that makes a big deal in all of their advertising about exposing who really owns the media companies you are getting your news from, their own vagueness about the same issue is ironic at best. But where their money is coming from is actually far from the biggest problem here. The bigger issue is who is not getting the money. Ground News works by scraping articles from thousands of different sources and then bringing together the bullet points on their website. The problem this creates is that most people won't go and read from those sources after they have seen the
I'm not
highlights,
trading with them
which
anyway,
means
so I'm
those
just
media
going for the
organizations are denied
point.
ad or subscription
diplo
revenue
point.
from their work. Now,
Well,
I
the
know it's
secret
hard to feel
society that I
bad for
have,
giant media companies.
You get an envoy every
but
time
remember,
you send a
just
trade
a few
route,
months ago, Honey,
which is pretty
Yeah,
good.
I haven't even grabbed them yet because I'm developing my trade network like now, but it won't come online for a while. Like it's going to take a while for me to build. Like I have a market going here.
Yeah.
And then a trade hub here. Militaristic. Go fuck yourself. Catholicism. Fuck you. No points.
Oh look, go on this little alcove here. You can paste green and there's a river.
Huh? What?
Yeah, I'll put the tack down. There you go.
Which one's? The toxin one? They're all the same tack. How am I supposed to know?
The one between the two city-states. To the left of your city that you put on that tiny river.
Well,
You should rename the city to Tiny River City.
I follow rivers.
Yeah, I'm giving you a river.
I will.
There you go. I made it a wonder thing.
I guess we'll take it for now. Production towards encampment buildings. You know what? We'll do that. We'll do that. And we'll do I follow.
Was exposed for being the biggest scam in YouTube history by stealing affiliate revenue of social media influencers. Now, I'm not calling Ground News a scam. In fact, I really want them to just tweak a few things to provide a much better service. But this revenue shifting is basically exactly the same thing as what Honey was doing. But I would argue that, as bad as they can be, news outlets need money more than influencers do. Part of the reason that journalism has become more polarized is that it's very hard to make money by just reporting the news these days. Real investigative journalism is slow and expensive, and most stories are not that interesting to most people. Making news that is more like reality television that occasionally recounts current events in a partisan way is far more engaging, and in the attention economy, engagement equals dollars. Ground News has clearly seen this problem, and they are capitalizing on it. But unfortunately, with their current business model, they're most likely only making it worse. Now, like all good modern startups, Ground News has also introduced AI features to make digesting news even easier by taking articles from the left, right, and center and running them through a chatbot to give you some dot-point summary of an issue. It is easier to read, but it makes it even less likely that Ground News users will engage with the actual news publishers, denying them revenue for their work. Now, a final point about the money is how much of it they are spending on advertising. You have probably seen more ads for Ground News than you have for any news site that actually publishes their own stories. And this is highly indicative of a company that is trying to grow at all costs. Anyway, this still isn't the biggest problem of all. The biggest problem is that the whole basis for this platform is a fundamental misunderstanding of what new bias really is. Yes, it's obvious that Breitbart News has more conservative reporting than Vox. But if you needed a website to tell you that, then you might have bigger problems.
which I was planning to do
anyway. The real issue is that categorizing entire media outlets using a simple left-wing, right-wing framework is, as the youth say, highly f***ing regarded. It depends entirely on the topic, the time, and even the individual journalist writing the story. There are lots of outlets that tend to be more progressive on social issues and conservative economically, or progressive economically with more conservative opinions about certain divisive topics.
Sucks.
Lumping them all on a single left-right spectrum glosses over.
I'm done with you.
That's fair.
Your dog shit video.
Very short-sighted, very stupid video. Paid by the media.
This company's capitalist, and I find that suspicious. Great.
Great insight.
Pew pew.
Real quick, before we start, you're going to have a number of questions while watching this video, and 9 times out of 10, the answer to that question is either going to be technically or money. So I'm just going to reuse this clip every time that comes up. So let's get into it. But again, remember, it's always technically or money. Hello. I'm wearing a lab coat that I stole from my sister who's a nurse, which explains why it's one size too small. The reason I'm pretending to look scientifically qualified is because a few weeks ago, I set out to make a simple video about the history of reducing, reusing, and recycling. But the more reports I read, videos I watched, and red yarn I purchased, the more I realized this is a deeply complicated issue. But surely the title is clickbait. I mean, recycling obviously exists, right? Technically? But the reason it's such a mess is due to the very material that popularized recycling in the first place. Plastic. Plastic is so interesting for all the wrong reasons. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that plastic waste is a problem, but the way we got here, and the reason you view it the way you do, is the direct result.
What happened?
No idea.
YouTube. Being YouTube. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're friends. Fucking barbarians, get the fuck out of here. Gotta fucking destroy Göbekli Tepe.
You fucked up my city placement. For fuck's sake.
That tack wasn't there.
It was there the whole time.
Nah.
It was literally there the whole time. I've set them all so you can see them.
Okay.
Fucks my entire plan.
You got if your plan falls apart that easy, then you're not adaptable enough to win.
Result of decades of misleading claims, unrealistic promises, and propaganda from big plastic. That's a real thing. I'm telling you right now, this one's gonna be a bummer.
I got some big plastic for you.
I've never liked chemistry because it's the one science you can't see, and because I have the reasoning ability of a 12-year-old boy, if I can't see a thing, I tend to believe it's not real. We all know that plastic is made from oil, yet none of us know how. Prior to writing this, I couldn't even imagine how that works. As far as I can understand, when you extract oil from the ground and you refine it, the product that you're looking for is called methane. It's the primary gas that your stoves use. We burn it for like energy and stuff. It's really valuable. But one thing you get when trying to get methane is its less popular brother, ethane. And this is a byproduct of the process. Ethane is going to be there whether you like it or not. And for a while, that's just the way that ethane was seen. It's just one of the things that you get when you're digging up oil. But in the late 1800s, it was discovered that you could use it to make this weird substance. It was this white, waxy material discovered by German chemist Hans von Pechmann. His colleagues named it polymethylene, also known as polyethylene.
See, there could be room for both of us, but
now, this discovery was an accident, and at the time, there wasn't really much you could do with it commercially. But in 1933, British company Imperial Chemical Industries, great name, accidentally discovered a way to synthesize this
I don't want to, but I could have gone here.
Was a material unlike the world had ever seen. Polyethylene was everything you wanted it to be. It was strong, it was lightweight, it was flexible, it was heat resistant, and most importantly, it was cheap. It might not seem impressive today, but at the time, plastic was viewed like the material of the gods. It could be clear like glass, but it didn't break when you dropped it. It was lighter than metal, less flammable than wood, sturdier than paper. You could color it, make it look like any material you wanted. It was easier to clean. It was easier to transport. It was cheap, it was durable, and thanks to injection molding, it was easy to mass produce on a large scale. This material could be used for everything. And due to metal shortage in World War II, the manufacturing of plastic became really big in the 40s. And since it was already in high production, when the war ended, there was an explosion of new plastic products to choose from.
Plastics take their rightful place in a world at peace. The future
so I think
plastic fabrics, wondrously fine,
Islam and Calvinism are currently holding each other up.
Dolls, garbage bag, plates, bras. People loved plastic, but manufacturers loved it even more. Why? Money. Remember, plastic comes from ethane, and ethane is really cheap. In fact, there's too much of it. Because if you're a fossil fuel company, you want methane. But if you're getting methane, you're also getting ethane. But it's not just that you don't want ethane. Nowadays, you literally have to find a way to get rid of it. You can't really mix it with the methane. You can't just release it out into the atmosphere. There's only so much of it you can legally burn. And if you don't find a way to get rid of this stuff, it becomes a big problem for production.
Cities they already have,
including the U.S. government, control how much you can flare. So it might be that you are producing so much ethane that you cannot flare it and you cannot send it down the pipeline. And if you can't sell it, You have to
Finally.
shut down the well. They hate shutting down the well. If there's still methane down there, if there's still oil down there, that's money in the ground. So it doesn't matter if you're making money on the ethane. You just need someone to take it away from you.
And plastic just makes sense. So from the 50s onwards, pretty much anything you could dream of was being made of the wonder material. The possibilities were endless, and the best part is that it would last forever, because plastics basically last forever. That will come up again later. I'm not here to say that all plastic is bad at all times. I'm going to appreciate that plastic does have a place in society. For example, before the invention of single-use plastic-filled diapers, children used to wear cloth diapers that were meant to be washed and reused. That's okay. We don't have to go back to that one. The problem is how much
People still
plastic
use
is
them.
made. So what were we gonna do with all
Iron,
this trash?
too.
I would love to answer that
God,
question. But
where
I
the
do have to do a
fuck are
commercial
you
for a
currently
brand. Let me
at
just
that
end
you
with
need
the video
iron
like
and
that.
horses
Wow,
at this
look at
point
this
in the
totally
game,
normal
buddy?
meal for a college student. I can't wait to eat this and then go about my day. That was me about
Think
8
he
months
wants more
ago.
horses?
I noticed
He
that
does
anytime
not.
I ate a salty meal, I would get these crazy chest pains and my heart would start beating really fast. And I was totally panicked because I didn't know why it was happening. I thought I was dying. I can feel my heart pounding in my ears. And I kept putting off seeing somebody about it because I was scared to go to the doctor. But it got to a point where it was almost every meal, so I knew I couldn't deny it anymore. I had to go see a doctor as soon as possible, and that's why I used ZocDoc. Today's video is sponsored. If you want easy ways to find that had an appointment from less than 2 days later. Really though, using it for the first time, I was scared because again, I wasn't feeling very good, and I was thinking, oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. I should have done this months ago, and I was thinking, like, I really thought I was dying. Also, I thought signing up for the doctors was really complicated because my mother would always complain about things like that, but using ZocDoc was really simple.
Oh, thank God.
It couldn't have taken more than 5 minutes
that was a
maybe.
close
It was
one.
nice to have a lot of options as to who I would want to be seen by and like where it would be. Because the cardiologist I chose, I ended up really liking his staff. I liked him. It was a lot less complicated and stressful than I thought it would be. So don't be like I was. It's not that scary. You probably haven't been to the doctors in a while, so you probably need to hurry up and get something like this done. Trust me, it's good for you in the long term. Just do it. Stop putting off those doctor's appointments. If you click the link in the description, you'll be one step closer to understanding what's going on with that weird rash that's growing in that really weird crevice. You know the one. That's ZocDoc.com/DavidAchu and start prioritizing your health today. Thanks so much to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video and helping us all take better care of our health. Plastic is bad for the environment at almost every stage of its lifetime. From the fossil fuel extraction needed to make the plastic, to the greenhouse gas emissions that come from when you actually produce the plastic, to the disposal of plastic, a decent portion of which is just burned afterwards, which also contributes to greenhouse gas emissions. And probably the most annoying part of plastics, especially in the 60s and 70s, is that people would just throw them anywhere. It was in parks, roads, farmlands, lakes, rivers. Plastic also ends up in our oceans, which is bad because, as we all know, fish are dumb. And we'll confuse small pieces
fish
of plastic
deserve to
floating
have
around
nice
as
things
prey,
too.
and then they'll eat it.
Why
and
can't
then
they
we'll
use
eat it
plastic?
when we eat the fish. Did you know that the average American eats about a credit card's worth of plastic every year? That's why I don't order
Debunked.
seafood. It eats through my wallet.
It was tainted by their gloves.
I'm doing great today. But the planet is a big place. I don't get why we can't just find somewhere to
The
put it.
scientists themselves came out and said, yeah,
We only have
it was
so many
contaminated by the
places
gloves.
that we could put our waste.
I can think of 3 different places we can put our trash right now.
You can't put it in the ocean. Look what happened.
Sure, obviously.
You can't put it on top of a mountain.
We can't?
They've even tried to put it into a volcano.
I didn't even think of that. We can't?
We have to come up with a better plan.
So we had way too much plastic trash. What could we do to fix the problem? Well, we could have cut down on plastic production, which would have...
What happens when you throw trash in a volcano? Now I need some Mythbusters.
Here, scientists shocked to find lab gloves may be skewing microplastics data. University of Michigan study suggests that the nitrile and latex gloves scientists commonly use could be causing microplastics levels to appear higher than they actually are. Researchers found that the gloves can unintentionally transfer particles onto lab tools used to analyze ALR, water, and other environmental samples. The contamination comes from sterate, whatever, which are not plastic, but can closely resemble them during testing.
Again.
Because of this, scientists
It's
may be
always the
detecting
straits.
particles that are not true microplastics. To reduce this issue, University of Michigan researcher Madeline Clow and Anne McNeil recommend using clean room gloves which release far fewer particles. So they basically just need to retest. But something that's very interesting and kind of reinforces that science is reliable, that even them are like, it's probably not true. You know, we fucked up. which is great. Love to see it.
See, I left you space here with the tigers.
Where? Yeah.
With the 5 tigers. I could have taken that, but I felt like it would be rude to take that because that would be an optimal settle place for you. Like all these little islands, this whole like zone of control.
Mm-hmm.
And then you could have wrapped around and gone underneath all these people and just keep wrapping them because you're Britain. Like a snake, like a gay little snake that wrapped around itself.
That was the plan.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Bradford, I would have went here for sure first.
What?
This one. Before Bradford.
If I hadn't put it on the river, you would have. It was your fault.
I'm just saying, I should be on that river.
Mm-hmm.
You can have the nasty volcano river. I don't even want that one.
To solve the problem at the source.
People be throwing their trash in the volcano. So it's stinky over there. You should name this Trash Volcano Land.
After the 80s, you probably grew up learning about the 3 R's. Especially in the 90s and the 2000s, messaging about the benefits of reducing, reusing, and recycling was everywhere.
It's worth it.
It is worth it.
It was on posters, commercials, children's television. They made jingles about it. They talked about it in science class. Did you know that Schoolhouse Rock forced Mitchell Musso to make a De La Soul parody song about it? Obviously, I can't play the whole thing here because Disney will have my head on a pike, but I will play a snippet shortly. However, before I do, I would like to read the lyrics to the first verse because it's written like a conspiracy theorist that's trying to make a connection that simply isn't there. 3. It's a magic number. Yes, it is. It's the magic number. Because 2 times 3 is 6, and 3 times 6 is 18. And the 18th letter in the alphabet is R. We got 3 R's we're gonna talk about today. Go listen to this song immediately after this video. I assure you, it sounds worse when you sing it. This song had to have been written in 45 seconds. Recycling ads made it seem like you were fighting for world peace every time you threw a bottle away. I'm being responsible. I'm basically a hero. We treat recycling as if everyone who does it is single-handedly preventing a plastic straw from ending up in a sea turtle's nose. You did it, man! We won! But that slogan is written the way it is for a reason. It's written in order of importance. If you want to help the environment, by far the single best thing you can do is reduce the amount of trash you make. If you don't want the planet to be filled with waste, don't make the waste in the first place. Beyond that, the next best thing you can do is to reuse the waste that you create. And I'm not talking about that 5-minute craft reuse. I turn these bottle caps into jewelry. I'm not doing that. I'm a grown man. I don't just own a glue gun. It's kind of crazy how underrated reusing things is. We'll talk about this more later, but Americans have been taught to believe that reusing things is for poor people. Historically, though, every culture and every people have always reused everything they can.
So, in thinking about ancient Greek sculptors, their favorite material to use was bronze. And the reason that we only have a few of these left, they got melted down to make implements of war. Egyptian kings would wait for previous monuments to maybe fall into a little bit of disrepair, and they would knock them down, and they would use those pieces to build their own monuments. Sometimes the Romans would take their sculptures and they would recarve them into the sculptures of later emperors.
If you grew up in a melanated household, then you know that just because a container that used to hold food is now empty, it does not mean its life is over. I'll be the first to admit this. I used to be embarrassed when we'd have people over and I'd have to explain to them that we used the empty Greek yogurt containers from Costco as cups. Well, I wasn't embarrassed at first. It wasn't until somebody who wasn't in my family came to my home, saw what was happening, and explained to me that their family doesn't do this, that it immediately clicked, yeah, of course nobody else does this. This looks weird. But looking back, objectively, it shouldn't be viewed as weird because we used that container 50 times longer than it was intended to be used. We saved them from going into a landfill prematurely. That is, of course, until I put it in the microwave and it became immediately unusable because, of course, it was a Greek yogurt plastic container. It can't handle that heat. But sometimes, despite your best efforts, you end up with plastic that you just don't know what else to do with. Then, and only then, is when the last R comes in. recycling. The idea that some company or organization could take your trash and turn it into anything your heart desires. It's the most magical of the three
Alchemy.
arts. Magical in the sense that it's not real. That isn't to say recycling doesn't work for anything. There are actually a number of materials that recycle rather well. Aluminum, for example, is
I always say this.
infinitely recyclable, meaning you can
always
recycle
say
it
this, the
over
only
and
thing you
over
should
and over
recycle
again,
is
and it won't
aluminum.
break down in quality. In fact, of all aluminum that has ever been produced, 75% of it is still in circulation today. Now, you compare that to plastic that actually breaks down every time you recycle it. And of all the plastic that's ever been produced, 70% of it has been discarded. In fact, generous estimates say that only 10% of all plastic has ever been recycled once, and only 1% ever gets recycled twice. I think the main thing that makes recycling super difficult is that it doesn't arrive at the facility in perfect condition, organized by color and material. It comes in one gray blob, and there is almost surely animal and or human feces in the mix. And even the stuff that isn't fecal matter, a good portion of those materials shouldn't be in that pile. Recycling rules get so confusing because, first of all, you need to know what type of plastic it is because not all plastics can even be recycled. Second, did you know you have to clean the plastic before you put it in the bin? Some packaging materials, even if it has the recycling symbol on the front, some recycling plants can't accept it. And I would love to sit here and tell you all the ins and outs of what can and can't be recycled. I really wanted to make it work. I come up with a bit where I was gonna get a scroll and be like, hear ye, hear ye. I can't do that because recycling rules change everywhere. Everywhere you go, there's a new set of instructions. The ones in my area are different from the ones in your area and the next guy's area and the next guy after that. And despite all that effort, most plastics just end up in a landfill or being burned in an incinerator. So how did we come up with such an ineffective system? Well, to understand that, you're gonna have to...
Because it was greenwashed as a solution instead of
You're
actually
pretending you're this
fucking
businessman from
doing
the 50s
something.
and you work in the plastic industry, and your entire job is just
It was
to make
just a way
money.
to be
You know,
like,
one of the
"Don't
reasons
worry
life sucks
about
now
it.
is because you can't own anything
We'll figure
anymore
it
because
out."
everything is
Pretty
a
much.
subscription. Sure, I could make some money selling you something once. But I could make more money if I sold it to you once a month for the rest of your life. But how am I going to get you to buy more plastic? I just spent all this money advertising how durable it is and how it basically lasts forever. People know you don't need any more plastic. What am I supposed to... What if I just told you the opposite? Imagine you're in a room with the most boring old white men that you can think of, and then the main old white guy is in the center, and he's like, okay guys, if we want to make money, we have to convince the public to throw away the plastic. And everybody was like, what's this guy talking about? And the main guy is still up front, he's all like, you guys, listen, glass and metal are expensive and heavy and breakable, but plastic is made of oil, so obviously it costs basically nothing. And then one guy raises his hand and he's like, wait, I thought oil was basically like black gold and every country on earth is fighting for it literally all the time. And the main guy's like, shut up, it's not important. Nobody knows how both those things are true. This is just the way the world works. It's light, it's cheap, and we have more than enough to sell. If we can just convince them to throw away the plastic stuff they already have, I promise you we will all make so much money. And remember, that's your job. That scenario wasn't really an exaggeration. At a 1956 annual conference for the plastics industry, Lloyd Stouffer, an editor of a trade magazine, literally told plastic executives their future is in the trash can. But there was a problem. This was the 50s. These people lived through the Great Depression, where they used dresser drawers as baby cribs, and they made the most insane recipes with any food they could find. You know that one guy on TikTok from 3 years ago who used to make all those recipes from the 30s? That was depression food, not the feeling, the time period. Although you may confuse it to be the same thing because they couldn't afford fruit, so when they made apple pies, it wasn't with apples, it was with crackers and water. This era of Americans was not used to the idea that you buy something, use it one time, and immediately get another one. That would be like if I invited you over for dinner and we were eating off glass plates, and at the end of the night you asked me if I want you to put your plate in the sink, and I just told you, nah, just throw it away. What are you talking about? And again, you were just telling the public how plastic is basically indestructible. So why would they just want to get rid of it? So the plastic industry had to make new ads that were basically like, okay, forget everything we just said about plastic, okay? It's not that great. It's cheap, and we have an endless supply of it. So after you use it, just throw it out, okay? If you eat off of it, if you drink out of it, if you look at it too hard, just throw it out. It's fine. But isn't that kind of wasteful? Come on, man. All the cool kids are doing it.
For decades, Americans had a make it do or do without mentality. Our new throwaway culture fell in love with single-use plastics and didn't worry about the consequences.
Being disposable, there are no empties to collect. Vinyl and asbestos on the floor.
In fresh sun, sea, and sky colors.
So people started throwing stuff away. Everywhere. It was too much stuff. Littering was now becoming a bigger problem following the rise of single-use plastics, which combined with other environmental concerns led to one of the biggest environmental movements in modern history.
This is a CBS
Why aren't you getting in the water, you cunt?
Earth Day.
A day set aside for a nationwide outpouring of mankind seeking its own survival.
April 22nd, 1970 was the world's first Earth Day. A time for people in some of the most confusing pieces of attire and hairstyles that the human race had ever seen up to that point in their history gathered together to discuss issues hurting harming the environment. And of the many issues, one of the issues on the docket was plastic waste. In fact, you start to hear talk that maybe plastic should be banned altogether. But again, you're a businessman in the plastics industry. If your product gets banned, you can't make any more money. That's your one job. You're blowing this. But you, as a businessman, maybe you take a second to realize maybe enough's enough. Your decisions have negatively impacted the planet. You've made more money than you could ever hope to spend in your lifetime. Maybe it's time that the plastics industry goes to rest. You retire. Maybe spend more time with your wife and the kids. Maybe this is a good thing after all. Maybe it's time to call it quits and let the packaging industry go back to its more sustainable practices. I'm kidding. It's time to plot. And what do we do every time we need the public to change their opinion immediately for our own benefit? Advertising.
Audio? Audio. Hello?
Oh, I bet this was...
Off.
Yeah, so he just muted it because he got hit with a copyright flag. I was like, I was resetting my headphones thinking I had an issue. And then I realized as I was resetting them.
This man is Italian. Secondly, although this ad may look like it was paid for by some environmental activist group, it was actually produced by Keep America Beautiful, an organization started by the packaging industry like Coca-Cola and Dixie Cups. You know, the people who made the trash. The point of this ad wasn't to stop litter. It was to make it abundantly clear that this littering thing, that's your fault. But aren't you guys the ones that got an entire generation of Americans to start acting like this in the first place? Don't change the subject. You made that Italian man in an almost surely offensive garb cry. Look at what you did. That's a great first step. But if you really want the people to get off your back about a problem, you have to promise them a solution. Give them something to believe in. And so essentially what happened was the equivalent of... I'm sorry, guys. This is getting out of hand. The city's gonna have to ban the plastic. No, wait. Okay, we'll fix it. Jeez!
A growing backlash was threatening the future of plastic.
So it was up to us in the plastics industry to solve this problem so that they could continue to package their products in plastic.
To appease government officials, the industry funded a local recycling pilot project.
The industry attitude was, we'll set this up and get it going, but if the public wants it, they are going to have to pay for it.
So they invested millions into bringing recycling into the mainstream. But could that even work, technically? The process of turning used plastic into new plastic is physically possible. The issue is when you have to do it with millions of pounds of plastic. Could this system work at scale? Technically, no, the answer to that one's just no. According to NPR and a paper from the Center for Climate Integrity, internal plastic industry documents from the late 60s and early 70s gave a sterling recommendation of the recycling process. Using faith-strengthening words such as costly, we have serious doubt that it can ever be made viable on an economic basis, and virtually hopeless. The plastics industry knew from the very beginning this was never gonna work, and they did it anyway. Why? Money. Here's the thing, it doesn't actually need to work. It just needs to look like it works. If it'll get the hippies to shut up, sure, we can paint some trash cans blue and put some arrows on it and maybe blow a few mill, building some recycling centers, and we'll run a few ads about it. Is it gonna cost us? Yeah, but it's a lot cheaper than having our entire industry banned or coming up with a solution that would actually work. If someone can prove me wrong, I would welcome you to do so in the comment section. But as far as I can tell, the entire idea of recycling is basically just theater, and you can see it everywhere. For example, a lot of people think that all plastics are recyclable, but they're not. Some types of plastics, no matter what you do, can never be recycled, but you wouldn't know just by looking at it. That wasn't until, out of the kindness of their hearts, a lobbying and trade group known as the Society of the Plastics Industry, a loving organization with a not at all nefarious sounding name, proposed a solution to identify which plastics can and can't be recycled. Okay, we've heard there's been a little bit of confusion as to what you can put in the bin, so today we're proposing a new symbol that we're gonna put on all the plastic products so everybody knows exactly what can and can't be recycled. Okay, that actually sounds pretty good. No, that's not cool. No! Is there a problem, sir? That looks exactly like the recycling symbol. How dare you? My work is completely original. It's in a triangle shape. I didn't know anybody could own a shape. It has the chasing arrows. My arrows are slimmer. Yeah, but if you squint and look at them both, they pretty much look exactly the... Yeah, but mine has numbers in it. You notice that, Einstein? You're so good at pointing things out. You notice that? You know they look the same. Why would you make them look exactly the same? Money. This is the resin identification code. It was invented by Society of the Plastics Industry in 1988. On paper, its purpose purpose is to identify what kind of plastic a thing is made out of, each type getting a different number. As far as I know, there are 7 RIC numbers, and pretty much only 1 and 2 are widely considered recyclable. But if you didn't know that, because why would you just casually know that? Wouldn't you just assume that this means that the thing is recyclable and you put it in the bin and you think recycling is working? The plastics industry lobbied 40 states to get the RIC symbol to look like this. As long as you think it's working, it doesn't matter if it actually is. That's the whole name of the game. But why though? What specifically about recycling is so impossible to get right? Fun fact, when you look up Society of the Plastics Industry on YouTube, one of the first search results is a promo they just released called Recycling is Real. Is it though? Because there's no way she flew a plane. Do you see my point? Like, you hear what I'm saying? Helen can't do either, and you mean to tell me she was navigating the skies? Random question. Would you say you have a decent idea of how a toilet works? I feel like most people would say yes. Like, it's a toilet, you know, you push a thing, water comes out, seems pretty simple. Okay, cool. Here are all the parts. Build a toilet. I saw somebody say this as a good example of showing that people don't really know how most things work. Even things that seem relatively simple. You put all the pieces in front of them, the average person doesn't understand how a lot of things work. With that being said, do you feel you have a good idea of how recycling works? I'll be honest, I thought you just melted it and then shaped it again, but the process has like 17,000 steps. Because you can't just put all the plastics into one big vat and melt it down. They all have different properties and different melting temperatures. If you did that, you would just end up with a bunch of useless goop. So first you have to create recycling centers and a recycling program for a given area. Then you need to inform the people about what can and cannot go into the recycling bin, which is pretty much a useless step because no matter what you do, people are going to put anything they want in the bin.
You're surprised what people think is recyclable.
You name it, eventually it'll be found in it.
A pool table.
Big propane tanks.
Needles.
A neck brace.
We've had guns, ammunition, fireworks, sparklers.
I had a live snake.
After you pick it up, you have to do your best to separate the non-recyclables from the rest of the mix, and you have to clean them and treat them and process them. All of that just to get recycled plastic, a material that is less durable and more expensive than virgin plastic. From an economic and practical standpoint, this process makes almost no sense. You can sit there and say, it shouldn't matter, we should do this for the good of the planet. Unless you're gonna do it, or you're gonna fork up the cash to get somebody else to, it's not getting done. As Vidyamani said when speaking about just the separation process, unless someone's paying for it, the plastic's going to the landfill. So you may be wondering, surely there was a point in time when recycling kind of worked at least a little bit? Technically, yes. Seeing the monstrous problem before them, the best and brightest American minds of that generation came up with a solution that, at least from an economic standpoint, was viable. Describing it with the gravitas it deserves, it was the equivalent of... There we go, yep. Shh, it's okay, we're okay, it's okay. We just gave all our trash to China. I'm sorry, how does this work? It's simple, we'll pick up the recyclables, put them on trucks, bring them to recycling centers, they'll organize them, crush them, turn them into bricks, we'll put those bricks onto different trucks, drive them to the coast, sell them to the Chinese, and then load them onto cargo ships. And once the ships reach China, they'll take the bricks, give them to low-wage workers to organize them and turn them into new stuff. And when it's all said and done, for every $1 we spend on this process, we will earn $1.01, which is more money than when we started. Okay. And that's how recycling worked in America for over 25 years. But it wasn't just the US. According to NPR, 70% of the world's plastic waste was being sent to China. And China was getting a slight profit out of this, but that profit was being outweighed by all the other indirect costs that came with this recycling program. Because we never actually solved the problem of littering and handling the trash properly. We just gave the problem to a different country.
These sorting facilities in China would often illegally dump the portion of the plastics that even they couldn't profitably recover, creating an environmental problem that the government had to pay to clean up.
Martin Borque, I really hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, executive director of the Ecology Center in Berkeley, California, once put a tracker in a bale of waste sent to China just to see what would happen to it. And when it touched mainland and they got in contact with the locals that were near where the tracker was placed, they found that it was just littered. On top of that, remember how people will recycle anything, including hazardous materials? Well, it turns out that those materials were causing hazard to the Chinese workers who were sorting them. After a while, the Chinese government must have reasoned to itself, maybe destroying our country's lakes and giving people occasional anthrax poisoning isn't worth $17 of profit. So they banned the import of pretty much all plastic waste in 2018 with no warning. To which the waste management industry calmly responded, what am I supposed to do with all this? Once China stopped taking it, we didn't have many options on where to put it. Imagine you were taking your trash out for the week and the garbage man just said no and then drove away. You then have two options: create a pile in the backyard or set it on fire. And that's exactly what we've done for the past 8 years. I really tried to verify this stat, and I could be wrong, but as far as I know, when you recycle something, most of the time, it just ends up in a landfill or in an incinerator. Because there's just no money to do anything else with it. And I would love to sit here and say there is a solution and that they're working on something that's gonna work in the next few years. But as far as I know, right now, at this current moment, this is all recycling is. Almost every solution I read about when researching this video is either going to hurt the environment more or it's going to cost way too much money. Even when something says it's
that's
made
what they're
of
going.
recycled
They're trying to get
plastics,
London.
I'm pretty sure in most cases it just ends up looking
So
something
you see,
like
it's
this.
not
You
converted
promise
to
that when
any
I put a
religion
plastic
yet, I
bottle in the
guess.
bin, you turn it into another plastic
I don't know
bottle
what
just
they're
like
doing.
new? Absolutely. In fact, I have one right here. That is not the same thing. I'm doing the best I can! Downcycling is when a recycled product isn't as good quality as when it was first made. For example, a food-grade plastic that gets recycled is no longer good enough quality for food packaging, and so it becomes part of like a plastic bench or something. Okay, but I saw a TikTok of a mad scientist fellow who was turning plastic into fuel. Why can't they just do that? Technically, as far as I know, that process is called pyrolysis, and it is possible. Because like plastic is made from oil, so couldn't you do some science stuff to maybe turn it back into oil? I don't get it, but it is scientifically possible. So why don't they do it? According to the TikTok comment section of that video, it's because the CEO of Exxon will personally 360 no-scope this guy if he ever goes to market. That's not why. Then why not? Money. Again, could you build a toilet? At scale, the process of pyrolysis costs way too much economically and environmentally. As far as doing it for plastics at least, it just doesn't make much sense. Besides that, the process of this and other forms of advanced recycling generates a lot of hazardous waste. According to the NRDC, they once observed that an advanced recycling plant, also known as a chemical recycling plant, created almost 500,000 pounds of hazardous waste in 2019 alone. In addition, these plants produce air pollution, which poses a health risk to nearby neighborhoods. Neighborhoods that tend to be made of low-income, non-white people. As a result, these neighborhoods lose even more of their value, and due to the health risks that come with being so close to one of these facilities, it turns these areas into what ProPublica described as sacrifice zones. And on top of that, a lot of these advanced recycling
data
plants
centers.
just end up burning the plastic. However, none of that will stop the plastics industry from saying they're doing it. Because again, it barely matters that it's not working. As long as people think it could, they're not gonna get mad at us.
Innovation in American plastics means reducing, reusing, and
manufacturing.
So you recycle.
Well, yeah, we manufacture recycled plastic. That's how we stay competitive.
And it's better for the environment.
And it's better for business.
How?
It's the way of the future. The U.S. has to keep up.
First off, this ad was made by America's plastic makers, and on their website, they will tell you that they are part of the plastics division of the American Chemistry Council and their member companies, which include Chevron, Dow, Exxon, and Shell. The companies that make the oil that make the plastic. Secondly, he never answered a question. Am I the only one that peeped that?
And it's better for the environment.
And it's better for business.
How?
It's the way of the future.
I've seen this ad a billion times, and I've noticed that detail every single time.
I thought it was
the
a
question
joke.
She was asking, and he just ignored
Thought it was like
and
a
talked
Jon
about the business
Stewart-
of it. Am I insane? That's what just happened.
Now you're getting.
John,
Recycling
what's
yesterday's
Oliver
plastic
think?
because it was made to be more.
It's not, though.
John
It's
Snossel?
made to be one thing, one time for 30 seconds, and then spend the next 1,000 years polluting a river in Taiwan. And I think
Don't
all these
snossel
ads
me.
and messaging and borderline propaganda just serves to confuse people on what's actually happening with their trash, i.e., the propaganda is working. Laura Leebrook, a manager of a recycling plant in Oregon, explained that when she tries to tell people that recycling doesn't work, they don't want to believe her. Because the truth is, we need recycling. Not because it fixes any problem, it's because it removes this guilt. It's kind of like when you get those ads for children's cancer hospitals and you can't skip it because you have to wait 5 seconds, so before you can, you try not to make eye contact with the sick child in the video.
I don't
It's kind of
do
like
that.
We
That's
don't want to
weird.
be confronted with the fact that American consumption is disgusting. We need something to believe in. It's a reason to feel that we're not destroying the planet with our insatiable greed. It doesn't have to actually work. I just need to believe that I'm doing something so I can sleep at night. If I just put the bottle in the blue bin, I don't have to be confronted with the fact that that bottle is going to sit somewhere for the next 700 years. If I don't have to look at it, it's almost as if it doesn't exist anymore. Don't take that from me.
Recycling, it's one of those things where not only does the public kind of depend on that emotionally to relinquish their, guilt about buying things, but it has been kept alive by the manufacturers.
Ultimately, though, Anytime we spend placing the blame solely on the individual is when the propaganda has fully accomplished its work. Yes, American consumption is killing us. But who sold the poison? Corporations are the ones that
terrorist
invested
attack
in plastic.
in
Corporations are the ones that convinced
Cell.
Americans to buy more plastic than they could ever need. Corporations are the ones that blame consumers for a littering problem that they created. Corporations are the ones that pushed and promoted a solution they knew would never work. And corporations are the ones that paint themselves as the heroes and innovators solving a crisis that they created while ultimately not coming up with any scalable solutions. All the while creating more plastic. Lisa Ramsden of Greenpeace USA says the plastics industry intends to triple plastic production by 2050. The takeaway from this discussion isn't that we shouldn't be doing what we can. We should all still be reducing, reusing, and then when all else fails, recycling, because a bad solution is better than no solution. But the real takeaway is this: no matter what any company, ad campaign, children's media, catchy jingle, or industry group tries to tell you, this conversation isn't just solely about how much you love the planet. This whole conversation has always been about money. And although it technically exists, and I'm by no means an expert, I'm pretty sure recycling isn't real.
Plastics take their rightful
Correct.
place in a world at peace.
It's a farce. It's fake. We made it up. It's imaginary.
But here is Dana Bash. Like, this is what happened during the aughts all the time, but it was more like you're siding with the terrorists. And here's Dana Bash trying to make an argument. Jamie Raskin is,
I don't know what's going on with his eye. But...
present enough to be able to say, like, in not so many words, what the F are you talking about?
Pink eye going around.
Yeah, and you have, and as many of your fellow Democrats, have used some heated rhetoric against the president. And do you think twice about that when something like this happens?
What rhetoric do you have in mind?
Just talking about some of the fact that he, is terrible for this country and so on and so forth. I understand that that's your democratic right, but
pause it. Wait. That's your democratic right?
What about accurate?
The rhetoric that you've used, that he's terrible for the country and so on and so on.
Good thing Democrats have, or Republicans have never said that about Democrats, that they're terrible for the country.
The list of what Donald Trump has said, like diseased, traitorous, treasonous.
Second Amendment solutions to Hillary Clinton winning the presidency.
He said that he was going to end a civilization in Iran. He threatened genocide on his social media platform.
And you say he's terrible for the country. I mean... that kind of hurtful rhetoric.
I mean, it's your right to do so. But...
implying that saying a president is terrible for the country leads to violence against him. I mean, like, that is truly a real leap in, like, logic there, and one that is not good for free speech and free debate and open dialogue.
I believe that people can promulgate ideas and in such a way that triggers people who are mentally... ill or going through emotion. I mean, I don't know anything about the shooter, but I would imagine you have to have some lack of stability to be able to do something like this. But that is not the only question. The question is the nature of what you're saying and how far it goes. I mean, because you could argue that reporting that they're not releasing the Epstein files, reporting the fact that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files 10,000 motivated this guy because he believes that, this is that Donald Trump is hiding this information. That's different from Pizzagate, because Pizzagate was founded on a lie and it ended up causing people to go in and shoot up a pizza parlor. So there is a process in which, the Epstein files could be revealed. But so just go back and Raskin, to his credit, is like, be more specific. What are you talking about?
What rhetoric do you have in mind?
Just talking about some of the fact that he, is terrible for this country and so on and so forth. I understand that that's your democratic right, but
he is
overall.
Yeah.
Do you
I have
have
no
a responsibility?
personal problem with Donald Trump at all. I mean, I talk about the policies of this administration, the authoritarianism like we saw on display in Minneapolis, where 2 of our citizens were gunned down in the streets simply for exercising their First Amendment rights, Renee Good, Alex Preddy. and others have, died in custody. I'm talking about policies. I don't personalize it, and I certainly have never called the press the enemy of the people. I think the press are the people's best friend, and that's why it's written right there into the First Amendment. We need the press to be a vigilant watchdog against every level of government, federal, state, local, all of it.
You're not going to get an argument from me on that. Before I let you go...
Oh, how magnanimous, Dana. There has been a noticeable, I think, uptick from
noticing?
her and Jake Tapper recently in editorializing, revealing their Zionism more broadly, doing long segments about Hassan, doing long segments about the pro-Palestine left. And I just think it's, and now kind of embarrassing obsequiousness to Donald Trump there.
Why do you think that might be?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to, right, exactly. This Ellison takeover that is potentially happening could be a bit of an audition process for some of these people.
Huh.
It's almost like they are tailoring their coverage to a specific wealthy audience that wants more pro-Trump framing and wants more pro-Zionist
Do you
framing.
think that maybe you're being a little cynical and maybe they've always had those sentiments, but now they're free to express them?
I think it probably is a bit of both. How about that?
Yeah, because, there are some real doozies from the post-October 7th CNN, too. I don't know if that influenced them, but going after protesters and stuff like that, nasty work that they put in.
Let's read some IMs. Well, we'll take phone calls. Should we do that?
Sure.
No.
We got, let's see here.
Tell him call back later.
Yes, I can.
We should also just quickly do the Ben Stiller thing at some point if we're going to wrap up.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Well, the last thing. So, last night, or Saturday night, was game 4?
Yes, the Knicks thankfully even the series. And
they got it done.
Smacked up the Hawks in Atlanta, so they go back to the Garden with the series tied.
Tell those Muslims
now, understand
to get out.
Saturday night, the White House Correspondents' Dinner was not the only thing happening in the world.
What?
There were other things happening, that being the Knicks game.
Mm-hmm.
Celtics didn't play until last night, so as far as I was concerned, nothing was happening. And
Ben Stiller's a very, very prominent Knicks fan.
Well, that may be the case.
Yeah.
But he, on Saturday night,
story.
right after the shooting takes place at the White House press conference, Ben Stiller tweeted or whatever, posted on X this.
Great person. Well, that's great.
Real-time strategy games dominated PC gaming in the late 90s. Epic series like Command & Conquer and StarCraft had their first titles in this era. Most of these games came with big boxes with maps, strategy guides and other collectibles. As you can see, I've got quite a few here to show you. As well as esports legends, there are some hidden gems as well. So let's talk about these classic RTS games and why they are still worth playing.
Okay. I was like, we're talking about modern games? Oof. This is gonna be... Look. There's very few, modern RTSs that you can have somebody who hasn't played them have a nice time. I just played Age of Empires 2, which I played as a kid a lot. Oh my god, it's so slow and boring. At least StarCraft 2, it's I'm doing so much. I love doing I love the chaos play in co-op when I'm Han and Horner. And so I was doing a build that was literally making frames drop. Because I would just take the Reapers can throw explosives on the ground. So I just like made mass reapers so they would run in and just basically suicide bomb themselves because they run in with explosives and throw them on the ground. But all the explosions start going off and it was fucking dropping frames.
Oh, interesting.
It just wasn't built for so much energy.
So it seems like one of my unique units.
And then I haven't played Command and Conquer Generals, but it's supposed to be pretty good for a modern RTS. Like,
I can't get.
I'm sorry, we need a fucking command entire army hotkey. Okay, if you don't have that in your RTS, I'm not playing it. It's gonna. I don't want to fucking box the units all day. Just fucking make army. Tell me how make it go. I do like in Command and Conquer you can run people over though. And there's a button specifically for scattering to make yourself like do random dives. And it's a little like shitty little fucking barely tell what's happening on the screen, like micro machine ass looking game.
Yeah.
Command and Conquer. This one's fine.
Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun came out in 1999 as the sequel to the original Command & Conquer set 30 years in the future.
This would be cool if they completely remade and redid it, but no, you're not missing anything. Like, if this is going to be all 90s RTSs, like, man, let me get a list of the text-based adventures I should be playing, too. Like, I played through this, like, Tiberian Sun. I tried to play through the entire Command & Conquer series, and then I got to the fourth one. Oh my god.
Not good.
I don't know what they did to this game. But it is, like, clearly they're trying to modernize the RTS in a way that just makes it bad.
Fantastic.
And, like, it's just, I can't even describe it. It's so fucking weird. It doesn't make any sense. It's atrocious. But then they went back to that series and made Generals, and in that one you can literally, you play as, like, different types of militaries, and one of them is literally terrorists, where you use suicide bombs and IEDs and stuff.
Epic. Can't make it like that anymore.
No, it's Generals came out like 10 years ago.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like,
what the hell?
I'm saying that these are the ones that are worth playing now. You don't need to go. Tiberian Sun's okay. It's like a great game and all, but like, Generals came out in 2004. 20 years. But there's also a sequel to it. This one came out in 2003. Okay.
Guess you were wrong.
That's just the expansion. Okay. Anyway.
Guess your timeline was a little off.
I don't know. I didn't play it yet. I was trying to get through the fourth one still, and then I tried to do it again, and I was just like, I can't do this.
We're just coming off Red Alert, which was a massive hit. Delayed, the game delivered a ton of upgrades over the previous
titles. It seems
titles.
like my Privateer is
These
just
are
not in
actual
the
3D
game.
models instead of
the
2D sprites,
Privateer,
but it still keeps
if it
that
kills
isometric
a unit,
vibe.
it has a chance to capture it.
Yeah?
But I can't get the unique unit that replaces the Privateer because the Privateer is not even in the game. So I don't know what the fuck's happening.
The Privateer, I think, upgrades into a submarine. I have Privateers.
What's it in? What tech?
It goes Ironclad next, actually, I think.
No, Ironclad's melee.
What do you have, a ship of the line or a Privateer?
Ship of the line.
Oh.
That replaces frigate, but I don't have a Privateer. I have a Caravel, a Cog, a Galleass.
You get Privateer in the culture tree?
Oh, there's two. Never mind.
Where is it?
Mercantilism.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Explains my confusion. Excellent.
Of the previous
They're
games.
too small. Like, it's too hard to see. Okay? Like maybe if you're a fan of RTSs, these could be games that you should play, but no. I would never.
This game implemented
in front
height
of you and
differences
expect
into
you
the
to
terrain,
enjoy it.
so positioning your artillery on a hill mattered, weather effects, day and night cycles, destructible terrain. Tiberian Sun had features that most RTSs wouldn't revisit for years. And the faction upgrades were designed very well too. The GDI had mechs and railguns, Nod had stealth tanks, cyborgs and underground bases, and then you also had a third faction which was the Forgotten Tiberian mutants, who showed up in the campaign and added a whole layer of moral complexity the series hadn't touched on before.
Kane has unlocked
3 factions.
But I had great fun with this one. I actually played it for the first time
That
around
would be crazy if you made
2010
an
on a
RTS
cheap
game
laptop,
with only one
and it
faction
felt very
story.
much a blend of Command & Conquer the original and Red Alert 2, which is probably my favourite in the series. It had that typical Westward art style, the moody industrial soundtrack. Sales were solid, but not quite StarCraft levels.
Yeah,
Command & Conquer
'cause
was starting to
StarCraft
decline
is
a little bit
better.
by this time. The expansion, Firestorm, tried to fix some of the issues that the game launched with and added a few more units. But by that time, the RTS fan base was split.
They did, I think, remaster this whole series, but like they also remastered the first StarCraft, and even that is very fucking clunky. Like you have to make control groups for your units, okay? But you can only fucking have 12 units per control group or something like that. Maybe 24. 12 to 24, I'm not sure. So let's just say you have, because the cap is 200 supply, right? So you have 120 military units, and you have to divide that by 12. And then go 1 attack, 2 attack, 3 attack.
Awful.
Yeah, so clunky.
My heavy chariot
Tiberian Sun
from that
became a game people
comet
either loved or bounced
survived,
off computers.
and he's
Looking
gonna
back,
become a
Tiberian
knight.
Sun was way ahead of its time in certain areas and stuck in the past in others.
It's fine.
Water unit. Near my heavy chariot. Get away. He needs
What?
to survive.
Are you trying to get tribal village?
There's a galley
Oh.
here, and my heavy chariot is in the water. No. Oh my god, it survived. Whew. Time for my what is it, Quadrian?
Now, a game that's held up
Nope.
even better.
I played it again. Honestly, Tiberium Sun is better. This game, I tried to do the Joan of Arc campaign. I was falling asleep. Like, you have to walk the whole map and shit, you know? Like StarCraft, you just zoom, you know? You click somewhere, you're there pretty quick. And that's what makes it fun. I like to build the swarms and swallow them.
Yeah.
This one I like just because this one's more fun for, like, if you want to just play by yourself and build a happy little town. But it doesn't have, like, the intensity.
Better than some of the old school Command & Conquer titles is a game that hit the scene in 1999 as well and became one of the most beloved and played historical RTS in history.
I know a lot about history because
Ensemble
of this game.
Studios took everything that worked with the first Age of Empires, the broad timelines, the resource management, and polished it to perfection with Age of Empires 2. While games like StarCraft was busy turning the genre into a high-speed sport,
Damn
Age of
right!
Empires 2 decided to double
Where
down
it
on
needs to be! Okay? I want to fucking click and have things happen. Okay? My brain is, like, I like getting to the point where I'm just clicking around and, like, building supply, and I'm like, I haven't built any military units, and you're cracking out trying to fucking figure out what tech you have to what tech they have. Okay?
Sounds like StarCraft.
Yeah, it's fucking great.
That feeling of building an empire that could actually stand the test of time.
I just like to do the map
In my
editor.
opinion, the reason this
build
game
the
is
little
still
cities.
pulling thousands of players every day is because of the readability. You could look at a screenshot for half a second and know exactly what's happening. Not many gripes with this title, to be honest, but as with a lot of the older RTS games, the pathfinding can be a bit of an issue. But in a way, it does keep you engaged, forcing you to babysit your troops and learn the micromanagement.
I don't want to babysit my troops. Half the time, I just throw them across the map, and then I keep using my drones and queens, and I'll fucking just throw waves. I won't even look at what they're doing.
Is this some Canadian fascist one?
Put boots on the fucking line, you know? And I just go in there, and I hit them again and again and again, and then I look, see what units they have, and then I might adjust. Bro, what's you gotta fucking hear how annoying it is when you play Stew.
Published by Microsoft, and it kind of came in a similar packaging to their software. The game comes with plenty of reference material, including a thick manual, and is highly collectible today. The legacy of Age of Empires is essentially the legacy of the RTS genre itself. It survived the dark ages of the 2010s when everyone was playing MOBA games, and it proved that players still want to play real-time strategy. If you haven't played it recently, the newest title and the remastered versions are still great, and the campaigns are still quite a good way to learn actual history, even if they do take a few creative liberties. This game is legendary and is definitely worth playing and collecting for historical purposes. Now, while every other developer in the 90s was stuck thinking in 2 dimensions, Relic Entertainment decided to do something extremely ambitious and make what was essentially a fully 3-dimensional space RTS. Homeworld was a strategy game, but it was also a technical achievement. It took the RTS genre into true 3D space, where flanking didn't just mean coming in from the sides, but delivering death from below and above.
Strike group to battle position.
The game had a great story too, following the Kushan, an exiled race travelling through the stars to find their ancestral home. It felt less like an RTS and more like a space opera story, aided by a haunting ambient soundtrack and a minimalist UI that let the scale of the galaxy breathe.
Secure. All systems green. Release crew standing by.
So peaceful.
The well-written world was as much of a draw as the groundbreaking gameplay and story, in my view. My friend's dad was a big fan of this series, and that's actually where I first heard of it. I remember launching up the game in the early 2000s and being instantly hooked by the tutorial and just kind of blown away by the scale of the 3D combat. The development history is legendary because the team at Relic was essentially inventing a new genre on the fly. They had to figure out how to make a camera move in a 360-degree void. They also pioneered persistent fleets, which was a mechanic where every ship that survived a mission followed you into the next one. It created a genuine emotional bond with your units. You didn't just lose your resources, you lost a veteran crew that could have been with you since the beginning. It made the stakes feel personal in a way that StarCraft or Command & Conquer never quite managed, but other strategy games like Jagged Alliance 2 perfected.
Get these Muslims out of here.
Homeworld 3 came out a few years back, and I finished it at the time. It was quite a fun game actually while it lasted, but it was a fragment of what it should have been. But the series did hit its stride with Homeworld Cataclysm, which was a standalone sequel.
Wall. Formation set. Ready.
Cataclysm remains a fan favourite dark horse. It shifted the perspective to the working class miners of Killith. If you go back to play the original Homeworld today, specifically the remastered collection, you'll find the game still has a quite futuristic
it's
feel.
Certainly something
it's a journey through space that reminds us sometimes the best ways to move forward is to change the perspective.
This comm system seems to be holding up.
The next game I spent tons of hours messing around in back in the day, and that is KKND, or Crush, Kill and Destroy. This one dropped in 1997 when the RTS Gold Rush was at its peak and was made by an Australian team over at Melbourne House.
Nice.
As I say, I had a blast
Melbourne.
with this one. It was loud, it was very 90s edgy. The game pitted the survivors, who are humans who hid underground, against the evolved, who are mutants who stayed on the surface and started riding
Looks like
giant
Command
crabs.
and Conquer.
We've lost
fucking
contact
Micro
with the
Machine
original
ass
defense
shit.
party to the south.
Gameplay-wise, it didn't reinvent the wheel. It just provided an exciting visual experience and setting that other games
If it
weren't
looks
doing at
older
the
than
time.
StarCraft 1, I know it's going to be a
KKND
pain.
is a classic case of B-movie video game.
The first
It was released
Command and
during that
Conquer is
brief window
pretty
where
fucking
every
hard.
game and movie developer was making everything look as
Certain
grimy
missions
as
are pretty
possible.
fucking hard. I had to look up
Interestingly,
guides.
it was one of the few games that actually
Really?
challenged the Command and Conquer throne in terms of raw
There's
sales.
this one mission
at least
where you have
in
to
Europe
establish
and
a
Australia.
beachhead that I could
In my
not
opinion,
fucking beat.
KKND was the
But
ultimate
then, like,
guilty pleasure.
there's adjustable difficulty in the sequels, you know? So I was like, if it was like, I don't really care. I don't want to fucking replay the mission. Like, I want enough of a challenge that I'll still win. But sometimes I want to just throw it on easy. Like, late in the game when they give you, like, in one of them, they give you, like, basically, like, battleships type things that you can, like, literally shoot across the map, but they're kind of inaccurate. So it's like artillery bombarding an entire area, and I just like to fucking mass those up and just like shell them, you know, just fun stuff like that.
RTS is
But
not
this
balanced, it's not fair.
Nah, I
but there's
can't
a
do it.
specific kind of joy in seeing a giant mutant scorpion melt a squad of infantry.
Thrilling.
Looking back, this game represents an era of experimentation that we've lost. Today, RTS games are either hyper-competitive esports or polished indie throwbacks. KKND was just a weird and unique game.
90% of the people who play
aesthetic that
StarCraft
felt
play
like
the
a
campaign.
2D precursor to games like Mad
Only.
Max and Fallout. It's a fantastic relic. The big box releases
You can
are
be both.
extremely well made with this shiny sort of embossed effect, and they're actually a lot rarer than you think. Definitely one that's worth picking up.
I'm good.
An innovative game in the RTS genre is Total Annihilation. This one changed the landscape in terms of scope and visuals. This wasn't a Command and Conquer clone, it was a technical powerhouse that introduced true 3D.
These are all old ass games. I don't care about old ass games. These guys look like Janissaries. What's this one? European Wars. This one's a little better looking, at least. StarCraft.
Crystal.
Huh?
What have we got building? Oh, good. There's me trader. Got a Royal Navy
A
dockyard.
submarine, huh?
What about a submarine?
Nothing. I was just clicking through the list. I would recommend none of these. If you haven't played an RTS, none of these. You're gonna want Wings of Liberty. It's free to play. You get the whole first campaign.
StarCraft is free, isn't it?
That's what Wings of Liberty is.
Oh.
It's the first campaign. You know, and it's got great stuff. Like you can decide what units you like because they don't give you enough money to upgrade everything. So you kind of like be like, oh, I really like the Goliath, which sucks dick. So you can like specifically spend your upgrades to upgrade the Goliaths, like the units you actually like using. You know, and there's like branching story and stuff. It's great. Great game.
Fair enough.
And it's free.
Love free.
Yeah. So like why would you pay to play some Micro Machine shit where you have to make 200 control groups to move the units when you can just press F1 and get everything and throw it at the wall?
We fight to remove all foreign power from our soil.
Nice.
We are Al-Qatala. We wage war without sympathy.
Cool.
Hey, it's Call of Duty. What's this?
I don't know. There's another video that was on the list. So like, dehumanizing Arabs in video games. XCOM 2, I think, is the best game about terrorism ever made.
Okay.
So, the thing is, these developers are not poli-sci majors and shit. So, I'm not making excuses for them. I'm just saying, what do we fucking expect? Like the first Modern Warfare.
Yeah.
I have it. I don't have the I have the original XCOM. I just tried to fucking play it and I just didn't know what I was doing because I was trying to get the mechanics first before I did the X-Files mod. I don't know what's going on. There's a lot to process. I would have to look at a guide on even how to play it. But like the thing is, like that first main villain in that first Modern Warfare game, I think his name might be Bashar, and that's why I remember him. What's his name? Do you remember?
In the first Modern Warfare?
Yep.
Wasn't it Makarov?
No. There's like a Muslim leader. He's not Muslim, he's like Baathist. But he's not Baathist, he's just Baathist. He's like the leader of the country or something.
Are we talking the original Modern Warfare?
Yes. Call of Duty 4.
Honestly, I didn't play much of the first one. The second one is I played much more.
But that's the thing is the guy in that, like, it's not even dehumanizing. It's like a shell because they don't even know what to draw on. Right?
Khalid al-Assad.
I said it's Bashar. I knew it was something like Assad. But like he's just so forgettable. Right? And like you could tell that they don't have something to draw on. Like then you have games like World at War where they have the one level where you're burning people and they're not speaking Japanese. Like great attention to detail in that game because it's running from history. But when you're trying to create like an Arab state as a generic villain in a Call of Duty game and you don't know anything about Arabs, it comes off like that.
Yes.
I think that's why the second game, it's a Russian guy. Because it's easy to do Russian villain.
Although in the new redos of the Modern Warfares, they do have Urzikstan, which is where a bunch of it is located. And you're with a character named Farah, who is definitely a stand-in for the YPJ.
Yeah, she's also fucking blank as fuck, and they clearly don't know anything about the culture. That's the issue, is they're just like trying to make these blank characters so they're not like offending or whatever. But that's
except
the thing,
they would be benefited by researching the culture and talking to people from the culture.
Have you ever played Assassin's Creed, like the older games?
I've only played a little bit of the first and second ones.
Yeah, so like I wasn't a fan, but you know in the beginning it's like game is made by a multicultural team. Like that's the issue, is that it's like Assassin's Creed has great representation of a lot of different places. Like the third one in the Ezio trilogy is all in Istanbul.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So that's the issue, is that they're making an action game, and that's why I think games like 6 Days in Fallujah are interesting, because to try and make those events into something that's like a survival horror
it is an interesting concept.
Yeah, so it's just the people being upset about it is like, it's war. It's not like it was fighting the Nazis.
Yeah.
Like, there's plenty of people who like went to war in Vietnam against each other, and then later we're friends.
Mm-hmm.
So. But that's my issue is what I'm saying is that XCOM 2, it clearly knows how to paint terrorism as liberation. Like, they never straight up say you're a terrorist group, just like a terrorist group would never say that. But XCOM 2 is about terrorism. You literally you end the game by like killing the leader of the planet. Like, that's how it ends. Like, you do terrorist acts your way up. And that's why I put suicide vests and modded them into the game. But unlike Far Cry 4, wasn't that big of a fan of the game itself, but the character of Pagan Ming. And the rebels are terrorists, and Pagan Ming is also a terrorist. It's like terrorists fighting. So, like, I think they did a really great job depicting the motivation behind Pagan Ming specifically. Not so much the rebels, but Pagan Ming was a really interesting terrorist character. And shows that it's possible to do it right. The issue is that games like Call of Duty don't care enough.
No, it's more of a shooter than it is about the story. Because you could also do the proper stories and have...
They did in World at War.
And like, instead of focusing it from one angle and being like, all right, we're the Americans, these are terrorists.
Well, that's also what was cool about the early Call of... I mean, you always fought the Nazis, but you got to play the Russian, American, and British front in those early games.
Yeah.
I really liked that, and I wish the newer ones were more... Like, technically you do, because you're... Like, in this one, you're Soap, who's British.
British and American, yeah.
Yeah, so, like, you do kind of do that, but it's not the same.
No, but it's like... Like, you could easily do a game where you make people question the definition of terrorism. Like, expose people in a AAA game to this moral question of self-defense and its validity, no matter the aggressor.
And then, like, Splinter Cell will have really interesting characters and why they're doing terrorism. Like, their methods and stuff. And then, like, you find out why, and it's always, like, the dumbest motivation. Because it doesn't matter. It's I've been using this word a lot lately. Have you ever heard of fridge logic? Did we talk about this on stream yet?
Fridge logic? No.
Yeah, so it's originally called icebox logic.
Uh-huh.
It was coined by Alfred Hitchcock.
Okay.
And it's basically, he says, did you watch the thirds of the modern Star Wars, like the X-Quels?
Yeah, it was awful.
Yeah. So that entire movie is fridge logic. Like, why would the dagger show where the Death Star is going to fall?
Yep.
Right? But in the moment, you don't really think about that. It's only later when you open the fridge and you're, like, sitting on the movie being like, why did that happen? How could they have known that the Death Star would be there?
Yeah, okay, I gotcha.
You know? So it's stuff like that where it's like the character doesn't need a big reveal motivation at the end. The whole point is that the hero's confronting the villain and they're, victorious.
Yeah.
And the villain says their little, I'm the villain guy. And then you win. Also, like, Blacklist, the fact, the whole Guantanamo level is so fucking difficult. But the whole going into Guantanamo to break out of it is such a fucking great storyline. And it's a shame that it's owned by Ubisoft, who will not do fuck all with the license. Because Blacklist was genuinely a good fucking game. But people were fucking jilted on it because Michael Aim Down Sights wasn't the villain of Sam Fisher. One, they wanted somebody who could do motion capture because the industry was changing. Two, he had cancer and didn't want to be public about it at the time. So people were all upset about it. But the dude literally had throat cancer at the time.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
And wanted to be private about it. Gotta play the bank mission with Michael Aim Down Sights. Because he is the voice of Sam, you know?
Yeah.
How do you get that on the plane? We will hijack this plane. You didn't plan this in advance with each other? Pretty empty flight. Some of these aren't Arabs.
No, but they look Arab.
Cut. Oh no, Israeli soldiers also play video games. Did that say imitating? Okay, I didn't read the part game. I thought it said Israeli soldier imitating the Grand Theft Auto in Gaza. But no. It's just a TikTok dance.
We need positive ID on Ghobrani before we kick this off. Please.
Yeah, kill Qasem Soleimani. Who's Persian. Is he Persian in the game?
Not sure.
That's another... This guy. This is who we should be making this whole video about. Because, like, that's exactly what you shouldn't be doing, is this guy right here. But, in fucking Blacklist, there's a whole level where you have to... You need to clear the IRGC's name. Like, they literally are talking about the IRGC and saying those letters in the game, right?
That's funny.
And so the whole mission is for you to make sure that you don't tie up Iran in a diplomatic incident. Because you have to verify that, like, they are not the source of the terrorism plot. So you have to, like, break into basically, like, an underground facility, like a missile facility type thing. And you do it by taking a general hostage, and you're, like, on the rooftops with a gun pointed at him.
That's great.
Being like, be cool, get me in. And then, like, the whole point of you breaking into Iran is just to do the right thing there. And clear them. And I think that's fascinating.
It is interesting.
Like, Blacklist actually took the time to actually learn about things. Like, even like Sam himself, he was in Kuwait, I believe, before he's like becomes a Splinter Cell. And I know in one of the games, it's actually a really good mission, but it's one of the harder missions in the game because you have to completely relearn how to play. But it's a flashback where you're in Kuwait. And so, like, it's not stealth anymore, but you also die just as easy. But you can't, like, do stealth moves like hugging cover and stuff. So it's, like, more of, like, an action level. I'm sure a lot of people hated it, but once you really learn what it's doing, I think it's a really good level.
What are most games about? Escapism? Try again. Winning? Conflict. Killing.
Hey, it's the eyebrows guy.
This is where the U.S. Army is recruiting the next generation of soldiers. The gaming world.
You look like you play Call of Duty. There you go. Free skin.
We are going to be looking at a controversial video game that's based on a very controversial war. Take a look at 6 Days in Fallujah.
You have to search every house.
Pretty sure it
You have to
literally
search
makes you
every
Dude,
room,
like,
and you have to root out.
Like some of the stuff involved in the creation of this, it's like guys talking about how they're not dehumanizing who they're fighting at all. They're talking about the psychological effect fighting this enemy had on them and how it fucks them up to this day being in this battle. Because people would be shooting out in the dark and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I guess I missed that part.
Well, it's a whole, good, I hope they got PTSD.
Every insurgent.
Keep in mind, the guys they're fighting are literally foreigners in this fucking battle. Don't fucking, like, they aren't wanted by the local population to be there either. It's two people Iraq didn't like fighting, so shut the fuck up. Like, the issue is how much civilians were in there because of how densely packed it was, you know? That's why it's, like, really controversial. It's just because it was so civilian and urban, but, like, just because something of the Iraq War is being represented, like the fact that it was being presented as, like, this edgy trash is so weird to me. Like, I don't know how it got that reputation.
Probably Karen's.
To be used in video games.
There gonna be a video here or just a compilation?
I don't think we're killing enough of you.
Killing, conquering.
We stand with Israel.
I love Israel. I love Israel.
The bond between our two countries is unbreakable.
The eternal friendship relationship is very important.
We are you and you are us.
The dehumanization of Muslims that confines us to an extremist narrative in mainstream media is nothing new, and consequently people have become immune and desensitized to killing, especially the killing of Muslims.
In 2021, a video game called Sniper Ghost...
This is such Anita Sarkeesian.
Yeah, it does feel that way, doesn't it?
Just wait, he's gonna talk about the jiggle physics when you drag the bodies.
Yeah, I don't really care. Slow motion bullets. That's cool. Also, the one
Warrior
I played
Contracts 2 was released.
Nazis.
Notice, by the way, how the bad guy is wearing a keffiyeh. This is a theme we'll be returning to a lot in this video.
There's multiple different cultures that wear these, and American military wear it. What's it called? Starts with an S.
Shemagh.
Fucking dickhead.
You see me immediately facepalm?
Yep. I knew. Midwit take.
Like someone who's fighting entrenched in a desert is wearing gear that you wear to fight entrenched in a desert. They're wearing ghillie suits.
Dumbass.
You know, like it would be like being like, that's a stereotype, a ghillie suit.
How dare you stereotype the military?
Like it's literally
not all snipers.
Like that is, it's literally like the difference between like a Palestinian like scarf, like the fabric isn't even the same.
Yep. The place that I want to get one from keeps restocking and reminds me by emailing me, and every single time I don't have the fucking money.
The Kurdish ones are also completely different too. There's like super thick because they're for the mountains, not the desert.
Interesting. But I also saw ones that were like end of loom color change ones, which is pretty fucking cool. But again, don't have the money.
Remember when that lady slapped the kids and slapped across both their faces. That was good. That was so funny.
That game was released in 2021, and on June 5 of 2021, a promo event for the launch of the game was held. The event was actually a crash course in counter-terrorism military training, and a great case study in how the gaming industry glorifies violence against Arabs. YouTubers and gaming reporters were invited to the event, which was held at a facility which flew a Trump 2024 The Revenge Tour flag on its main building. And decorations included a pile of rotting meat next to a decaying pig head. And reporters then ran through a combat scenario against actors dressed in white robes and keffiyehs. These actors were white actors hired to play Arabs.
This is absolutely the best experience I ever had at a press event, period. Sniper, Ghost Warrior, this makes you want to play.
So, like, this was an ad agency that was probably subletted?
Sounds like it.
Like I said, there's really good examples of this. Like, that first Call of Duty game is atrocious.
Yeah.
The game, buy the game, talk about the game, experience the game.
And the reporters were asked to hold their fist in anger as they faced the role players, and the role players, the white actors playing Arabs, started ululating like jihadists.
Peter, this is my friend Omar. He can teach you many things about our faith, including how to ululate.
What's that? It's this. Oh my god, that's terrifying!
Eric Switzer from The Gamer wrote that he felt he had been tricked into thinking it was normal because everyone around me was acting like it was normal. CI Games, which developed that game, later issued an apology on Twitter, claiming it intended to replicate how real US Navy SEALs train and give press a real-life taste of what it would be like to be a Raven, Raven being the game's main character. A real-life taste of what it's like to be an American, not an Arab, of course. The idea is that these games and their developers portray Arabs as faceless fodder, and not just in games, in movies as well, although the game
That's
is the
exactly
focus
what
of
I
this
was
game.
saying. That's the issue. Like, even if it's a bad motivation, like, there needs to be something deeper behind, like, and not just because of wokeness or something like that, because characters need to be complex.
Yeah, exactly.
They need to also, like, contradict their own values and stuff like that. Like, that's what makes good characters.
They can't be perfect.
The issue isn't just that, like, a certain group is being used. It's that they are really just being used as a fucking token, you know? They don't actually make them. It doesn't take anything from them. Girl so catty.
Video, but I recently watched a movie called Warfare about a unit of American soldiers.
Did you see this?
Yes.
It's about PTSD and how bad the war was and how nobody wanted to be there.
Great movie.
And if you, like, this is like, this was the example people are giving where it's like, if people want to, like, see this and sit through this and act like it's about anything else than that, they're the same ones who are going to be upset about 6 Days in Fallujah, basically, because they're both fundamentally about the same thing. It's like IDF is on some other bullshit. You know what I mean? But, like, most of these guys, like, they're fucking tricked.
Yeah.
You know, and then, like, half the time they get fucked over after. Uh-oh. He saw me. They know I'm here now.
in Iraq. And of course, the enemy was wearing keffiyeh. And there was one scene where the sniper, the American sniper, was waiting.
It's based on a true story, bro. Like, it's a real event. The people were wearing what people were wearing in Iraq at the time.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Through the crosshair, the sniper crosshair, and he was telling his partner, like, they're getting their jihad on. First of all, you invaded Iraq for no reason whatsoever. Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. You've destroyed the whole country. And they're getting their jihad on, they're resisting you. Basically, our cultures and our lands are nothing but playgrounds for destruction. Vehicles for Western heroism in the media. And video games are a big part of the media, as I've discovered while researching this video. I'm not much of a gamer, but researching this video,
I really
like
tell.
for 5 weeks just researching games, I would say the indoctrination is even more effective
This is my
in video
shocked
games because
face.
it's more immersive than movies. Because in movies, there's a distance, right? You're
It's
watching
almost like
it, but
this
in a
is all
video game,
projection.
you're literally role-playing the part of someone who's killing Arabs. I was struck by how normal it is to kill people that look like me. And always wearing keffiyeh. Always. By the way, regardless of where the video game is set, and usually it's set in like fake Arab countries,
Bro,
they're always wearing
it's
the
literally
keffiyeh. The idea is
something
that it all ties
across
back
the
to
entire
Palestine.
Arab
You'll notice in
world.
this video that I focus heavily on the game Call of
There's
Duty.
like every
because there's
country
no more
has their
recognizable
own
name in war games than Call of
version
Duty.
that
What's
they
amazing
have.
and scary is how high...
Like, unfucking real.
I've never once heard anyone fundamentally like involved and around the Taliban space that doesn't think Black Ops 2 is a fucking great game.
Really?
They fucking love that. Like, you're
That's
shooting
amazing.
RPGs on the back of a horse in that whole level. Hell yeah, bro. You get to play the jihad? Hell yeah. Okay? Like, fucking
That's amazing.
Like, you think that people on the other side of the war aren't playing Call of Duty to unwind too? I don't know if many Arabs look like him. I know, bro. Bro might be Persian for all I know. No, but obvious. That's just a joke that Persians all look gay.
hyper-realistic the view is of the war in Call of Duty, and this dangerous portrayal of good versus evil. Notice how they portray the American soldiers as caring for what happens to the kid. But regardless of the specific games, whether it's Call of Duty or others, they all have the same depiction of the
kid
Middle
is
East.
introduced as a conflict. Can't hear you. Are you on the phone again?
They are designed to desensitize the player to the idea of killing Arabs, to the humanity of Arabs, especially Palestinians, because of the keffiyeh features in every game. And then this makes killing Palestinians easy, as we can evidently see today.
Video games cause genocide? Video games cause genocide. Cool. Got it. Epic. That's amazing. What year is it? It's like 2020s or something, right? I thought it was 2004 for a second. Hit him real hard.
It's just frustrating because I really fucking care about what's happening in Gaza and Palestine. And I'm just so conflicted about this because, like, I just feel like I almost feel like it's like hand-waving genocide.
Putting
you
it
know
on
what I
video
mean?
games.
Yeah.
Making it feel like it's a video
like,
game.
the entire like just because like a meme exists, it's just so stupid. Like this, like
I mean, it's
like
it
the issue here is like
emotional
Israelis are doing meme
manipulation.
videos on TikTok that are dehumanizing the people that they're killing.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the fucking issue. It's not about a fucking like game. Like they're not in there because they think it's a game. They're in there to kill Palestinians.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a game to them. It's genocide, brother.
It's just
like they're not fucking around.
It just feels the same as like when they were fucking saying that like this is the reason violence against women exists because you have to hide bodies in Hitman.
Yeah. Thanks, fucking. You said her name before.
And look at what it did. Did it help? Did it help feminism?
No, not at all.
That's my fucking issue.
It helps their bank account.
It's exactly. It's like, can we not? Can we like, if like, you didn't consult anyone? You were just. This is just the video of the week to be the video we put out. Like maybe consult somebody who plays games.
To see whether
you don't have a friend you could have sat down and like talk to about this.
Like I would say, video games is probably the most popular hobby on Earth.
And like I even before this started, I was talking about like how this should be about the fucking guy in the first Call of Duty game, because like that's I think the issue is the tokenism. Like it's when they're generic that's the issue, right? Like the fact that like you have clean house and there's a kid in there, you know, and there's time to put into set decoration to really like place you in the event. And like I believe the mission ends with you being wrong. It wasn't even like a militant house.
No, it was.
It just had something to do with clues or something?
It was to do with the bombing of London. So they almost got them and then they did the bombing. Because I think the next mission is them chasing the guys who bombed London's Times Square, whatever it's called. Let me look it up.
I don't want to hit the wrong one, and I always do.
Did you hear about this girl in Israel who did a Facebook post? Her name is Ella Cohen. She made it anonymous. She hid the faces of the soldiers, but she was at a bus stop with 2 Israeli soldiers.
No,
she
it was
overheard
in
them talking about what it's like to be in Gaza. Literally saying that killing Palestinians was like a video game. And she ended the post, that's the part that got me, with, please save us from ourselves. Like, please save us, the Israelis. My God. They're so indoctrinated with the idea that they're victims, even when she's highlighting the horrific situation of 2 men boasting. And she said in her post, by the way, they were talking knowing that they're being heard by everyone. So they were proud of what they did. And as horrific as that is, she still feels that the world needs to save Israelis. Save you from what?
Yeah, okay,
get on a plane and go somewhere else. Make a statement. Leave that country.
So it's... you arrive at the house after getting intelligence that places the Al-Qatala members who organized the attack at the residence, which is why the SAS is there.
Keep talking.
Breaches,
Garrick
breaches the first doorway. Non-hostile. Woman hurriedly reaches for a baby. If the woman is shot, a squad mate will comment on Garrick's reckless action and move the baby back to the cot. If it hadn't already been picked up, Garrick proceeds to secure the rest of the floor before taking point at the next staircase price behind him. It gives you a loadout. It doesn't say anything about the end. 2 other before laying down the detonator. Shut down. They either had an open laptop next to the detonator. Oh, that's right. He was jumping for the laptop and detonator. Yes, it's you. So it finishes when you get to the actual top of the house. I think it's the attic, displaying text that reveals Al-Qatala leader, the Wolf, is located at Ramaza Hospital in Urzikstan, and that's, I think, where you go on to the next mission, which is with what's her face, the Kurdish stand-in. Raid the embassy, which is called Hunting Party. Let's see what that one. Hunting Party mission. What does the mission look like? And that's a gun. Okay. Possible to see surely.
Okay. So I've said before that my issue with Call of Duty is that it really, like, if it wants to do something that's in the modern era, it needs to actually handle it with the gravity it needs to be handled.
Yes.
With. And
that
doesn't need to be Spec Ops The Line or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I think there should be war crimes in there. And, like, you see things, like, you should have Ben Robert Smith in that game. You're not him. You're one of the squad mates, right? And, like, the story of the game should, like, reconcile with you, like, taking that dude to court like they did with Ben Robert Smith.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm not sure that would be the best-selling game.
I'm saying... No. It's like... You see what's it's like an epilogue. It doesn't actually get into the court drama.
Yeah.
It's just like, the end of the story epilogue thing. Like in the epilogue of Call of Duty World War II, you literally go to a concentration camp.
Okay.
And that game is so dog shit, and it ends with the concentration camp shit. Like, out of nowhere. And I'm like, damn.
They did that.
Yeah. So, like, it's so hit or miss with them. Sometimes they can do it, sometimes they can't. And, like, again, Splinter Cell Blacklist, okay? Do you know what the Blacklist organization wants? What's their fundamental goal is?
No idea.
You want to see a trailer for this game real quick?
Sure.
You know what? This should not be this. This should be a wall. Too many barbs on this front.
I think it's a free city here. Huh.
And, like, you know what's fucking cool about Splinter Cell?
Sam.
You are reconciling with war crimes that you've done as well. Like, there's, like, when you snap in the game before this, like, you torture people.
Yeah, okay.
Right? And so, like, you can debrief with each mission by, like, calling your daughter and checking in and stuff. But then there's, like, situations where, like, if you're wrong on intelligence, like, you don't get to pick it or anything, but where the story's going, they're talking about how many people will die if they're wrong.
Yeah.
You know, like, they talk about, like, the third game, you're preventing a war between North and South Korea. That's what the game's about.
Epic. Huge stakes.
Like, they do invade. Like, there's 2 missions where you're in the middle of Seoul in a invasion. and basically, like, what you see the false flag happen. You're in like Hokkaido, I think, and a missile gets hacked and shoots, and you see the missile shoot. And so it becomes this false flag event that causes the invasion. And basically,
interesting.
when the invasion happens, you have to basically find the intel that shows that it wasn't South Korea that did this, and it was this like other like group run by Shetland, and that like his motivation is chaos theory, and like you're
Amazing.
like, that's okay. Well, the game was great. That's dumb, but I'm gonna move on. See you later, Doug.
Did I download? I did download it. It was Splinter Cell.
Another huge setback for the CIA. An American
In Washington State.
I think I downloaded a Splinter Cell.
Yeah, you have Chaos Theory.
Okay.
That's the best one of the old series. All right, ready? And like remember we played the first level and how politically relevant it was?
Yes.
You know, and I think that's what a lot of Tom Clancy's do better, but it depends. Because they can be hit or miss. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
The whole motivation behind this. Okay, you tell me this is like pro-America and heroism, because I don't think it is at all.
Another huge setback for the CIA. An American
In Washington State, more rumors of the blacklist.
Gentlemen, the blacklist is real. Rogue
the
intel
president, Hillary
agencies like
Clinton.
Third Echelon are the problem here, not the solution. I want every single operation related to them grounded and gutted now. I'm shutting Third Echelon down, effective immediately.
That's a signal. We're on.
Sam, we're ready.
Get him, Sam.
Problem. I think they're moving up.
Are they Arabs? They're Arabs.
Yes. You don't use that in the game.
Oh, really?
You do not use this. This is not in the game. I'm hoping this is like the trailer where they toss up the motivation. Because it might not be. This is not what the game's like at all. So. That just might be a cinematic. It says story trailer. This is just cinematic. That guy's not even in the game. That was a white guy playing Briggs there. Briggs isn't white.
The fuck did you just put on then?
It said world premiere trailer, not story trailer, actually. I typed in story trailer, and I clicked world premiere. Man. Hang on, let me take my turn. I remember seeing the ads and being like, that's fucking awesome. Luxury resource next to a volcano.
Gross.
Let's go, I got an elephant. Okay. There should be something like, who is the blacklist, you know? Maybe this one. We'll see. It's definitely not this one. Whoops, playing in the wrong tab. Who is the Black List? See if this comes up with something. Blacklist 101. That's probably it, right?
Sounds promising. Why'd you do that, John? Is it my turn now?
Word of a stunning attack on the massive U.S. military installation on the island of Guam.
This is the Blacklist.
You hear that? What the
Guam.
opening attack was? That's hardcore. Attacking the U.S. base in Guam, that's like Pearl Harbor level shit, you know? And it was just a terrorist group that was able to do it. So see what I was saying? American consumption, American freedom, American fuel. They have like... This is dumb as fuck. No terrorist would do this because things have to be in flux to be successful. They have countdown timers and what each attack is going to be called. Which is cool to add a ticking clock element to the game so you feel the pressure, but it's
very
a little
theatrical.
stupid.
Blacklist. One new attack every...
The island of Guam.
Why would they bury his voice so you can't hear the story?
This is the Blacklist. Blacklist. One new attack every 7 days. We are the engineers. We are the engineers.
It also, one of the first things they do in the game is they dox every single undercover American agent in the world.
That's great.
And like immediately hundreds of like CIA guys just get killed in all these different countries.
Epic. Like if you're doing a terror attack on the US, that's probably a good way to do it. Wipe out all their intelligence. They got him. Ladies and gentlemen, they got him. He's cooked. He even left the Civ game. He's gone. Dead. Dunsky. What if capitalism is a symptom of something deeper we refuse to see? What if humans were invaded, enslaved, and colonized 5,500 years ago by foreign entities who passed knowledge down through bloodlines and he to us on a massive scale, whom do not want our survival or like us? Well, there's a little problem with something like that, brother. It's called fossil evidence. There is zero evidence of this actually being a reality in almost every single way. You would see what 5,500 years ago is what 2,000 years before Jesus died. So what? No. Indigenous people have been in Australia for 60,000 years. Africa's been populated for like what 100,000? Let me double check this. Millions of years. Modern humans, 300,000. Modern humans evolved 300 to 350,000 years ago in Africa. Let's check China. Early hominids with Homo erectus present 700,000 years ago. Homo sapiens arriving at least 120,000 years ago. Consistent agricultural population centers in the Yellow River Valley date back to at least 6,000 BCE. Yeah, if you want to cough up some actual evidence to back up your theory here, I'm all ears. But I don't know, man. Seems like you're edging on some Graham Hancock level master race kind of shit. And we know where that goes. Yeah. It's a thought. It certainly is. Which falls apart at the smallest amount of scrutiny. Conspiracy theories are fun and all, but like taking them seriously is where you get issues. You get people like that Professor Jang guy who starts saying Roman history is fake and the Nazis were the good guys or some shit. Do you think they could be aliens? There are absolutely aliens. Yeah, 100%. There are aliens.
My power completely shut off first, so like I just got internet back.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, there is 100% certainty aliens. We are not alone in the universe. However, the problem is that we are looking at life in a anthropocentric aspect, and we're looking for carbon-based humanoid life forms using science fiction as our jumping off point, with the Greys and all of this shit being the basis of what aliens would look like. Aliens, we wouldn't even begin to comprehend what fucking aliens would look like. Even in something like Mass Effect, which is...
Guess we're gonna have to watch Why Life Will Be Carbon Formed videos now.
What do you mean?
Why it would be carbon-based life forms that we're looking for. Why, the odds of it being anything but carbon.
Sure, but we don't know what elements make up other solar systems that would make life work. Like, to think that carbon-based life forms is the only thing that could ever exist.
Brother, we have a periodic table. Like, we know that, like, you add a certain electron to a fucking atom, it becomes a different material in the periodic table. Like, they only can exist with that many. Like, there's only a finite amount of things. Then, like, when you get into quantum mechanics there too, like, even then it's it's just describing like four fundamental like particle physics things.
Like, the carbon was not the main point there. The main point there was humanoid, using our own experiences.
They're not looking for humanoid though.
Scientists aren't. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying people generally will be thinking alien life will be humanoid, carbon-based, whatever, based on our own experience, and that's what I'm saying is silly. Like, to assume that we know what alien life would even look like, whether it would even be anything more than microscopic, is like foolish, I feel. Why haven't we seen aliens yet? Is the real question. I don't know. There could be literal barriers of intelligence.
I think that's what makes Annihilation so cool, is the way the cosmic entity, it's awesome. I think that's interesting, the way it functions. It's just existing.
Yeah. Like because even Mass Effect, right? And this is what I was getting to, is even with like Mass Effect or I don't know, fucking Gears of War, Halo, all of these
Mass Effect
sci-fi
has a
video
jellyfish
games
in it. They make them look human because
Let
you need
me
to
fucking
identify
talk.
with human characters in a story. That's why they look like that. Because when it's a fucking weird squid thing like in Arrival, nobody gives a fuck about the movie. How many people you hear talking about how great Arrival is? Like the aliens are so cool and so realistic. No, they're talking about how they want to fuck an Asari. We don't care about squids. That's why when we see Hanners, we kick them in the bananas. All right.
But that's what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that the imagination, and this is obviously not a general fucking rule because you want to be playing semantic games and pick on useless shit.
Just give them forehead wrinkles. Alien.
Like even like, and I'm using video games here, but like the extent of aliens in video games for the most part is humanoid, bipedal. I don't know whether that's what fucking aliens are going to look like.
You want to know why?
Or they're based off
You want to know
Earth
why a lot
animals.
of aliens end up being like humanoid? There's another reason.
Go on.
Because you only know how to do a certain kind of puppet.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of those movies, a lot of sci-fi movies and stuff, like
restricted by the animation tech.
Restricted by what they could puppet. But then, so like Farscape has an interesting alien where he's literally part of the ship, kind of, and the ship is also alive in Farscape itself. The ship is a living creature that they fly in, which is pretty interesting and different. But then they have a guy who's basically a Klingon. They're exactly like Klingons, except their chin is long. I think they call it
interesting.
Instead of Klingons, they're chin long.
Yeah.
No, they're
That's
not
funny.
like that, but
maybe the aliens are made of dark matter. Maybe. Who fucking knows? But like, I don't know. It's just because even like think about it. Brutes, they're humanoid. Elites, humanoid. Grunts, humanoid. Jackals, humanoid.
I actually think the elite design is pretty good for
it's great.
Alien. Another
it's fantastic.
Even the Latgolo are interesting, even though they have like bipedal arms and stuff. They are a very alien type thing, you know?
Yeah, and like that's not saying that they're.
I just couldn't
not
tell what the
unique
elites were in the first game. There wasn't enough detail for me to figure out what was going on.
And like Bungie is unique in this sphere where they actually put time
There's
and
this
effort
film
into
we'll
their
watch
aliens.
called Monsters. Very interesting. Very interesting movie.
Actually, you know what? I retract my criticism of Halo. Because
I think Halo does pretty good design with a lot of
because Bungie
a lot of their aliens.
also did Destiny.
Like
and
the
Destiny's
brutes are
alien
just
designs.
fucking monkeys, but and the jackals are just like lizard guys. They also have a jellyfish. Everything's got to have a jellyfish. All right, so this movie, it's actually about journalists, right?
Please evacuate the area immediately. A state of emergency has been declared. I repeat.
So it's actually about crossing the border.
Whole point. All right.
So they're in their journal. It's a journalist in Mexico trying to get back to America or something like that. But where this alien craft crashed is where they have to cross, basically.
This is an emergency.
So it's a lot of because if you think about when we talk about how dangerous the immigration routes stuff is, I think it's a very interesting take on that.
Immediately. I repeat, this is.
The thing is like they're not going to show you the monster in the trailer, which is good. I clicked this wanting to show you the monster because the design is great.
Be quiet.
Interesting.
Hang on. Monsters film. Come on, let me.
I also take back the Halo criticism because of the Destiny aliens as well. I think I can give Bungie enough grace because just thinking about it now, the Destiny aliens are fucking amazing. The Hive. Yeah, like the Hive alone are fucking amazing. But even then, like with Halo, the Flood, like they're amazing. They look great. I mean, they're still bipedal humanoid, but
Yeah, but they infect people.
no, I mean the Hive.
I'm back on this mic. I don't know why I'm still using my laptop the way.
The Cabal are great. The Cabal are really interesting, actually, but they kind of remind me of the aliens in Fifth Element. They give me those vibes.
The monster movie was a huge waste of my time. This is literally like kind of the ending, but they're like octopus guys.
Yeah, okay.
And they got like bioluminescence to them, but like. You know, it would be like seeing fucking elephants. Like, elephants are scary too, but now they're doing some crazy shit here.
Like, I mean, look at the Vex in Destiny as well.
Like I said, I think really for the most part, when it comes to movies, it's limited by what they can realistically do with makeup.
And
or
like, prosthetics or whatever.
Yeah, and so like,
I mean,
games
look at,
give you a freedom that you don't have.
That's a good point. I mean, but even like back in 1979, fucking Ripley Scott Alien, great design. Predator?
Yeah, it was still a guy in a suit though. It was limited by what a guy could do in a suit. You know, it's a great Alien design, even though it's more of a creature. The fucking like knife face things in Pitch Black.
Yes. Yeah.
So like, there's a lot of really, really good ones. But it's really just more of like, there's either a reason for it. There's a reason for it being humanoid in a lot of games. Like, the reason why the aliens look so alien in Halo is because you're not supposed to identify with them. They're supposed to look alien and scary and inhuman. You know, it actually is trying to get you to discriminate against them aliens. Mass Effect, they want you to fuck the aliens so they look more like people.
It's a fair point.
You know, there's reasons for it. But, you know, I think definitely octopus creature, you know, that's my bet. Anyway, back to this. Okay.
What are we doing?
This video about the motivation of the, well, it's not even their motivation. There's like
We're
a
not finishing the video game.
That's what I'm doing. Going back to this thing.
Okay, this will have to be the last one.
One new attack every 7 days. We are the engineers. We are the engineers.
Hey, Sam. Listen, I want you to know that I've got your back, and we're gonna make the engineers pay. I'm parsing through all the data on their first attack, and I'm gonna learn from everything they did. Every single detail.
America.
We're starting to sieve back up.
We have one demand.
Just pay attention.
America. We have one demand. Bring your troops home. Your troops home. Now.
They call themselves the Engineers, and they're using their blacklist to bring a war to America like we've never seen before. And it's not just threats.
Badass.
They're highly motivated, and they can get to anyone.
Next attack.
With the clock ticking down, the president's assembled the best of the best. Isaac Briggs, CIA Special Operations.
It's pretty sweet, right? First time in a plane? No?
Look, I'll be honest. He's not gonna make my friend list, but his file says he can hit a lemon from 1,000 yards. I believe you know Anna, the Ice Queen Grimm's daughter.
Am I missing something?
Focus.
So she'll be running ops from above and pretty much driving me crazy with the SMI. Just perfect. Now check this out. Welcome to the Strategic Mission Interface.
This is literally
This
101.
baby has new...
The point is, it did show the part that I wanted. The motivation is that you're imperialists and we want you to send your troops home and stop interfering in other countries. And
good motivation.
Exactly. So it's and then Hillary Clinton is like, "What? we can't stop being imperialists."
Turns out that somebody is trying to lodge a Free Palestine party before Avi Yemeni can, to try and block him from vote harvesting.
I'm gonna harvest your vote.
So hopefully that happens.
Brilliant.org for supporting PBS. Life as we know it is carbon-based, but does it have to be that way? There is another element on the periodic table that shares some of the key properties of carbon, but is far more abundant on most planets. I'm talking about silicon. So could there be silicon-based life
My love
out
doll
there?
is a human.
All of the chemical machinery of life,
now
all
we know who's in the
biochemistry is based around the carbon atom, at least as far as we know.
Eleanor,
If we want to understand the
Simon,
possible diversity and abundance
Germany,
of life in the
Vietnam,
universe, we need to ask whether
Christina.
this is the only option. Perhaps the most popular alternative, at least in science fiction, is silicon-based.
It's crazy that Wilhelmina is in the game and you still got the gayest hat.
What?
You look like some bitch on the Titanic.
That's funny.
Life. We have the xenomorphs of the Alien series, to the giant space worm in Star Wars, and many, many others. So why are sci-fi writers so into silicon-based life? Because it really is the most promising non-carbon prospect due to its chemical similarity. It's also more abundant on Earth than carbon. So can life be based on silicon, and if so, why aren't we silicon-based? When we say life is carbon-based, we don't just mean that life uses carbon a lot. We mean that literally every aspect of the molecular machinery that makes up life is based around the chemistry of carbon. Carbon chains and rings form the scaffolding for an enormous variety of molecules which enable the raw machinery of life, from DNA and RNA to amino acids and proteins to all the structures built by these. Biochemistry is by definition the chemistry of carbon. In fact, biochemists don't even write carbon in their formulae, they just draw bent lines and they know that that's supposed to be a carbon atom. So why is carbon so favoured by life? Is it just that the first life form happened to be carbon-based, so everything else got stuck with that atom? Or is carbon-based chemistry really the only way that life can happen, anywhere, ever? Ultimately, carbon's incredible utility comes down to the way it bonds with other elements, which enable the right balance of reactivity and stability. To understand this, we need to think about energy.
I'm ready.
Nature will always try to get to the lowest energy state that it possibly can. A stick of dynamite, for example, is in a high energy state due to all of the energy stored in the chemical bonds of its nitroglycerin molecules.
Blow it up.
If the atoms of this molecule find a way to a lower energy state, they'll go for it, explosively releasing all of that energy in the process of converting the nitro into smaller molecules.
That was the
Nitroglycerin
most
is
part
unstable because it only takes a little energy to break its tenuous bonds, which in turn releases a lot more energy than went in, initiating a chain reaction. That reaction only goes in one direction because it's not energetically favourable to reassemble all the smaller molecules back into the nitro. Life is basically an ongoing chemical reaction. You don't want the chemistry of life to be unidirectional. You don't want all of the raw ingredients to end up in the same overly stable molecules with no way back. That means the reaction is over, which for life means, well, death. At the same time, you want the molecules doing the work of life to be stable enough. They need to last long enough to do their jobs. In other words, you want a balance of reactivity and stability. Let's figure out what elements might be good for reaching this balance. And to start, we're going to open up the entire periodic table to see what we can rule out. The key is in what types of chemical bonds a given element can make. There are three main bond types: ionic, metallic, and covalent. Ionic bonds are way too unstable, while metallic bonds result in repeating structures, crystals, which don't have the chemical variety needed for life. Covalent bonds are really the only option. In these, atoms share electrons with one or more neighbours in order to fill up their outer or valence shells. For example, carbon has 4 valent electrons. It wants 8 for maximum stability. It achieves that stability by connecting to, say, 4 hydrogen atoms and sharing their single electron. This also gives each of those hydrogen atoms 1 more electron to fill up their own valence shells. The result of this arrangement is methane. Now, the cool thing about covalent bonds is that there are countless ways to do this electron sharing, enabling enormous diversity and modularity. For example, if we remove a hydrogen from 2 methane molecules and then stick those together, we have ethane. Now replace one of the hydrogens with an oxygen and we have ethanol.
Yay!
Covalent bonds are the key to the complex and resilient molecular structures needed for life. With this in mind, we can look at the periodic table and rule out all of the elements that form mostly ionic or metallic bonds, which is actually most elements. We're keeping things that are good at forming covalent bonds, even if they also sometimes bond in those other ways. We can also rule out the noble gases since they are barely reactive at all, and the halogens because they're just too much trouble. It's hard to get them to form covalent bonds with more than one element at the same time, and when they react with something it's usually in an explosive manner. Finally, we're going to scrap elements in rows 4 and below. Although these may form covalent bonds, these atoms are so large that the nucleus doesn't hold the electrons with enough strength, leading to dangerously weak molecules. By the way, this is the reason that arsenic is toxic. Cells can accidentally build molecules using arsenic in place of phosphorus due to them having the same number of valence electrons. When that happens, the resulting molecules will break, destroying important structures in the cell or interrupting important processes, and if this happens too much, the cell will die. After making our cuts, we're only left with 7 elements: hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, silicon, phosphorus, and sulfur. Of these, all but silicon...
You mean to tell me that we can have a sulfur-based life form? I bet they stinky. The stinky guys. Oh,
Probably
they
are.
must be so stinky.
are considered fundamental building blocks of life on Earth. Other elements are used by life for very specific functions, but hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and sulfur are the most important. And of these, carbon is by far the most critical because it provides the scaffolding of all biochemistry. The reason it's good for this is that it forms strong bonds with itself, and it does so in a variety of ways. In fact, of the 6 building blocks of life, only carbon can form both 1D and 2D structures with itself. In our process of identifying elements that may be useful for life, we got to the 6 main building blocks plus silicon. But why did silicon get dropped by evolution? This seems weird because silicon is chemically similar to carbon, also having 4 valence electrons. Silicon can imitate carbon and form long chains and rings, and the resulting molecules often have similar properties to molecules made with carbon. To give you just one example, we can make silicon oils, and they feel and look just like other kinds of oil.
Yay.
It's the only other element capable of forming complex covalent scaffolds and supporting a large diversity of molecules. Despite all of this, Earth life makes less use of silicon than it does for many of the trace elements like iron. This seems extra strange when you remember that silicon accounts for more than 28% of the mass of Earth's crust. On the other hand, carbon makes up only around 0.02% of the crust. This tells us that carbon must have substantial advantages over silicon. So, let's talk about some of the issues with silicon as a basis for life. One huge one is that silicon-based molecules tend to be far more reactive with water than carbon-based. In fact, although silicon chemistry is extremely diverse, most complex silicon molecules are unstable in water. You can see how this would be a problem for silicon-based life on our very watery Earth. In general, life needs a solvent, a liquid medium that allows molecular machinery to move around and interact. Water is incredible for this. Its thermal stability, power as a solvent, and abundance through the universe make it the best and perhaps even the only decent choice of the base solvent for life. The
Like, there's
instability of
multiple
most silicon
uninhabited
molecules in
places we
water
can
is
already
actually a
see.
huge blow
noticed
to the
that.
viability of silicon-based
So
life.
fascinating.
However, water is not our only option. A much greater variety of silicon-based molecules are stable in liquid hydrocarbons, which are present on the moons of the gas giants, and even in sulfuric acid, which is abundant in Venus's atmosphere. Both cases have their issues. Liquid hydrocarbons are cold, which among other things means they have trouble holding in solution the large complex molecules that at least known life relies on. Sulfuric acid is chemically extremely aggressive, perhaps too much for life to get started. On the other hand, xenomorphs are silicon-based and they do have acidic blood. Makes sense that they're silicon in sulfuric acid based. If that's what Venusian life is like, let's cancel the Cloud City construction program before the space horror begins. There is one way to potentially get silicon-based life in water, and that's by coupling silicon with either carbon or oxygen for our scaffolding molecule. Chains of these pairs of atoms can produce some chemical diversity. However, neither case seems to provide significant advantage over just using carbon chains. Another reason that silicon seems implausible as a scaffolding element for life is that the stuff really loves forming bonds with oxygen. Silicon forms stronger bonds with oxygen than with any of the other building blocks of life, and certainly more so than other silicon atoms. Silicon-based molecules are easily broken by oxygen, and silicon-oxygen bonds are hard to break in turn. This means reactions tend to go in one direction when there's oxygen available. And the strength of the silicon-oxygen bond is perhaps the main reason that silicon is rarely used by life on Earth. Although there's an awful lot of it, Earth's silicon is locked up in rocks and it is inaccessible to life. On the other hand, most of Earth's carbon is in CO2 in the atmosphere, which is relatively easily accessible through photosynthesis. There is one sense in which the strength of the silicon-oxygen bond could be useful for life, and that's in energy generation. Let's think about where our energy comes from. It's from the conversion of oxygen molecules which contain a ton of energy in their bonds into CO2 molecules which contain very little. The simplest way to get that energy is to set something on fire, which works great for steam engines but not so great for cells. The mitochondria in our eukaryote cells liberate that energy with a few more chemical steps, finally storing it in the ATP molecule. So, could silicon-based aliens get energy by converting O2 into silicon dioxide? On the surface this looks good because SiO2 is even more stable than CO2, so there's more energy to liberate. The problem is that while CO2 is a gas that can be expelled easily, silicon dioxide is silica. It's sand. It's coarse and rough and it gets everywhere. I hate it. It's not something you want to be building up in your cells or in your lungs. And this wouldn't be a small amount of sand either. A regular person exhales about 1 kilogram of carbon dioxide throughout the day, meaning silicon aliens would need to cough out a good amount of sand or poop out glass beads or something. Probably there's a way around the issue, but it's certainly not as convenient and energy cheap as exhaling CO2. And with life, any little saving of energy is a big deal. Let's summarize. In certain conditions, silicon potentially has the chemical diversity for an alien biochemistry, but those conditions are pretty specialized and are far less ideal than the ones that support carbon-based life. It seems that if life has the option of using carbon, then it should do so. But it's not impossible that in highly unusual environments, there could be silicon-based life. But what would that life look like? For decades, science fiction authors have imagined silicon-based life as variations of living crystals or rocks. That's because the common form of silicon on Earth is just that. But we carbon-based creatures don't look like walking diamonds or pencil leads, so there's no reason to think of silicon-based aliens looking particularly crystally. Well, actually there is a reason. And that's because living silicon crystals already exist on Earth. Let me present you with diatoms. These are single-celled organisms that have incorporated silicon into their cell walls, making them rigid and basically just silica crystals that encapsulate all the parts of the cell inside them. These beautiful living crystals live simple lives. They just float around on the ocean in long chains,
Lazy.
photosynthesizing and producing half of the oxygen that we breathe. Now, to be
Okay.
clear, diatoms are not silicon-based life.
Thank
It's
you
just
for
that their
helping
cell
me
walls
bleed.
are silicon.
Mr.
Everything inside them is based
Crystal.
on carbon. But they are at least a proof of concept that one important component of life, the cell wall, can be built from silicon. Okay, so what have we learned?
Someone's
Well,
about to get
silicon-based
elephanted.
aliens are probably slightly overrepresented in fiction compared to their likely frequency out there in the universe. In fact, carbon in water is such an astoundingly good option for biochemistry that there may be no other game in town. Even Carl Sagan called himself a carbon chauvinist for this reason. We'll probably be more similar than different to the alien species of our first contact. But let's not ignore the hydrocarbon lakes of Titan or the acid cloudscapes of Venus, where
Capybara.
silicon-based critters may expand our notion of what is possible in the variety of life across space-time. Thank you to Brilliant.org for supporting people.
Did
Brilliant.
that fill in any blanks you had?
Sure. It was
I just
interesting.
watched it the other day, and there was some of the stuff you were talking about, like, you know, it's not that we're not looking for this life, it's that if we do find it, it will expand our knowledge and help us look for more like it.
Yes. And that's more what I was like, better words, is what I was more talking about, is like, there's so much we don't know. That
You
it's
know,
like,
but they, because keep in mind, in EDF, they say they look just like us, and they're fucking frogs.
True.
So,
But
when
people
we
also
talk
say
about
they
how
see
close they're
Jesus
going to
in
look to
toast.
us,
So,
you know, when we say how close they're going to look to us, it could just be frogs.
could be.
Okay, I need a little bit more gold. I just want to upgrade this guy to a crawlball. But I got 2 elephants, that's enough. Right?
Is it a free city? It is a free city.
Don't touch my stuff.
Why are these stupid
You
units
can.
attacking this
The world welcomes you.
fucking
Unlike Palestine.
barbarian?
Who? Where?
They're just standing around him.
This Hermuz?
Yeah, they're just
They're all
standing around him.
They're literally all fortified. Everyone in this
Idiots.
situation is fortified. Oh, here comes they're getting out the crossbowmen to break the stalemate.
Maybe I'll send my ship over. Oh, no. That's not good. Okay, that's not bad.
Fuck you, get out of my shit. Dumbass barbarian. Hey, you. You can help. You're a conscripted kid.
Palestinians, you can enter anywhere. So, go. Save us from... Who's gonna save you? You save yourself. Completely ignoring the fact what's on the other end of this. There's a video that I will never forget of a girl talking to her mom, a Palestinian girl, fantasizing about what her shroud will look like, that she will be wrapped in when she dies.
ماما لقيت عيد الشهيد ميت من وين بيجيبوا لي الشريطة والبيضة وبحطوا عليه؟
بيبعتوا لنا اياها من برا يا ماما، بيبعتوا لنا اكفان من برا عشان نحط الشهيد فيها.
مش قد أنا ما تحط علي شريطة.
بعيد الشر عنك يا حبيبتي يا ماما.
This is what's on the other end of this video game that Israeli soldiers are playing.
This is a video. Not a video game.
feel like you made this.
In Modern Warfare 2019, the reboot of the popular Call of Duty series, a 10-person multiplayer...
What'd you say?
I said I feel like he made this.
The video that he was doing?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Are you attacking Göbekli Tepe?
Soon. I got my elephants. There's also there's a barbarian situation that I'm also dealing with over here. They're being a bit cheeky.
You fucking dirty cunt.
Don't talk to me like that.
These fucking barbarians. I'm gonna kill this cunt. How far's my quadrant? Oh, I didn't mean that.
Holy site. Duh. Is there a river? I follow rivers. There's not a river over here. Floodplain it is.
Kill streak rewards you with white phosphorus, an odorless, waxy chemical you can drop on the battlefield to kill dozens in one fell swoop. P.S. White phosphorus, which causes severe...
In one of the Call of Duty games, they used white phosphorus as a kill streak. You know, in all of them, you also use a nuke as a kill streak.
Severe skin damage and eye burns, as well as damage to the respiratory system, has been dropped on Palestinians in Gaza during this genocide. And it's just a reward in a video game. The white phosphorus, by the way, was a very controversial addition to a game that was already quite controversial, Call of Duty, because it has historically dehumanized Arabs while leading to its connection to the military.
That's Fortnite.
We have Apex Legends being played right here. We get our Fortnite duos that are also playing right here. Fighting game guys playing on the other side. It's all set up for streaming. It's all set up for competitive gameplay.
The Army is here at one of the world's top gaming expos to showcase its latest recruitment tool, the U.S. Army esports team.
It's an opportunity to engage them in a platform where they're on there constantly, day after day. Someone who has the skills, the discipline, the desire, the communication, those are all things that we're looking for in soldiers.
All we're doing is pulling the curtain away and showing you who we are as people.
By the way, the US Army's pipeline from gamer to soldier is no secret. But new documents show the military's recent detailed plans to spend millions to recruit Gen Z through gaming-related sponsorships and ad campaigns.
A few weeks ago, a long-running video game franchise was quietly laid to rest. And don't worry, I'm not talking about Sonic or Mario or Madden. As far as I know, those are all still safe. I'm talking about America's Army, which was made by America's actual army.
Good morning, soldier, and welcome to the M16 qualification range.
This game is quite possibly one of the most influential games ever made. By the late 90s, the U.S. Army didn't really have a very good public image. A guy named Casey Wardinsky, who was then a colonel in the Army, wanted to do something to improve that image. You're the man who convinced the Army that you should get into video games. What was that like?
Well, it was not as hard as you might imagine. It was 1999. Games are very vivid. They also had the benefit of being a direct communication channel with young adults.
And that promise of direct, unmediated communication with young people was enough to get the Pentagon to start funding a video game. So, just before July 4th, 2002, they presented America's Army at a massive video game convention in LA.
By the way, this game, America's Army, was for free and it was targeted at 13-year-olds. Using games to build future soldiers is ingenious if you think about it. Because if you view war like a game, that trains you already to be desensitized to actual war.
So in gaming world, you know, you can just become desensitized.
He did do what I asked him to do. Have an interview where he's talking to somebody else who may know what they're talking about. Let's see how this goes.
To the violence, like even I am like somewhat desensitized to the violence. Like There are some games when you look at it, like what's the game? There's one game, Far Cry. I mean, I like playing the game, but it's R-rated and it's very violent. And there's a move where you can walk up behind the person and stab them, but you turn them around to face you and stab them, and it's like, wow, man, like that is like too much for me. But I think most people become so desensitized that they lose the capacity to gauge that, and they go, oh yeah, that's just a thing, right? Like that's just a thing that happens in the game. And I do think that the strategy of America and Israel since October 7 was to not have one day without any violence. I think the strategy was to purposely smash people with so much violence that they became so desensitized that they just accepted it.
By the way, that was Sasha, a child psychologist from Australia, who actually inspired me to make this video.
Great.
I do love the parallel he drew to the desensitization in real life. Because if you notice now, bombing hospitals, for example, in Gaza, is no longer a thing. Like, try telling your friends they bombed another hospital.
I would like, you know what would be interesting? To show this to Jonathan Ferguson, keeper of antique arms and armory, at the one guy who does the gun breakdown videos in the video games. Just show him this and see what he says. Guy who's not a psychologist, but has cursory knowledge of games and has played video games and is familiar with some of the games they look at on the show. Okay? And I would like to see his earnest response to this.
Any good comments?
Nah.
Bro. You're like, oh, that's too bad, and they will sip their coffee. It's no longer shocking. We are numb to it. Which is why, by the way, if you think about it, when there was that ceasefire for a few weeks, when they restarted the genocide, it was extra painful because we regained our sensitivity. And now we're numb again. By the way, Sasha, the one I interviewed, is my favorite kind of psychologist because he connects therapy to propaganda. Sasha actually initially wrote me about Minecraft.
Because I work with kids, I hear a lot about Minecraft. Like, you could sort of see Minecraft as the gateway drug, as the gateway drug into gaming. Like, I do a bit of gaming myself, so I know a bit about games and how they operate and how they addict you and the layers of, reward pathways and stuff.
So that's coming up later, and Sasha will pop in throughout the video in small bits, but his interview will be concentrated towards the end when we talk about Minecraft. And after the Minecraft stuff is when we get to the healing part of the video, because I always like to end on that. Because we all need to heal, and by healing I mean regaining our sensitivity, because this desensitization is becoming very real.
Because you say, like, they're bombing tents again, they're burning people alive again. People are so desensitized to these atrocities that just saying that they're doing it again is not registering.
And that's the point, right? We're supposed to be desensitized, then we can normalize it. And then I can be like, oh, I saw 6 burned babies today, and now I have to go to work.
So let's go back to what Sasha was talking about, the video games being a gateway towards desensitization. I mean, they're fun to play because playing is fun, of course, but they're also a fun way to familiarize the player, i.e. future soldier, with war and life in the army. And it normalizes things like occupation and invasion. Did you see that?
It's a recruitment tool, certainly. They try to, especially with drone pilots right now, they're trying to use, ads target. Yes! Oh, God is great! God is great! Look at it go back like Tepe.
Helps you. I was wondering why they were damaged.
The thing is nobody is going to be told, oh, it's just like a video game, and then FP drone somebody for the first time. And be like, well, that was just like Minecraft. That's not how it works. Like, it might be a tool to recruit them, but you can't just break somebody ahead of time by what you show them. You can't mind control people like that. Like, there's like fundamental, like, psychological blocks that like happen. Like, it's not real. That's why it doesn't have those effects. It's not real. It's fantasy.
Yeah.
When you actually know that you've killed somebody, it's completely different, And, like, you see a lot of these drone videos in Ukraine, right? Like, it's probably very easy to desensitize who they're fighting.
No, I bet.
But like most of these guys are just fucking conscripts who don't want to be there either. But that's where the lines on the map were drawn, and that's how it's got to be, I guess.
Shot that went viral on Twitter of an Israeli soldier in Gaza wearing a face covering similar to the Ghost character from Call of Duty. This is the gamification of Israel and US colonial.
That's just something that Nazis wear. It's not similar to Ghost. It's not. It's just this is actually predates him. This is a Nazi symbol that predates Ghost. That doesn't look like Ghost at all.
It's a stretch. A reach, as they would say.
I mean, isn't everything here? It's just... Like, I don't want to fucking criticize somebody talking about Palestine, but, like, it's just... It's not how it works. Like, there's, like we can just be like... Like, I agree with him on other stuff, like, when he said, like... the numbness went away and like came back, like okay, I agree with that, but I don't know, this video game angle's just so weird to me because
it's very Bible thumping conservative.
It's
crying.
Just it just reminds me of Anita Sarkeesian shit.
Yeah,
you know, and like
man, that too.
This video has already been made better. Okay, like I've seen like probably like Sean the Skull Guy or something where he's talking about how like Marvel movies are used as military propaganda and stuff like that, which like using something as military propaganda and getting people to completely dehumanize people is two different things, because like even during the Iraq War there was plenty of people dehumanizing, but the president throughout the whole thing was going, we're not fighting Islam. You know, like they made clear that it wasn't a theological war, unlike right now, which they don't. You know, like that was a big deal about humanizing who we were fighting. That's the thing that was like different about Iraq and Al-Qaeda. Okay, what'd you want me?
I did Merchant.
Yeah, I'll do Merchant.
And then Wilhelmina.
She's getting her butt whooped right now.
Yeah, she's the big bad, so...
Oh, no, the Shah has 0 army. But he's not at war with anyone.
Adventures in our land.
The pro-Palestinian, the Fakistinian, the people, they never had the land. It's a Neverland. It's a Neverland called.
No one says that, but yes. My favorite thing, by the way, is seeing how Israelis, when you confront them with what's happening in Palestine, act like this is nothing. Always with the LOLs. When you tell them, oh, but children are dying. LOL. Like they're almost acting like they don't care to convince themselves that they don't care.
Yeah,
he just finished the
military. They're genocidal fuckheads.
Yeah.
No way. How many how many you arrest? How many you would arrest?
I killed so many. Oh my God. Me, I killed so many. Yeah, recording that, please.
It gets worse, by the way, because there were Telegram pages dedicated to those babies that were burned. Remember how they were telling us over a year and a half ago that there were burned Israeli babies that turned out to be fake? Well, we have pictures of Palestinian babies that are being burned all the time. And there was a Telegram page of Israelis laughing. Like, look at this soldier who's talking about who lost his leg in Gaza.
אני נפצעתי בשביעי לעשירי.
מה למדת על החיים?
חיים יפים.
כן?
תהנה מהם, מה? בלי רגל, עם רגל, שטויות.
מה החלום?
לשים פה חצובה עם מג, להיכנס לעזה, להרוג את כולם. את כולם להרוג. זה החלום.
בהצלחה.
תודה רבה.
Good
So
luck.
true, Queen. fucking
garbage society. Garbage.
Israeli genocide
Imagine
is
if the
because of
situation
video
was flipped.
games.
Imagine
Genius
in
take.
Iraq, for example. Let's put Palestine aside. Let's go to Iraq, which was
Please,
decimated.
because this is where you could actually make an argument. There's no fucking game. Like, if you're doing Arabs as a whole, sure, but there's no fucking game where you fight Palestinians. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Not necessarily, no. Elephant.
Get elephanted. Get these Muslims out of here. In the
For
game.
no reason
in the game.
whatsoever. Imagine someone from Iraq who lost his legs, went on TV and says, my wish is to put a tripod with a rifle, go empty it, kill all Americans. People would be like, this is terror. But this guy is allowed to say that he wants to kill everyone in Gaza. Because he's not even just talking about Hamas. He wants to kill everyone there.
להיכנס לעזה, להרוג את כולם. את כולם להרוג.
Even the way he's talking, it's like it's a game, right? Like it's almost like an Xbox controller. Speaking of which, by
It's because before genocide, it comes dehumanization. It's... You can't distill it down to one thing. It's the entire culture of genocide. Like, why did the Nazis start killing Jews? They didn't play games then, you know?
the way, that's coming up later. The connection between Xbox controllers in games and how they're used. Wait till you hear about this. But
I'm ready.
Basically, for Israeli and American soldiers, enemy is nothing but a number that just pops up. And this turns the bodies into a game. All of the adventures in our part of the world become a game. And look at these countless TikToks of people around the world just wearing also that ghost face from Call of Duty. The military becomes a game. When you see this, it becomes impossible to ignore the role these kind of games play in shaping how many in the West view this war, who the heroes and villains are, whose lives matter and whose lives are expendable. Take, for example, one of the main villains in Call of Duty. His name is Khalid al-Assad, who appeared in the first Modern Warfare released in 2007 and was rebooted along with the franchise.
Finally, this is where you can make a video. This should be easy. Just say that he has no motivation and he's flat and like just a stereotype while not actually like doing anything with it. It's easy.
And his backstory changed so that he's from a fictional Arabic country called Urzikstan. More about that portrayal of the entire Arab world as some fictional land later. For now, let's focus on the roots of this Arab character, Khalid al-Assad.
Khalid al-Assad was born on May 1st, 1963, and he was born in Saudi Arabia. The name of Khalid al-Assad may be a front, as intel from the CIA suggests that his real name isn't actually known.
Nice hit. What's his name?
We don't know, but he's got friends in high places.
The information that we do have suggests that al-Assad was imprisoned for many, many years. And during this imprisonment, his hatred for world superpowers and the West grew tremendously. His hatred made him the perfect candidate to replace Omar Suleiman, who was assassinated in a raid back in 2019, leaving his organization Al-Qatala in need of a new and vicious leader. And al-Assad would take over Al-Qatala and rename it Al-Qatala Al-Jadid.
By the way, Qatala, this vicious group that he belongs to, Qatala means killers in Arabic. Did you notice how the logo of Qatala is very similar to the ISIS logo? Which, by the way, something interesting about the ISIS logo. I've always noticed this. It's written by someone who doesn't speak Arabic. Allah Rasul Muhammad. It's supposed to be Muhammad Rasulullah. It's supposed to be, and Muhammad is God's prophet.
Well,
but it's actually written, Allah is Muhammad.
The flag existed before ISIS.
The seal of Muhammad as well?
Yeah.
Interesting.
This flag, like, that's not an ISIS flag, bro.
I mean, it is.
Huh?
I mean, they did use it.
Yeah.
It's written by someone who doesn't speak Arabic. Allah.
Like, the symbol that he's saying is wrong is from 1675.
Incredible.
Okay.
That's amazing.
So, the seal is kept in a small embroidery box with a niche cut. Seal is encased itself in crinkle. So this is before. So it existed before this, right? This is just like somebody who documented its existence.
Mhm.
French gem merchant. Red agate. According to Muslim historiological tradition, Muhammad's original seal was inherited by Abu Bakr, Omar, and Uthman, who lost it in a well in Medina. Said to have made a replica of the seal, and the seal was supposedly found in the capture of Baghdad and brought to Istanbul. Okay.
Not Constantinople?
No. So, a different design of the seal is circular based on an Ottoman-era manuscript. Purportedly letters sent by Muhammad to al-Malakis. This variant has become familiar as the Seal of Muhammad. The version of the seal inscribed thus to be read from the bottom to the top.
Incredible. That is awesome. That's great. So go back to what he says.
Look, see, this is different. See, it's reversed here.
Hmm. Well, I guess it is a stamp.
It's that one's. See, that's the one it's talking about. Muhammad on the top line instead of God. Okay. Writing style being anachronistic, hinting at Ottoman Turkish origin. That just might be this one. But, like, this is the seal. It's right there. It's the same thing. It's one of the relics of Muhammad kept in the palace.
There you go.
And then this one. This is the most popular design. The circular design. Yeah, okay, so this one is the one. So you read the bottom first. So Muhammad is the messenger of God, so it's bottom to top.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you notice how the logo of Qatala is very similar to the ISIS logo?
It's not.
Which, by the way...
I think it's cool that they used a yellow flag as well.
By the way, Qatala, this vicious group that he belongs to, Qatala means killers in Arabic. Did you notice how the logo of Qatala...
What's interesting about this logo is I think it's actually more similar to like Al-Qaeda in Iraq's logo, if anything.
Yeah.
It's like kind of like, it's like a lot of those insurgent logos had this type of thing with rifles, but very few had yellow. And the only one that I remember like having yellow is either Shia or like this one. Like this one, the Zarqawi group.
Yeah.
This one. See, this one's got some yellow in it too. So I'd say it's like even more similar to something like this. But the fact that it's yellow would hint that it's actually a Shia group. Which is interesting. Okay, anyway. Seal of Muhammad.
Qatala is very similar to the ISIS logo, which, by the way, something interesting about the ISIS logo, I've always noticed this, it's written by someone who doesn't speak Arabic. Allah Rasul Muhammad. It's supposed to be Muhammad Rasulullah.
Yes, he's saying it's upside down. That's what he's saying. It's that it's supposed to be this, and he flipped it. That's literally what he did.
Hilarious.
Come on, man.
Doofus behavior.
Just,
Hold on.
it took me 2 seconds to Google it, man.
It's true.
I literally, I wouldn't have noticed this because I know it just says Muhammad is the messenger of God.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I never even thought about it being upside down.
Doofus. A doofus.
And how, because like I know like I can recognize the symbol for God, obviously, but this is a weird font as well. So
yeah, okay.
I just never thought much of it, I guess.
And Muhammad is God's prophet. But it's actually written, Allah is Muhammad's prophet. So this logo of ISIS was not written by someone who understands Arabic. Let's just say that the logo of Qatar in Call of Duty is very similar to the ISIS logo. And notice again how the fighters are always wearing keffiyeh, making all wars synonymous with Palestine. The goal is to keep conflating the war on terror with Palestine and Palestine.
You should delete this video.
By the way, when Israel and US officials use the words war on terror to justify what happens against Palestinians, they're not being deceptive.
The core of what he's saying is really more focused on like how dehumanizing Israel is. And that's the thing, is that you're like, I mean, I don't know. Like, anytime he's talking about Israel, I'm just like, well, yeah, Israel's fucking bad. And then he'll, like, flip back, and it feels like it undercuts it. I'm just saying, it's like, it's frustrating. Because I think that if you didn't put the video game angle in there, you would get less clicks.
Yeah.
When really this entire video, the point of it is how Israel dehumanizes people. And he's just referencing video games. You know, and I'm giving him more of the benefit of the doubt here. Like, this is really ultimately and always has been something that's about Israel dehumanizing people. Because at the core of it, that's what everything has been.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's been their MO for the longest time.
Totally plenty to criticize in that Call of Duty game.
Oh, for sure.
This isn't hypocrisy or doublespeak. When they say the genocide in Gaza is defensive and justified, they mean it. When they say that the killing of over 1 million babies in Iraq over a decade of sanctions was worth it, they mean it. They're not saying one thing and meaning another. These are their values. And actually, someone by the name of Shahid Bolson says this beautifully. Let's listen to him. Or let's listen to me playing him.
They are acting on their values with consistency and continuity. Committing massacres against innocent civilians does not trouble their conscience, any more than you stepping on a bug troubles your conscience. They don't see anything to feel guilty about. They feel that they've done something good. You have to understand this, because if you don't, you will severely and dangerously underestimate their danger. And you'll make the fatal mistake of believing that you can ever appeal to their sense of morality, that you can ever appeal to their conscience. And you'll make the catastrophic mistake of trusting them, or trusting their intentions. And wallahi, there are tens of millions of their victims crying out from their graves, telling you not to trust them. You know, just like someone watching a horror movie and shouting at the screen, telling the main character, don't go down that dark alley. If you could hear the voices of their millions of victims, they would tell you exactly what's going to happen to you if you listen to them and if you trust them. If you're Muslim, or you're not white, or you're not rich, you need to recognize that they have zero moral hesitation about killing you. Yes, whether you live outside of America or whether you live inside of America, it's the same to them. The worst thing you can do is ever underestimate this reality. Listen, just like with an individual, you can learn what their values are by what their actions are.
That's cute. Like, I like that, doing the quote. Dressed up as the person.
By the way, that was me cosplaying, obviously, in this whole devout Muslim getup, right? And this is something I've been experimenting with in theater around Amsterdam. I'm doing small bits where I use drag to explore this identity that people are scared of here in the West. I start the performance with like funny drag with like big tits, ha ha ha, but I'm joke. And then I take off the wig and the tits and there's a keffiyeh, and then I slowly take everything off and I start putting on this outfit that you just saw. And the beautiful thing about that is that putting on this beard requires some time for putting on glue. So as I'm talking about embracing my identity as an Arab man and how that requires me to deal with like inner shame I have about it, about the looks that I would get. So the glue is drying and I'm telling the story, and finally the reveal is that I glue on this thick beard, and seeing what effect it has on the people, especially when you start the show really funny and then you just throw this out there and they're like, "Arr."
These are the moments that make life worth living.
Speaking of performing, that's why I've been away for so long, because I was ending the tour with my previous show and also developing this new material because I got funding to start researching this new stuff and putting together a team of mentors. So I've been doing that. So there's a lot that's been going on. And also,
I am sad all the time.
Yeah.
Even when I'm happy.
Me too.
It's just like everything you do now, you're also sad. I could be out having fun and laughing and being and I am genuinely feeling joy, but I am also really fucking sad.
and I've also been doing a lot of coaching. Well, not a lot. I have like 5 or 6 creatives that I'm working with, but that also requires time. And those sessions have been amazing because, by the way, with the people that I'm coaching, we can talk about Palestine till we're blue in the face. Even with my friends, whom I love very much, like you can tell people get tired of talking about Palestine or hearing about it, or they need breaks. And that makes you sometimes isolate
the
from
reason
people.
why people are worn out is because nothing ever fucking happens. And like,
yeah,
it's like feels like an unwinnable thing. It's so defeating for people, you know? And
Yeah.
that's the thing, is it's like people in Gaza don't have a choice. Like, you can cope and drown it out.
Yeah, they have
They
to live
can't,
with the bombs.
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, like it's an immense privilege that after this stream I'll be able to go off for 2 days and not look at the news. Not have to worry about a bomb being dropped on my house. It's pretty cool.
That you know.
Yeah. Until Israel sees these streams.
It is Al-Qaeda. It is Al-Qaeda. It's Al-Qaeda. Not
but
my
like
people. Bit.
I have absolutely no way to actually know what that's like. Well, there is a way.
Yeah.
It's not ideal.
Where there's a whip, there's a way.
But there is a way. Ding.
Nice place you got here. I'll take it.
And it's a whole thing. But with the people that I've been coaching, we're just like going in on Palestine because obviously, yeah, they approach me because they're going through the same thing that I'm going through. And so we're working on their projects, be it music or writing, and it's all centered around Palestine. So that's been amazing. And if you want a piece of that, by the way, you can check out my website. And now let's get back to the video. I mentioned earlier that character Khalid al-Assad, one of the main villains in modern warfare. He's a
Terrible
Saudi
villain.
Arabian native who becomes the leader of a revolutionary group known as OPFOR. It's never clear where OPFOR is based, or if the organization has official ties to any specific country in the real world. And this vaguely Arab location in video games is akin to Hollywood's yellow filter.
A lot of terrorist groups are like that. Where is Al-Qaeda based? What country is backing it? That's how, like, that's the issue, is that he's hollow. They just basically slapped some stickers on him and made him almost basically just the same as any character that would be in anything. Doesn't even, at the end of the day, it's not that he had to be Arabic. Right? It's just a theme. Right? It doesn't have to be set anywhere. That's theming. And that's the thing, is like, when you have theme over plot, you end up with something that's shallow. Like, theme is to assist the plot.
Yeah. The character needs to be
Michael Bay.
Look at the opening shot of Netflix Extraction, which opens on a smoggy, jaundiced city. The film's beautiful and white star, of course, Chris Hemsworth, darts across the land, weapon in hand. By now, enough has been observed to understand that Mr. Hemsworth is somewhere in a developing country, and the particularity of that place is not essential. A more relevant, Palestine-centered example of the use of yellow filter is the Netflix series Fawda, an Israeli television series following an IDF commander. Again, the West Bank and Palestine, it's given this yellow, musty filter that has nothing to do with reality. The fact that a shitty Arab yellow country exists as a shorthand is already very telling of what the problem is.
It's a fair
By
point.
the way, this shorthand
They
did
do
not
use
exist
yellow
organically.
tinges a lot.
It was
It's
like
not even
Middle
just
Eastern desert
in that
environment.
scenario. It's just something that bothers me in everything, especially when it's outside. Daylight is blue.
Yeah.
Stop making it orange. I fucking hate orange, bro. I fucking hate orange movies. I fucking can't stand it. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. The other pet peeve is shutting it out so it's a blank screen, which happens mostly in found footage movies. It's like, I'm here to watch a movie, not a fucking black screen, bro. Like, you're supposed to be like adding like, oh, I shut off the lights, spooky. No.
It's just annoying.
Get my images on the screen. Let's go. Stop it.
drilled into culture over and over again through movies and series and video games. Shitty yellow country inhabited by shitty people who are always wearing a keffiyeh. It was drilled until it was stuck in our subconscious, until it becomes something we don't question. The fear of the Palestinian man becomes something that happens in your body faster than you can think. Palestinian men are nothing but evil cave-dwelling terrorists. While we're on the subject of Palestinian men and what they go through,
هذه لعبة سلمى بنتي طولتها من الرذل طولتها من تحت الركام وهيك. هذه لعبة لولو بنتي كانت دائما حملاها معلقن قدامي بقول
See, my
ها
elephant can
ونسني
already
شوية
get
عنهم.
upgraded. I barely got to use him.
أنا هدول حطيتهم كمان عشان الزنان هذا اللي بتصور والطيران اللي بيقصف علينا يعرف إن إحنا أطفالنا هيهم.
But back to the video games. Recently, the teams behind Call of Duty attempted to give a more nuanced depiction of the Middle East. The Modern Warfare reboot,
Which is also just as soulless of a fucking character that it literally does. The fact that they could just be like, oh, she's like just a ambiguous revolutionary, or change the country, like that way it doesn't matter. Like when you're changing it to a fictional country, you're also like taking away the identity of that character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like are you gonna do a political game or not?
Yeah. Like pull the trigger. Stop
Being a fucking pussy. Like that's the issue, is that they're not representing actual people.
Mm-hmm.
Actual views. It's just generic.
Safe.
on an Arab woman named Farah Karim, one of several playable protagonists.
My soldiers confirm that the hospital is under siege. Al-Qatala has taken civilians as human shields.
Farah survives a chemical attack in the opening act and leads her home country's freedom fighters. Even her spoken Arabic is good.
ماشي. خبرني أعرف شو بصير.
Yet the problem persists. Farah comes from an entirely made-up Middle Eastern country called Urzikstan. All the other main characters have roots in real places, like Price is from the UK, Alex is an American, yet Farah is from a fictitious Middle Eastern place ravaged by war. A place that's divided into people who engage in terrorist acts and those who don't.
And it's this mix of stereotypes, this mix of a dehumanization where they can't even set the games in the real countries. This fake, we call it Arabistan.
This means that we are literally interchangeable.
Arab land.
All of us Arabs.
Exactly.
Our cultures are...
You're finally cooking, Queen. This is what the video should have been.
100%.
Interchangeable. Jacob Minkoff, former design director at Infinity Ward, the original...
It's not that they are Arab, it's that they didn't have to be.
Mm.
It could have been anything.
Discussed the decision to set its Middle Eastern fighting in a fictitious country.
Do we touch topics that bear a resemblance?
That's very advertiser friendly.
The geopolitics of the world we live in today. Hell yeah, because this is that is the subject matter of modern warfare. Are we telling a story that has anything to do with the specific governments of any countries that we are portraying? No.
This perpetuates the idea that there is one singular Arab nation, Arab culture. And this ties in very nicely into the current discussion when you talk about Palestinians, like, let any Arab country take them. No, Habibti. No. They're so casual about it. If you notice, all people who support Israel, they always make sure to replace the word Palestinian with Arab. Arabia is not a country. We're different people.
Arabistan is actually sort of a boon because even though it's dehumanizing, even though it's offensive, it's not directly touching any real people that died, right? The 6 Days in Fallujah very explicitly says this is about a real city.
Yeah, let us not lie to ourselves and spin this into just being a video game. This stems from the lack of accountability for America's role in the war in Iraq, in an unjust war that was built on a lie, first of all, where over 1 million people died.
No, what I find very interesting is when the player of the game
Let him
is
have it.
actually an Arab person, because obviously it's a big market in the Arab world for
He
video.
already said it already. It was 1 million. Like, the thing is the 1 million Iraqis thing, it comes from the sanctions, right?
Mm.
And the sanctions didn't kill them. It was a combination of things.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that, like, there was a maniacal massacre guy who fucking was just shooting weddings up and raping people at weddings. Like, that was the culture that Iraq was. Yes, 1 million people died. This is also when chemical weapons were being dropped on people. Like, yes, 1 million people died in that sanctioned period. You know, like, easily. But, like, I don't know if it's, like, the direct attribute to hunger that happens there. Because, like I've said, like, just sanctioning and restricting chlorine causes people to die. Like, of course people die. Yeah, sanctions killed people and they didn't accomplish anything. And Madeleine Albright said to George Galloway that it was worth it. Because it's fucking George Galloway and Madeleine Albright. I don't know why this fucking specific thing, like, stays together. Like, nobody is like, Iraq is a good thing. There's nobody out there defending Iraq. Like, Tucker Carlson even distances himself from what he sold. You know? They're all washing their hands of it because they recognize how bad it is. It's just like how Vietnam was.
Yeah.
Video games. Here's where the cognitive dissonance becomes too much.
He said I killed the pig. Bro, the attention to detail.
Because you're playing and killing people for fun, but those people look like you. And these games are full of coded messages. Not even coded, they're quite obvious that who the terrorists are. If that's the framework you're given, that your country can only look shitty, and your people can only be poor, and they're only ever screaming, or fighting, or dying, then that's how you see yourself. Then you no longer want to be that. That pushes you into whiteness. Because whiteness,
Yes,
by the way, it's
I
a state
agree.
of mind, it's not just the color of the skin. As evidenced by how many brown people support Zionism. While the main goal of these games, and this big spending behind these games, is to recruit people into the army and into the imperial project of America and Israel,
Call of Duty's goal is to make money. It's a fucking product! They don't... The problem is that they don't care. They do not care about these people they're depicting. They care about their fucking paychecks. That's the issue. Fuck! Come on! You like, it was a good video for 5 minutes. And, like, it's like... I understand that Israel wouldn't exist without the United States, but, like... Where was Israel in Iraq? Where was Israel in any of these wars? They weren't there because they do their own shit. They're selfish lovers. They pull the U.S. in, but, like, they're not in these conflicts. Like, it's... Like, Turkish imperialism exists here, too. Like, Israel might be the worst genocidal imperialism, but, like, imperialism is not just a project that's included with just 2 countries. Like, even enemies participate in it to because it mutually expands. That's why Turkey fucking hangs out with Israel, America, Iran, Russia. They don't like any of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
But they fucking shake hands to expand what their goals and interests are. You know, and that's I'd say that's ultimately what imperialism is, when you don't fucking care about people. Right? It's just a dollar sign or, you know, a map, a border on a map. You know what I mean? You don't even see people dying anymore because you could care less.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like that's what you see with like
another
the
goal.
US presidents, that's like Obama just shifting through cards and stuff, you know? And ironically, to become a person again to the government, when your death matters, it's when you can kill 3,000 people by flying planes into towers. Right?
Yeah.
So, like, for your death to be cared about and significant, you have to be somebody who's done an alternate evil against the Empire. Because the heroes that die, nobody fucking knows their names. They may have gotten a Medal of Honor and stuff, but everyone knows who Osama bin Laden is.
That's true.
Everyone knows who Saddam Hussein is. Nobody gives a fuck about the heroes or the fucking victims.
Is to remove the desire
Anything
from
like
indigenous Palestinian people to be and look Palestinian. Sometimes before I leave the house, I always feel like, should I wear the keffiyeh right now? Like, I don't know. It's almost like becomes an inner like challenge with myself. Yes,
How long's
wear
left
it,
on
bitch.
this video?
Put it on.
The process of
I don't know, too
identification
long.
almost with the perpetrator, like
It's an hour, bro.
with your perpetrator,
The entire
your
video is an
colonizer.
hour.
And you're right. Part of that is I think
Not a
part of the
video,
way
it's
they
a
do it is
podcast.
by triggering that not
Yeah, we'll
good
start
enough
wrapping
stuff
up.
or not.
I gotta go.
Yeah, I mean, what do I want here? I guess we'll get a diplocorder. We need that, right? Why not? You ever watch TV? Oh, why not? What the fuck? Go away! Get out of here, fucking barbarians. Y'all suck. They're so rude, you know?
Just attacking you.
Yeah, there's like hundreds. Always in my shit. Always fucking up my day. Okay, elephant, you can start coming down here. Maybe you'll reach the barbarians. I got all my walls up at least, though. So it's pretty well fortified and defended.
I have no walls.
Worthy enough or not good enough. And that's why the white empire is not totally made up of white people.
By the way, not only are these games used to recruit people into the Imperial Project, they're also used to rewrite history.
The wolf is with the butcher. Terrorist cells in the city will hide them. There is only one road. Tariq al-Maut, the highway of death. The Russians bombed it during the invasion. The Russians bombed it during the invasion.
Not the Russians. That's
in Modern Warfare 2019, the Highway of Death mission references a real-life strip of land in Iraq that was attacked by US-led forces in 1991 during the Persian Gulf War.
He's struggling, guys.
Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Like, there's plenty to criticize about the Highway of Death. Like it was unreasonable to do in the manner that they went about it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But this was imperial on imperial violence. Okay? Do not fucking try and act like it was just cool that Kuwait got invaded and Saddam started lighting oil wells on fire, you know? Like, both parties can be shitty here. You know? Maybe Bin Laden should have went in and dealt with it instead of the United States, you know? Like, the Highway of Death is horrific, but Like, they were retreating soldiers.
Hmm.
Like, it technically isn't a war crime, but fuck me, bro. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, you're doing too much, guys. Can you do, like, 20% less death here? Did it make you win extra hard? No, you went back to Iraq anyway, so what was the fucking point?
Looked cool.
It was to fucking test weapons and shit, you know?
Of
Why
course
not?
it was. It always
inflict maximum destruction. Show the world what we can do.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fucking
Don't
lesson
fuck
in
with us.
barbarianism and brutality. Barbarism.
In real life, the US forces bombarded retreating Iraqi troops in Kuwait's Highway 80, causing so much death and destruction that
that's the sweet release of death.
I'm already glad he just said they were retreating troops.
It's a good
like,
start.
You only need to tell it how it is. Like, anyone can look at this and say, that's fucking horrific. You know? And these guys weren't Nazis. They were just fucking employed soldiers in a fucking imperial empire, you know? You don't know what their fucking motivations for fighting were. I can tell you one thing. Nobody wants to fucking die. I can tell you that much. Nobody
Well,
was
some people
happy
did.
this was happening. Except
Washington
the
Post
fucking
reported the US
fucking weapons contractors who were like,
Yeah,
wow,
they
we
were
made so
ecstatic.
much money off the blood of these people.
scrambled to shape the
Look at our
narrative
stocks.
surrounding it. And former Attorney General Ramsey Clark called it a war crime in his 1992 book. But in the game Modern Warfare, they made it so that the Russians were the ones who were bombing the retreating troops along the highway of death, not the Americans. This is how you know
And-
game.
I think there can be different highways of death. I think it probably references the highway of death, but to me this place is like the way it's set up and described, it's Central Asia, which would be more in the Soviet influence.
Yes, and
In Central
also
Asia.
the Soviets got fucking reamed up in the north, in the valley between the mountains. What the fuck? What's the group up north?
Oh, in the game or in real life?
In real life?
Oh, the Chechens.
No. North of Afghanistan.
Uzbek? Tajiks?
Yeah, the Tajiks. They fucked them up in the mountains, didn't they?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
I'm almost certain
much
we've
about
spoken
it.
about this.
But
There's,
like these
some
were all
Tajik
places that were
commander.
under the Soviet Union in Central Asia.
Mm-hmm.
So like that's what I thought this was Central Asia.
Well, I'm pretty sure Urzikstan is having issues with the Russians in the game. And also, it's Call of Duty. The Russians are always the bad guy.
Yeah, so it's like more of a post-Soviet thing. So it's more like I think it sounds more like a fusion of Iraq and Afghanistan, if anything.
Yeah. But, yeah,
Games like
using
Call
the
of
Kurds
Duty are
as
used as
inspiration.
tools of propaganda. By the way, in all of these video games that I was researching, if the terrorist is not Arab, he's Russian.
Crazy pray for the Russians out here.
It's amazing.
Well,
How
I mean,
somehow
Russia
they all
is
end
all-
up serving
I mean-
the goals of the empire.
You know, it needs to be more Israelis, but then you
I
just have
agree.
people doing fucking weird anti-Semitic Jew stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I want to say Splinter Cell may have done an Israeli villain.
Honestly, someone should do it.
I want to say Splinter Cell has.
Like, it's about time the IDF becomes a video game villain.
Well, that's the thing is like they'll be like they won't say that the IDF is bad, right? They're always their own terrorist organization that doesn't exist in reality. Okay, so in Pandora tomorrow, there's a character called Dahlia Tal. She's an undercover agent for Shin Bet who has infiltrated a Syrian terrorist group named Grasp of the Corpse
Okay.
by presenting as a corrupt member of Mossad. She works with Sam Fisher in the Jerusalem mission to locate a rogue CIA agent and the terrorist group. While she acts as an ally to Sam Fisher during the mission, her alignment is complex. She is part of a high-stakes gray area spy work where agents often disguised as enemies. In a later scene, Sam Fisher is ordered to kill her.
Keep reading.
A point of contention that highlights the morally gray nature of the orders he receives, as she is an unarmed ally at that point. See what I mean? Like, Splinter Cell takes shit really fucking seriously.
This is what I don't understand. Why doesn't Ubisoft keep doing this kind of game? They have the potential to.
It doesn't sell. Money. We've got to have money. They're evil. You guys are vampires.
Six Days in Fallujah is a first-person shooter game published by Victura.
Don't
It takes
do
place
this
during
one,
the real-life
please.
Second Battle of Fallujah, a 6-week-long American-led offensive in Iraq in 2003.
It's the same old game. It's about
The
American
soldiers in the game literally talk about how wrong this shit was, my man. Ugh. Like, that was kind of the point of the game. It was to, like, make you feel horrified.
heroes going to an Arab country and bringing freedom and liberty, and then talking about how sad it made their soldiers.
This game has been mired in controversy.
Bad take.
It's fucking Al-Qaeda, bro. Like, ugh. Like, ultimately, like, if you just give it the proper context and talk about how it's Al-Qaeda and they're also occupiers, and point out that Al-Qaeda's only there and Zarqawi only has power is because of the Americans, just like how ISIS, right? It's not a conspiracy like the Americans created ISIS, but America created ISIS. Their actions and how they function created these things, which is why when we talk about blowback and we talk about 9/11 and stuff, we're not it's fucking weird to me. Because the Battle of Fallujah is the actual blowback that happens. It's always some fucking esoteric nonsense about how Bin Laden is uniquely vengeful against the West or something.
They need a villain.
Well, I'm just like talking about that. Hey, how'd this faith get in here?
Get that Inquisitor in there.
It's the fucking Indonesian faith. It just spread through pressure, I guess.
Weird. Ding ding.
Like, would you rather the soldiers feel nothing?
Since its first announcement in 2009.
This is specifically being told from a very explicitly U.S. militaristic perspective. And that criticism stems from the fact that when this game was first announced back in 2009, it was being developed by a studio called Atomic Games. And Atomic Games is being run by someone who... The concept behind this game came from people who were making simulators for the U.S. military training simulators.
This game is told from the perspective of the occupier. It's told from the perspective of the oppressor. Right. It's not, when you're going to see Iraqis in this game.
This is one of the criticisms that's in the game right now, is that, like, one of the struggles is that there were civilians in there. And, like, there's no missions that make you grapple with that yet. And it was something that was supposed to be in the game. Right? The issue is that it's not going far enough. It's actually been too toned down.
That's funny.
Right? So, like, the only mission where there's civilians, they're, like, on the sideline. You can't even interact with them.
Interesting.
Like... And sometimes these civilians were being held hostage. Some of them were being tortured here. You know?
Yeah.
Like, it's not a good versus evil thing. It's not an oppressor and liberator type thing. It's two occupiers fighting. Like, don't fucking carry water for Al-Qaeda. It's fucking weird, bro. Do the research on what actually happened in the fight. Because it's horrific what Al-Qaeda did to that country. We already know that it's horrific what the U.S. did. That's easy to understand. But when it comes to understanding Al-Qaeda, nah, fuck it. Who cares? Like, don't you want to know about the people America's fighting?
I guess that curiosity doesn't extend that far.
No, because to them, it's just Iraqis, and it's not fucking Jordanian terrorists.
I can almost guarantee you the Iraqis in this game are going to be translators that run around like pets to the American soldiers and tell them where the people are hidden in order for them to get them.
Right.
There's no empowerment of Iraqis in this game or a positive representation of Iraqis. It's not in the trailer. It's not going to be in the game.
That's also like they have an entire campaign where you're a civilian trying to escape the city. And the same perspective that they do with the soldiers, they're talking to actual Iraqis who are there as civilians.
Intriguing.
That's at least one of the selling points for the game. But it did come after Kurdism and stuff, so it kind of feels like a Band-Aid solution.
Does the mission feel rushed?
I haven't played it. The only mission I really know about is that one where you can't shoot the mosque. And there's a sniper shooting at you the whole mission.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's in like pre-alpha, so like, we'll see what happens when it comes out for real. But like,
it'll be interesting.
It gives me a lot of hope because I want games that actually deal with the gravity of these fucking crimes.
Yes.
And not something that's a product that's advertiser friendly. Like fucking that's like Splinter Cell never got criticized for doing any of these things. But it also didn't sell. Also, Splinter Cell technically the games punish you for killing people.
Really?
In the older game, yes and no. Nowadays, it doesn't matter because it will judge you on each. You have to stick to one style, whether it's Assault, Panther, or Ghost.
Okay.
But earlier, you would get a percentage grade on each mission.
Okay.
Right? And the highest possible grade was basically to completely avoid and never even be seen by enemies. Like you weren't even there. That's like to get the 100% grade. So technically, even in something that's whoa. Oh, you just dropped the thing. I was like, what just happened? A puff of smoke appeared. These motherfucking barbarians. There's so many. We're coming, boys.
Alright. Save after this turn, guys.
Can't afford no guys. The elephants are almost there. The barbarians are gonna be like, holy fuck, those are elephants! They just swam across this fucking lake. Is it a lake or a sea? Bay.
Floated them across. I think it's the
elephants don't.
English
Elephants
channel.
can swim.
Oh, can they?
Yeah. Have you want to see it real quick?
Sure. This is the English channel, by the way.
Oh.
And I'm being very British because I've sent a settler halfway across the world for resources. I've been planning this for like 50 turns. then I'm gonna buy a little square to give me a little ocean property so I can heal my boats. It's a military base.
Here's a tourist thing where you actually swim with the elephants.
Oh, cool.
See, they put their trunk above the water, like a snorkel.
That's great. I saw a video of an elephant killing a trophy hunter the other day. That was pretty cool. He, like, stomped him, body slammed him, and tossed his fucking body like a
So
rag
you
doll.
can see the shackles on this elephant. His horns are cut. This is like a tourist trap thing, you know?
Yeah.
So it's kind of sad. But, I mean, it's cool. But there's natural videos of them swimming without being chained up and stuff. But yeah, they're like just buoyant enough that they can use their trunk above the water. But they're like just buoyant enough where they'll actually be just below the water, basically. It's very silly.
They
But
just paddle.
they are buoyant, so they do float.
That was pretty neat.
Look at this guy. I love elephant.
What?
I love elephant.
My fucking tribal village gave me a scout.
These barbarians.
Oh my god, there's so many here.
Get out.
Yes, we're done.
No, I'm talking to the barbarians.
Oh.
Killing them.
We are done though.
Get out of my fucking house.
Did you save? Cool. Alright. Where's my soundbite?
Bye bye.
I bid you good day, sir.